Break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Well, day one of the EMEA qualifiers has certainly set the bar high. Very even competition. And day two, I think, Mark, is now all about who can break from the pack, who can set themselves up to be in the best position going into day three.
It is the halfway point as we get midway through, and it does, well, if any team was to break away, it's now time to start, because yesterday, arguably, day number one was quite evenly matched. We had 6 different games, 6 different wins, give or take. The wins were about the same level of kills, apart from BB stealing the show, I think, at the end, where I think they put in a 14-kill game, which was a nice way to rile things up, but it's a little bit different as we'll be kicking things back off with a angle, right?
Yeah, I mean, a really good point there with Batboom. The fact that they got a 14-kill win to close out day one got them from essentially a bottom position on the leaderboard up into third. And in terms of what that means for them, technically an EWC slot, because we've got Na'Vi, VP occupying the top 2 right now. But as we know, Mark, they're already going to Riyadh. So day one has concluded. It's Batboom, it's Game of Gladiators, and it's Primal that are actually in those 3 positions. Now, plenty of action still to be played as we bring you the tournament format. A little reminder, we had round 1, we had round 2 from round 1. 8 teams advanced to these finals. Round 2 then rounded things out with another 8 to then follow. So started with 24, down to 16. We've now gone through 6 days of action, 6 games of action through day 1. And yeah, it's a competition that is looking to be incredibly tight.
It is tight. Look, don't get me wrong. I'll take 6 days of action, mate, if I'm honest with you. No change to the point set today. I understand the superset, though, is we take in 1 point for every single kill. But once you get to that 8th place upwards, you'll find yourself adding an extra point to your tally until you work your way to first place with 10. And that has been really the key. Every game, we've seen a new leader. Every game has produced the opportunity for these players to go really high up the leaderboard. And as you said, Betboom, a little bit lower down the table, skyrocketing themselves into a golden ticket to go to EWC.
Really highlighted, at least from day one, how close things were. And they weren't the first instance of that either, Mark. Primal themselves at one point, you know, having a bit of an average day, then they go and get a win, 7 kills on Erangel. That sets them up. That puts them in a good position. Even BBL, who are still in the bottom 5, at one point they were like second last and a decent distance away from the rest of the pack. They go and have a decent close to the day on Erangel, and suddenly, yeah, 26 points, nothing crazy, but that's only 13 points behind an EWC slot. That's the way you kind of got to look at it as well. I think a competition like this, there are 2 metrics for those unfamiliar. You've got PGC points, then you've got Riyadh, you've got EWC. 3 slots will get you there. Now, of course, we've got power ranking teams in Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, which I think we'll kind of touch on now as well. They have struggled, but they don't need the slot. What they do want, Mark, is, of course, the PGC points, and right now they're not getting many of them.
That's the thing, is that's points are the key. It's what I really like about this year with PUBG, because it's not just about every single indoor event. We're actually tallying these points up now. Some of these teams have already attended some of the LANs, so we see like the VPs, Navis, etc. They've already attended a LAN, so they have these points underneath their belt. But we look at some other teams that are currently here, and a couple of highlights from the ATC. Ascend have got a couple of points anyway, but they'll be looking to really finish high, one, to get a ticket to make sure they're that Esports World Cup, but more importantly, they want to be able to put 50 points underneath their belt if they finish up in first place, etc. So it's key, because after this, we've only got one more opportunity then as we finish the end of the year, that they'll be looking to attend those last 2 LANs before we tally up the points and go to the championship.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right way to look at it. PEC 4 will be the only other opportunity to go and collect some PGC points. And as things are right now, at least for Twisted Minds, they're on the 300 points because of Spring. But as things currently stand in the overall rankings, only 11th here currently for this event. That would only net you 30 points, Mark. It's not a lot. You get 200 for first for what it's worth. So right now, Na'Vi would be collecting 200 PGC points. That would put them well and truly above Twisted Minds going into PEC 4. Virtus.pro second place. And again, for those two, along with Twisted Minds, regardless of where they finish, they do go to Riyadh. They do go to EWC, where they can collect PGS points. But PGC points, whole different ballpark. BB, of course, BetBoom, Gaming Gladiators, Primal, because Virtus.pro and Na'Vi are above them, they're in occupation of those slots currently, but they themselves would still like as many PGC points as they could possibly get and still have something to fight for in terms of overtaking BP and Na'Vi. But more than anything, this leaderboard highlighting day one how close things were. Only one team cracking 50 points, and it was only 51 from Na'Vi.
It's so tight. It is so tight, and we've said it, right? We've said it 1,000 times during the day. One game could change things for these. It's worth mentioning, obviously, we look at the table. Sauna Boys, for me, they start off, they're quite an aggressive team. They fall short of the event before, and they sort of started aggressive yesterday, Xenox. But I suppose maybe that Rondo was the change of pace for them. They let go of the W key. They started being a little bit more passive coming into the zones, and they were a little bit more controlled. And as a result, we saw them bag a winner chicken dinner. But that really changed their day. Now, I'm interested to see how they start with day number 2. Is that the momentum they're going to continue to go with? Are they going to work on these zones, work on the way in, and just try and work on that micro piece? I'll be keen, because they are in touch and distance to potentially get into the top 3 and potentially get themselves a ticket.
I was having a look at some of the stats. We finished on Erangel yesterday. We begin on Erangel today. BetBoom, Primal, Howl, top 3 performers on Erangel, at least for BetBoom, over half of their points coming from the last 2 games on Erangel. Such is the case with these kind of tournaments. Whether or not you can get extra points on Erangel or Miramar is going to be quite decisive. And we kind of look towards the teams that maybe struggled a little bit on that particular map. Gaming Gladiators only 4 points. Even worse, I mean, for Twisted Minds, only 7 points from 2 games of Erangel for a team that's got such high hope, such high expectations on a map they should be well and truly fond of, yet only the 7 points gained. VP as well, only 10 points. So a couple of teams that sort of lagged towards the end of the night yesterday. We'll have to see as we begin today whether that was just a case of, fatigue, as is the case over the course of a long night, or the map itself having a determining factor.
Bro, fatigue could be the case, because we had a break, right? And we're coming back to Erangel. So it was like we had half VP, kick things off. We saw Twisted Minds and Battalions where he put a 4-pack in, and then he continued going as a solo ranger. Then we saw that amazing play with VP and the nades, and it was all about them to start with. But you're right, we moved through Tego and Rondo. We came to Erangel, and they were just nowhere to be seen. Now, Game 6, we know, we like to call it Game 6 antics, and there's a lot of action happening. There'll be teams desperate to try and get more points as a stranger play, should we say. But actually, when you look back at game number 5, Primal got a compound for free. How we're playing that 2-2 split, that road dividing, and they pushed over to one side. But I'd argue to say Primal didn't really play that strange. It was quite default PUBG, and as a result, they got a really nice win. But it's momentum. We've had a break. We've had a time to stop. Teams have mostly gone away and looked back at the VODs and gone, actually, hold on. these guys move this way, this is what happened. So resetting and coming back for technically game number 1 for day 2, that could have a big impact. So I'd like to see those teams that done well in Erangel do well again. But again, it might be the case we might see someone like VP back themselves a chicken dinner game number 1 again.
Yeah, glad you kind of mentioned Primal, and on the opposite side of things is we do get the map schedule. You know, Miramar was a bit of a struggle for them, and they weren't the only team. We had a couple of teams as well change things up. Sauna Boys is a really good talking point as the kind of team that I felt like changed a little bit of their philosophy halfway through the day. The first half was all about fight, try and get kills, crash compounds, and then the second half of the day and why they went and got a win was let's survive, let's get to late game, let's try and get some placement points. And so they're currently in 6th place, actually only 1 point behind Primal. So we begin with Erangel, then Rondo, Tago, Miramar, essentially flipping from yesterday.
Yeah. I do like Rondo coming before Tago. I think Tago is a warm-up for Rondo, but obviously going straight from Erangel to Rondo, they're very two different trains, different game styles. I'd argue, say, Tago and Rondo, slightly similar. I'd actually also argue Rondo has parts of Erangel and Miramar built within it. So I'm interested to see, as I said, how these teams start. I just want to talk about some of the other teams. So for me, a team Ascend, they're a team that like to control, they like to play on the edge. They're really successful at control, and we saw them kick things off in Miramar, and it felt a bit slapdash and part and parcel with the zone. They kind of had to go for a full send. They crashed the compound early on that third party and it didn't work out for them. And then they had the opportunity on Rondo, actually, where they could have bagged themselves a chicken dinner. They had to. They went for a 2-2 split. It then didn't work out. They had to fight out. And we know it's Chris Smika. They're absolute superstars in their rights, but it's pretty hard to try and take a 4-on-2 with that type of positioning. So I'd be interested to see how Ascend attack at day number 2. Do they reset? Do they go back to the game style that we normally see them playing? And obviously with things kicking off on Erangel, I'd hope they'd be bagging themselves a chicken dinner with a very controlled style of PUBG.
I feel like we're just going through the list of teams because they've all had some talking points. One that we haven't touched on is probably FaZe Clan a little bit, Mark. Only 6 placement points yesterday through the 6 games, so averaging essentially 1 placement point a game. Their kills, though, have actually been really good. 30 kills puts them in the top echelon. So I think for FaZe Clan, that's kind of like, what can they do today to differentiate a little bit? 8th place at the moment, 36 points, well and truly in the conversation, and the kills are highlighting that they are actually doing well in these fights, but they're not surviving. The best placement that they had yesterday was a 6th place finish on Erangel. Prior to that was actually they had a 5th place, a 6th place, and a 7th place. So they never got top 4, they never got close to the top 3 or anything like that. And a couple of games, 10th, 15th, 10th, again, highlighting going out early, not making it to the end game. But in those matches that I mentioned, 15, 10, 10, they're getting 4+ kills. So they're at least getting some points in matches where they're not maybe performing to the level that they can certainly get to. You could look at that as a good thing. You could easily spin that as a good thing, that there's another level that FaZe can go to, that they're just trucking along, they're getting the kills, they're getting points in matches that maybe they shouldn't be getting much from. If they can have a better day today in terms of survival, get into those top 3 scenarios, plus the kills, I wouldn't be surprised to see FaZe have a really good day.
And we know they've got it as well, because you look at the placement points and we've got Vorpal Sword, Bumble Squad, BBL. They're all teams on the right-hand side of the table, which have the same amount, if not just a little bit less than FaZe when it comes down to placement. So that is a big indication that FaZe are just not finishing in those top 8s that are needed. But yeah, you're right. The gun skills that these players have got are absolutely insane. I love it when we see them stack up and they make those big pushes. We've just not been able to see them deliver that push to the very, very end. So, look, FaZe Sundays came out of somewhere. I know they're trying to shake that, but it just seems to be the case. Hopefully, it's not today. Hopefully, we get them on FaZe Saturday, but it'd be good to get things started, obviously, because we're on day number 2.
Yeah, not long until we get into game 1. I think under a minute. Very quickly, though, Mark, a couple of the lower teams, your BBLs, any trolls in chat, KZL, I feel like 3 of those teams, respectively, in the bottom 5, actually all showed something yesterday. So is it just a matter of kind of keep trucking along and keep showing some promise, and maybe things just fall your way? Because any trolls in chat a couple of times yesterday, they had good compound position, but lost all of the crashes.
It's all compound for them, wasn't it? Miramar, they landed on the zones, they got the placement, they just had the intel around them. That's where they fell short. They have the team and firepower to deliver some big impacts. So I think they are going to be a team that is eager to deliver a chicken dinner, at least to give themselves a bit of buffer from that bottom side. But let's get started. It is game number 1 of day 2. Flight path, though, we're going to be kicking things off with a south to southeast, all the way up towards the northwest. Arguably a nice flight path, though, for day number 2.
It certainly is. Really good way to begin for the vast majority of the teams, and a really good atmosphere, I feel like, for today, because day one really set the groundwork for what is a hotly contested lobby. The question is, though, is it going to remain that way after the next 6 games are played? Do we consider similar position by the end of the day? Or, Mark, do you expect or anticipate 1 or 2 teams being able to bridge a gap going into day 3?
I think this is the opportunity now to break away. And I know that's a horrible thing to say, and I don't want to have a team to run away with it. But I think teams would have gone back and watched the VODs from yesterday. They know this is high level. They play against each other all the time, so they know where each other are. But they'll be looking for those little bits and pieces that can change the results. Like we talked about FaZe, getting themselves into an end section. They'll be working on the very minor pieces to get themselves into that final game zone. I think it was worth mentioning, obviously, when the plane's just done now, for esports, like, again, we saw some outstanding rotations coming in from them, but they just were unable to kind of deliver, I suppose, again, that transformation into a top position. So, again, another team, we know they're cool, calm, collective, Native, obviously, with the new pickup with them. So, seeing how they deliver, they had some really shining stars and lights during yesterday. But when it came down to it, they're again looking for placement point and that balance of kills. And I think the balance of kills and placement points on day 2, Xenox, I think that's going to be key, and that might give the opportunity for a team to break away.
Speaking of opportunities, yesterday on Erangel, last 2 games, we're kind of looking to teams like Vorpal Swords, who were certainly in the action in the first part of the day. Then we come to Erangel, and they actually copped to Sosnovka Island Circle. I willed it for them too, and unfortunately, they couldn't take that opportunity. That was the kind of game where it felt like if you're a team down the bottom of the standings, you're not quite having the best of days. But then you get that kind of circle. If you loot mill base, you've got to know how to play all of those circles. And I just felt like they didn't get enough from it. If I'm correct, I actually don't even think they got top 8. So I don't even think they got placement points. You've got to be able to do that position early, be able to play the terrain and understand that area. It's your area. They couldn't do it. They find themselves towards the bottom of the standings now for Vorpal Swords. Dead last, 14 points. I do hope for their sake they can turn it around, but that was their opportunity. That was their chance. They're going to be, 6 games today? By the end of it, we're well and truly past halfway. We'll be like 66% of the way through. These next 6 games are going to be teams' opportunities. It's just a matter of it. When it presents, you have to then take it. You know, you look at the Twisted Minds here, 11th place. Okay, dead center, Circle 1, Phase 1. How do we want to push out? Where do we want to play? What are the prior positions? How do we want to play this? Spread out. A lot of 2-2 splits we saw yesterday on Erangel. That's got to be their mindset here. Capitalize on a good early circle where they can loot up and they don't have to go for a massitive rotate.
To come back to Vorpal Swords, I think you're 100% right. I just think they overthought it. I think they're overthinking how they normally play, and it's not their game style. I don't want to say they rushed their way in. They will find themselves quite early on in zones. They will push into spots that they want, and they will take fights pretty much off the rip. Now, coming to military, they know that they've got Na'Vi sitting down there as well. So you can see Na'Vi already playing towards that bridge. I just felt like it was a piece that overcomplicating quite a simple game that they're pretty good at, and that's why they are in this top 16 spot at the moment. Diffix looks like he's pitched up waiting. He fires a couple of shots though at that end car, but gets Nabat down to a 2, down to a 1, and Nabat's going to go down. And we speak about Vorpal Sword. You gifted him a zone, but you just gifted Na'Vi the first kill of day number 2. That'll be happy for Na'Vi. We saw them do that yesterday. They need to, again, try and tighten things up, and Vorpal Sword might just need to leave about 30 seconds before they do, just to miss Diffix in this corner crossroad.
Yeah, really well played from Diffix. It's just all about understanding, good game sense. They know that, you know, Vorpal Swords are going to be looting a mill base where they want to rotate for a circle like this. I think it's pretty easy to assume it's going to be on that mill to side, so it positions up towards the crossroads. And more action, and it is actually Twisted Minds. I was talking about them. So far, we've been a little bit lucky with the teams that we've been kind of dialoguing here. I actually seeing early to begin here for game 1 of day 2, and FaZe as well in the action with Bumble Squad of all teams, who had a bit of a disaster day 1. FaZe, though, a bit of a disaster right now. 3 players, DBNO, only 1 player at the moment alive and standing for FaZe, and you've got some movement in their direction from how this could get really ugly for FaZe Clan, who only got 6 placement points yesterday. They're certainly going to be aiming for more today. But you're getting into these fights, you're getting this kind of scrappy, and how are starting to collapse in. They do deal with Bumble Squad, but they've got more issues if Ruin wants to push, but he is falling back.
Yeah, I think they've been backfilled as well. Look at ATC, they're going at it as well. They've seen how, they know how we're splitting this location. I think Ruin will just make the right call and just back away from this one. GT on their hand, this is quick games. They've got 5 minutes in, we've already got 3 or 4 teams clashing for place at the moment. Gaming Gladiators taking a couple of shots over. KZL obviously 2 down at the moment. They'll be looking to try and maybe survive this one as they are rotating. Levante with the Balti, doesn't get the connection though, and they're going to get those confirms on the board. So GG, they'll be up in 2 points as they were just outside the highway, but hopefully they might find some more cars come rolling on by and maybe a couple more kills as these teams are starting to push in.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually incredibly fast paced, especially Erangel can be a little bit hit or miss depending on the circle, depending on how much space there is. I probably was not anticipating this much action this early, but what I would consider a pretty default circle. It's rather central, a lot of POIs, a lot of space. You can kind of slowly push in. You can play edge if you want to. You can go for center. There's actually quite a lot that you can take, but yeah, I mean, we're at 55 alive already, 6 minutes in. One team wiped out. That was Bumble Squad, and very fortunate for FaZe that How just didn't have enough information to push onto them. Had they done so, How most likely wipes out FaZe, but they don't. FaZe get all 4 back up, and they got the 4 kills. So that is now a good start for FaZe Clan here. They can play off good position, good couple of kills early on. We'll see how they can play out the rest of this game as we look over to Boatyard. Foot Esports had an okay day one. I thought they were, I think, yeah, 10th place, 30 points. Yeah, about average. Yeah. Can they go one step better today?
Oh, that's painful. Any tries in trap, backfield, How. So How made the right call and playing back. Camfoot, they're consistent.
Another compound loss.
Yeah, another one gone. But you've got to remember that was the third party they were looking for FaZe, and they made the call to go back to defend it, so it works out this time. Foot Esports, back to them. They're consistent, I'll give them that. There's that final for Kizil Elma. They go down and out, and that's the first point for Foot. They're a team, though.
It's like a scrim lobby.
That will get, yeah, this is welcome to day 2. Teams like this will get really good kills and placement balance, and arguably, if you can get through day 1 and day 2, with a good average, and a lot of teams, like our top teams, have had very high averages from like nearly an 8, so like 7 9s up to 8s, etc. I think we might see someone like Foot, maybe someone like FaZe, activate really on a day 3, and then maybe just maybe push more kills than they normally would do, just to ensure they kind of get that top 3 spot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it benefits the more mechanically skilled teams if we're going to see a lobby like this develop. I think yesterday it, at times could have those lull in the actions. Teams were able to get a bit more space and get compounds that, yeah, today, at least game 1, first 8 minutes, looks like it might be a bit more difficult. You know, like any trolls in chat, that kind of backfill into a compound. Yesterday, I don't know if How go back to that. Maybe they don't want to take that fight. Instead, this time How sensing, okay, let's just try and push them out, take the fight. Any trolls in chat, another compound loss for them as well. We saw a lot of that yesterday, so they go out early. A bit of a disaster start. This is only game 1. But the only death for Vorpal Swords. They have been able to at least get to the mainland. And we kind of now have the lull that I would have expected probably 5 minutes ago. Minute and a half left until phase 2. There is so much space available because we've got 3 teams missing. That is a lot of players missing from a lobby for a default circle on Erangel. So much space. And so now it's basically hedge your bets time. Where do you think this circle is going to go? How do you think it's going to play out? What are our rotation paths on a C2 pop? And then you kind of position yourself accordingly.
It's just everyone sort of pushing out their feathers a bit. They're just like, hey, this is day 2, this is our day. We want the space. VP, obviously in Pachinki, they normally would drop for years, a different location for them, but you're right, there's so much space. Arguably, there's a lot of positions taken. We saw them up a minute ago, so there's a lot of players taken away, but it comes down to these IGLs, right? They're trying to make the call. They're trying to make the decision of where the zone's going to go. Now, a lot of teams will go to the middle. They will hedge their bets that they will be in a zone. Come for phase 2. We only have phase 2. Coming phase 2, but it's a different decisions, different IGLs play different ways. So we've seen a couple of teams. I think when we saw earlier Primal, they wrapped around that sort of north side. They will now try and hold out there. Na'Vi Store doing Na'Vi things as they will go for a full split. And they've got the Glider Gaming Gladiators obviously on 3 kills now. They're going to be looking for the secondary as well, as they will send VP a little bit further around and further afield. And as a case, I think they'll be able to hold out their compounds, but they're also on a 2-2 split. So waiting for this zone now to pop. Where does it go? Nobody knows. Should pull back centre. It does. A little bit of a donut. Maybe arguably take up towards the north-northwest. It gives Primal a decision to make, though. Now, do they stay that side for one more, or do they try and take the opportunity to get into Rozhok? I think that's the better play. They might get caught out if they remain in the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I don't think you want to stay on the north side of the Rozhok River in this instance with this kind of circle. There's not really many other options to get into either. Apologies. A lot of the compound locations for Erangel, for myself, Mark, are actually all oceanic based. So, you know, BBL at the moment in Zoid's compound. These are the call-outs that I would usually say back locally. You don't know good old Zoid, mate. One of the best of all time.
Mini Roz? I know.
Is it called Mini Roz here?
Actually, do you know what? There's a massive split in the EMEA. Obviously, the poaching pretty much have the same calls, but depends on where you played and who you played with. There are individual, and there's some calls that I can't say because I'm casting for obvious reasons that we say, which is very difficult, especially when you're playing. But yeah, that's one of the things I love about PUBG. Every region has its own different calling system. Calling style, and obviously calls for compounds, which I think is really good, especially when we get the cross path sometimes.
What is interesting though right now, a lot of space being taken from teams because they understand it's a pretty weakened lobby. Twisted Minds with a very aggressive 2-2 split, 2 players over towards apps, and BBL actually pretty similar as well. I think good space being taken by Sauna Boys. Primal haven't moved. There's an example going for a very ambitious spray down, but hey, 1 in a million. Sometimes you hit. But there is going to probably be very little action here in Phase 2 because we had it all in Phase 1. Yeah. We probably had too much in Phase 1. I mean, I'm looking at the map stream right now, and it's just so much space being readily available for all teams. Even the way that Foot Esports are playing Rozhok right now, taking a lot of space out of it. So, I mean, if Primal make their way in, that becomes a little bit of an issue for Foot, but they'll have them surrounded. So that is an issue for Primal. Like, where do you go? If you send it into Rozhok, you're essentially just going into a location that is already surrounded. I guess you could kind of push us forward, sweep across, try and clear things out slowly. Maybe you catch a Vard by himself or a T-Bone by himself. But otherwise, these are the kind of games, because there's only 13 teams alive, if you've got good vehicle control, you can probably crash some compounds because they're going for 2-2 splits. Teams are trying to be greedy. They want to take space. There are some really crashable compounds. You just never want to do it Phase 2 or even really Phase 3, but it's something to consider.
Well, this is we just mentioned BBL and there's about perfect timing. They got a 2-2 split. Twisted Minds have got a 2-2 split, and actually, example, Torden's location very hard. If a team full man crashes, especially into their flat, very, very difficult. Ascend, on the other hand, they're a bit more tighter. We know this discipline team. They will try and work around the edges. They now leave Yaz. They're going to position themselves up in that Petric area. That might stop Primal, or especially Jogsy, from coming over. So maybe one of the bridges will be closed for Primal right now. And quite surprised Foot Esports haven't repositioned to try and close another one. So teams moving on in. Interesting, worth noting as well, Na'Vi, they won that wider split. They've now decided to go and pick a compound a bit closer in. So they're moving in. Looks like they might try and stack up as a 4. Jockey does get a knock further afield, but that's a distance. But Primal are moving. I think Ascend's, he might need to get that reinforcement for Brexico as he gets ready for the car. That might be an open invitation now for Primal just to move on in. And that's it. They are going for the Ascend here.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably their best way in at this point, and you can get a couple of kills with it too, and able to get across the bridge nice and safe. There's no real third-party potential. I doubt Sauna Boys are going to push out of their position in the zone to then push out of the zone to third-party this. They wouldn't even be going in on the side of Primal. This is a really bad fight now for Ascend. If they can get out of here alive, for the most part, it's going to be really well fought, but one player down already. Absolutely surrounded by Primal, and Sauna Boys have just pushed out to the field. They're just getting a bit of a third-party overview of this fight. Brexico's only just now made his way in. Jempty's actually backfilled in onto Brexico, who has been spotted by Rustin Mart. Yeah, this is really bad for Ascend. 3 players up. Primal has surrounded them. Sauna Boys have then got this entire fight surrounded.
That's a good play, actually, for Sauna Boys. You saw Brexico, he went for that north side. He was trying to play round, maybe take out Novi, right? But with the cars running across, running out of the position. And Sauna Boys are controlling the next step for these teams. You've got to move in from here. And If the longer they leave it, there's only one way to go. So Gempty plays out really nicely. Elskers are going to now move in towards this section on the other side. So actually, if Ascend leave the compound or leave the petrol station to try and take a fight here with Primal, it's going to be very, very damaging for them. They kind of need to sit and wait and hope that another team maybe will come in on the third party. Maybe a team will hear all this commotion, maybe cause Sauna Boys some pressure, or go around the north side and get creative.
I thought the way that Brexco was looking that he spotted Gempty. I think I'm correct here with the way he's moving around. I just wonder, it would be kind of hilarious in some ways because Gempty's probably helping out Ascend. Brexco knocked down though by Elsker. Never mind. Sauna Boys certainly not giving any kind of helping hand to Ascend whatsoever. 2 players now gone for Ascend. Killier and It's Chris, the only 2 left standing. Primal, though, will now get this information that another team has arrived, that there is a third party, and they've actually sent 2 players down south, and it's 80 who gets a knock on the Jokers, but they're trying to push into Sauna Boys' compound. 80 able to confirm it. Primal have split up.
Yeah, Primal have. They've had to go. They've had to go. This is us. But they've now kind of taken what they've seen from the Sauna Boys and pushed themselves in a position, hoping the zone will play back towards this northeast corner now for them. It's difficult to fight out of here because there'll be teams like Foot Esports BBL that will have eyesight onto here, or like what we saw from Sauna Boys, become creative and try and look for some early kills and set themselves up early for day number 2. Kidikai, Chris, they were still alive. Bexco down to 1 shot at the moment as the zone will now pass by. It is phase 3. Tickles a little bit. They should have the meds in their back pocket to go, but when you've got Elskra in the field, just dodge, dock, dive, he's putting down knocks. That's a secondary, as they're going to have to either pop this red as quickly as they can, but the smokes must be running out now. And Elskra, look at that, he gives up, and he gives up his position. This might be a call because their initial hold is now under compromise.
Yeah, and though the issue for Sauna Boys is they're in a worse off position, Primal's actually kind of taken the better spot in front of Sauna Boys, actually now finding themselves in the middle of the 3-man Ascend, and then Primal on the other side of them. Circle pop, an intriguing one. Apps is going to be incredibly prevalent now in this game with the circle that has presented for itself, and Twisted Minds clearly on the move. They're going to regroup that 2-2 split. They're going to 4-stack in towards apartment. They're not going to be the only team. We're going to have to see some sends. Apps can be very difficult to crash into, especially when the apartment buildings themselves are already occupied. It can be a bit of a bloodbath. So if you're going to go, you probably want to go early. Elsker
refusing to give up for a send. Once one will go down to zone 3, that 2 will go down to zone. Kilikai final, that car is pretty much in rags. Nice to see that BBL backfield that split from Twisted Minds, so they move on in and they get a compound themselves, but it's going to be a bit of a blow ahead. So we've got 8 seconds to go before this phase will start to leave us. Primal, they're 1 down, there's 2 down. Novi final player now for them as they overstayed their welcome here and eventually going down. Sauna Boys, they clear it up. It could have gone either way, and Ascend unfortunately are falling, but they're falling to the zone, so no points being claimed elsewhere. But it does mean Ascend are on their final player, and they're pushing in on that side where Foot Esports are, and that also is not in zone at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Kilyakai as well, that blue moving, and he's got a distance, and I don't even know where his final destination would be. I'm fully expecting he and Ascend will be eliminated very shortly. For Sauna Boys, though, it's really good signs. It kind of goes back to the way they started day 1, pushing out, being aggressive, wanting to take fights. They're not just sitting back, hiding themselves. We saw a little bit of that yesterday. Well, actually, Kilyakai does get a knockdown on to Nail Up. He's the little rat in the blue. In this case, the blue in the bush.
Take it.
He will die. 2 set blue, but he takes one with him. That's a handy little point for Ascend Club, but I think they'll be largely disappointed in this opening game today. Yeah,
that will be the case. Well, Gaming Gladiators go down as well. One of them was a run over, but looks like Example able to claim that back with a nade. So Gaming Gladiators do fall. Just to mind Arstor on the hold of the apps at the moment. I saw the boys having to fight for compounds. This again, Store not in zone, but Navi leaving players out here. They've moved to, well, I call it Volcano Mountain, but at the hillside just out towards this sort of south side here. But this is where teams might start getting creative. Navi going to try and come back, provide some cover. Foot Esports wrapping their way past, but it's difficult to live up here because you've got teams like Vorpal Sword south of you that'll be able to cause you a lot of damage. And if they don't get the knock, well, your vest and your lids, they're going to be ones grinded down, and you're going to need them, especially if the zone continues to go back towards the apartments.
Map as well, you can see Foot Esports and BBL, and essentially backfilling in onto Twisted Minds. I can't believe the lack of presence in apps, though. I'm a little bit surprised by it. Everyone else also wanting to take their chances elsewhere. So it's good news for Twisted Minds. They'll keep a lot of their supplies. They don't have to take hard fights in apps. They can split up. They got good vision around that position. Would still probably require a decent little feed going into phase 5. The Sauna Boys here on the edge of the blue continue to just fight their way through this game. But Elska's going to drop. Missay now the only one up, and that's not going to be a timely first aid kit. That should be death coming for Sauna Boys. Indeed it is. 10th place. Remnants of day one, though, Mark, is all I can say for Sauna Boys, where, again, if they go out early with a couple of kills, or they live to the end with only a couple of kills. They can't quite seem to piece both sides of it together and put it all together in one game.
Yeah, 100%. I could agree more. Again, it's 3 kills. I'm pretty sure that was game number 1 for them as well. So a repeat of history to a degree. Well, this is a team that's not trying to repeat the history now. They do have to work their way in. Na'Vi have had damage. So it does go down towards the blue here. And Vorpal Sword, well, they're going to use the smokes. It is a beautiful sea of colours of smokes as they will wiggle their way in. Good to see FaZe now finding themselves in the kill feed as well. A team looking to get more placements. We're only one potential team away from an 8th place. Hopefully FaZe will be eager. Oh, he's just picked up Na'Vi techniques. We see this a lot more now. A lot more. Use the vehicles as your 5th player and stack it with all the goodies.
Only Hakatori and Defex, but certainly a winnable fight against the remnants of Vorpal Swords after a force spawn early. 2 versus 3, but I like the position for Na'Vi. Tough to shoot through the bush here for Defex. Running out of ammo on the AUG, but Hope J able to find the head, and Hakatori just the solo and spotted.
How?
From a distance. That's code Marco for Hal, and Na'Vi go out on the bubble. 9th place, no placement points, and not a lot of points gained from this match. And for Esports will follow very shortly afterwards, but they at the very least do claim a placement point. 7 teams remain at the 21-minute mark. A bloodbath of a game begin day 2.
It was only the one game yesterday that Vorpal Sword got placement points, and that was the 4 they bagged. So this is a 1-up already. It's a good start for them. They have difficult rotation in. It might be a little bit more of a blind send as teams are holding the compounds. BBL just on the outside, so they'll be watching for the cars to sort of swing past. VP, well, they've picked the compound just south here, and you're right, Twisted Minds have been uncrashed so far. So I think they'll be sitting happy. I think they'll be key, but I think there might be a clash between this kind of BBL where the Vorpal Swords are not going to go towards. How are they? Here comes the push. Vorpal Sword now go over the top. They're going to be looking to try and take a little bit. Oh, the cars to the flip it. They've been PUBG all the way around. Can they get up? There's 1, there's 2. It's clean. As Sheila will be laughing. The car was back flipping its way towards the 7th place.
Yeah, I mean, so unfortunate for Vorpal Swords. I thought they did a decent job this game after losing Neighbor on the early rotate. He's down to 1 early, but they don't get too much more. Quite knocked by Petulance. It's been a completely vacant apartments outside of TM themselves. 6 kills are the perfect response to a day yesterday that they probably would have been too happy with, as How will lose their lives to a couple of different players. FaZe, though, will be largely the benefits. And for FaZe and Twisted Minds, Mark, well, they were 2 teams we spoke about in the pre-show as maybe having a lackluster day 1. Talk about the best way to begin day 2. 6 kills for TM, who also are going to gain quite a lot of placement points, and for FaZe as well. 6 placement points yesterday. They might just about match that in game 1 today.
I actually feel for them as well. They've got most of those knocks, but it looks like everyone else is steering, letting Twisted Minds do Twisted Mind things. And they're getting the knocks. There's 1, Petulance puts down with BBL on the rotation. They're going to continue to try, and there's a second one for Lou. This is an opportunity now for a team like FaZe, maybe BB team, to move on down as well, but there's a crash now happen, but it's only 1. Sheila remains. It's a 2 versus 1 as he got to wiggle his way in. He's got to take the opportunity though to get med, as Lou, well, he knows the car is crashed his compound, and when they've cleared that north side, that Twisted Minds will try and clear this as quickly as they can. They've got to be cautious though, because Sheila might slip into the building and back himself into a corner.
Yeah, Sheila, though, I think doesn't really want to fight, just more so wants to occupy a position.
Great nade.
That is a wonderful nade from Lou.
Great.
Incredible nade, and Sheila does eventually lose his life. I mean, his goal there for BBL and Sheila is to just survive and try and get top 2, top 3.
Yeah.
And you don't want to fight, you don't want to get seen, you don't want to get spotted. Loses his life, goes out in 5th. But talk about some of the big dogs. BetBoom, FaZe, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, occupying the final 4 positions. Have to remember as well, yesterday, Mark, we had 6 different winners, 6 different chicken dinner winners, and I wonder if that will continue with a 7th. FaZe didn't win yesterday. Twisted Minds didn't win yesterday. BetBoom, VP, they did. It's not looking like VP will win in this one with Quizzy knocked by Fex. It's been a good game from FaZe, but they've lost Gustav. So 3 up, 8 kills. It's been a great game. 4 up, though, for BetBoom and Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds in that apps position, I still like that position for them, and right now would be my favorite percentage team.
Yeah, they've got to be a high up there. It's 50-50, isn't it? Whether you got a chicken dinner from yesterday, taking the win and getting your first second, or getting a new chicken dinner. I think FaZe personally moved a little bit too early there, moving into pretty much the centre spot, and unfortunately drew attention from VP, Twisted Minds, and BB team. So FaZe go from a 4 to a 2 pretty quickly. They're going to try and stay at the top, but BB identifying that they are going to be weak now, and they're going to try and push their way in towards what high ground sort of remains. So 2 kills, a doozy is down. That's a great nade that comes back, and we're taking one for the team best lane on top of Corexy's nade, absorbing it. But it does mean BB team, there's a bit of a bleed now. They're down to a 2, and Twisted Minds are completely happy. Lou is going fishing now. He comes over the top, Phil first, does here, he gets the flash over, he's down to 1 shot, there goes 1 back. Great defense from BB team, but they're gonna have to try and hold on. Twisted Minds still do not need to move at the moment, as the zone will descend back down to them, but they have lost one of the players. Lou will be down and out.
Yeah, I don't hate that for Lou. Getting out of apps can be a little bit difficult, and if he can find a way forward up into the tree line, it just gives Twisted Minds the ability to maybe get into a different position rather than just having apps. This is going to be an open field finish. Tree lines now actually become incredibly valuable, even more so than just apps by itself. Everyone's got 2 up. Twisted Minds have got 3. After losing Lou, 8 kills for them, and this one suddenly becomes a bit scrappy to close out what's been a very fascinating and entertaining opening game for day 2 of the EMEA qualifiers. Petulant's on the move, and Twisted Minds know that they can't stay here forever. Going into Phase 8, then Phase 9, apps will lose its momentum, but if they can stay long enough for the likes of Virtus Pro, like where do VP go here? There is such open territory, such open space, only so many smokes can help them, but for BetBoom, for FaZe, the tree lines can keep them covered from Twisted Minds.
FaZe going for a 3rd time lucky. They move on down. The teams will be there. They'll be happy for VP. I'm pretty sure we saw FaZe take out VP's cars as well, so they've got no quick ability to get into zone. Suphex now finds the opportunity to take out Lucarux as a quick kill confirm on the Baltic, and FaZe, well, here's a 3rd time lucky for Corexy. He does now hold potentially a very strong position, especially with the zone sort of centers its way up, and BB seeing this, and despite dealing with the damage, or dealing the damage first when FaZe moved in, actually with having a player in there now, they've kind of got to play chess and move against Corexy's positioning.
Blue making its way in, and that's getting very difficult for Quizzy.
Good steal.
Just getting spaced out. The open field, Vex losing his life to Spyro, and Quizzy's going to take himself out. That's the right play. 4th place for VP. I don't think he was going to get any better than that. Not with the way that the zone is shaped out for the remaining teams. Twisted Minds get to take out Spyro, and he is able to just jump again into the tree lines, keep himself obscured away from Twisted Minds. Corexy the solo, but he got to the shack. It's a really good position.
Very strong position. It's the 3rd time they got down there. Imagine if they got there 1st time, or if they didn't go 1st time and went when Corexy went, they'd have numbers potentially remaining. But still a very difficult circle. Petulin is now ensuring that Phil first can't go anywhere with that car. Here comes phase number 8. Does donut up. And that is where and why FaZe were trying to move into this position. They wanted that based on this zone. It's going to inform Corexy won't have to move first. It does potentially mean that Twisted Minds might have to move against BB team, because if they go across to the east here, Xenox, they're going to be really, really open, and maybe the tree cover is going to help BB team isolate them. I think there's only one option for them. They've got to push their way now towards BB team, but the question is when and how. They might have a lot of util remaining, but they've only got 1 shot at this.
Yeah, the good news at least is Phil first is in the circle. Spyro can get in the circle as well. Then it changes things for Twisted Minds. The Apps is no longer in. That's the big determining factor right now. They'll eventually have to push off the roofs, push off the high ground, push out of this building. And that's basically what we're kind of banking on. Corexy's still in a god spot. He doesn't have to do anything. Now, the only issue for Corexy is if he has to play into a 1 versus 3 against Twisted Minds. So any kind of help from BetBoom will be incredibly pivotal for he and for FaZe to win this game. Even peeking here is just so dangerous, but he wants info. He needs to see where everyone is. As he spotted Phil first at the rock, 2 smokes. It's not a lot. You need to really keep those in the back pocket for as long as possible going into a phase 9 such as this.
Yeah, you're right. He's got to keep his head on the swivel. He's got to try and farm information. Fortunately, it's a bit like whack-a-mole as he pops up. They might find someone like Perfectix, or we might see him Phil first looking down on him. Spyro not too far away from zone. Actually, I think he's pretty much thereabouts in at the moment. Oh, that's some big shots from Battlegrounds. They've got this little ridge to play. So he won't be playing in from here, but they've got a decision now to make. Spyro looking to cook a nade down towards the Twisted Minds push out. They have lost a hard cover now as we are closing our way, and it is going to be phase number 8 as we go phase 9 in towards the dot. The dot goes towards phase, and there we go. Twisted Minds, well, they activate. They push forward. The nade's going to be in arm's reach of Spyro, and Battlegrounds lands a Kobe. That was key. That's put Bet Boom down to 1 and phase down to 1, and Twisted Minds still hold up as a 3.
Yeah, massive nade, and puts Twisted Minds in the best position to now go and win this game. Saw Phil first fire a couple of shots into example, but he was able to stay alive. Correctly has to make a decision here. Does he try and push out, try and get involved in the firefight, and almost kind of team up with Phil first, who might just make the plan of just dying in the blue anyway? Corexy in the shack position should want to try and play this out for as long as possible. Smokes are up. That makes it difficult to spot anything. But Phil first and Corexy, it really is just a matter of, do you go for second? Big knockdown though onto Perfectix. Does Corexy push off of this?
Has to.
Should know that his position is known. Lovely spray from example. At least second acquired for FaZe. And a 7th game played here in the qualifiers with a 7th different winner. All but confirmed now. Perfectix down, but they should be able to get revived. They want Corexy. Pushes out, but he cannot win the battle. Lower ground position. Being out of the shack, in which Twisted Minds knew exactly where he was anyway. An 11-kill win. How fitting for the team in 11th coming into today. And that's going to see them rocket up the standings.
But it's another team. Finds themselves a chicken dinner under, and they will sweep the kills, the damage, and the assist, though. Twisted Minds full control of the apps. Remember back in the early game, we saw them with that 2-2 split. That really worked out for them. The moment the zone sort of played back, they did pull back. They did collapse that 2-2 split, and I believe it was GG Gaming Gladiators did make an early attempt in, but they dealt with it. Once they dealt with it, it was kind of a flag in the sand that, hey guys, this is our turf. This is our drop spot. Don't crash us. And everyone else had to fight, despite all the early fights, on the outside edge, and nice control at the end. Really, really good win for Twisted Minds.
Really good for FaZe as well. Second place, good bunch of kills, even after the very beginning of the game over towards Potato Hill, where they could have very well been wiped out in second last place had Hal actually wanted to push on that, wipe them out. Instead, they get the 4 kills. They're able to get the revives, and they make it until the late game, get to second place with a bunch of kills. So for 2 teams that yesterday, 2 powerhouses of the region, maybe didn't quite meet the par expectations. Talk about the response here for day 2, game 1. We'll go to the match rankings though for this particular game, which is going to see Twisted Minds right on top, 21 points, but really not far behind them. FaZe Clan, 17 points. Those 2 teams soaking up the majority.
That's huge. Huge for both those teams. And let's give kudos, obviously, where FaZe due. They're on the hill. They took a lot of pressure. Yes, they attempted to take that shack early, and it didn't quite work out. But that was the plan. They stuck to that. They knew that's where the zone was going to end. And that's really high Q with actually, this is going to be the position we want to fight this one out from. They get down there as a solo. Unfortunately, Fex hold that anchor play. But at 11 kills, points obviously for 17. Not bad. Not bad for FaZe. And we spoke in the pre-show actually about where they were looking on the overall leaderboard, and actually they were struggling when it came down to placement points, bagging themselves a 2nd. That's going to make a big change, and that does levitate them up towards a 4th place. So all in all, Twisted Minds and FaZe Clan are the winners from game number 1.
Yeah, and again, not much separation. You got 6 points separating 1st to 5th, and you could really make an argument even down to Primal. It's only 16 points from 9th to 1st, etc. So it really does go to show, again, another example, FaZe, Twisted Minds, 2 teams that were bottom 8, essentially. Now you're going to have a big game, both top 5. And that is a top 5 as well now, Mark, where we're through 7 games. And that is a very difficult top 5 to break into, because those teams are absolutely stacked. So now it certainly puts pressure on everyone else in the competition. If you're starting slow and you're just not quite getting things to go your way, you're running out of time. There's only so many games remaining. Luckily for us, we've still got 5 more today. Short break. When we come back, Erangel on the other side. A huge result for two of the heavy hitters in the region, Twisted Minds and FaZe, soaking up, I think, about 38 points between the two of them.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds continuing the streak of different winners as well, now to 7 in a row for FaZe Clan. Big performance. And 5 that is now looking increasingly difficult to break into, Mark.
Top 5, yeah, slightly gaps away. Definitely worth noting after game number 2, though. Early pushes from ATC. How looked pretty good as well. They're making decisions based upon obviously defending their compounds, getting kills. They're aggressive on that third party. FaZe lived to fight another day, and lucky enough for FaZe and ATC pushing into How, actually allowed FaZe to control that higher ground and then move later on. So lots of early fights. Is that part and parcel of game number 1? I don't think so. What I can tell you is we've got 18 and we're going to have at least have a couple of teams get a second chicken dinner on the board.
Yeah, an incredibly fast-paced Erangel, one that we probably don't see too often when you go down to like 13 teams before even going into phase 2. Man, it was quite open space, a lot that you could get, but ultimately teams just wanted to fight it out. It was a very aggressive kind of lobby to begin for the day, and a little bit different to what we saw from yesterday, and the heavy hitters themselves benefiting the most. As we do head into game 2, though, very shortly, Mark, are you anticipating that it's going to play out in a similar fashion, or that we see a little change up, maybe a little correction to be somewhat similar to day 1?
I'd expect an early fight, just because again this is the midpoint, right? This is the midday where actually there's a slight gap on the leaderboard. There's teams trying to break away. Actually, if they continue doing the same thing again, if we get a Twisted Minds, we get a FaZe again, that's going to help them. That's going to levitate themselves up to the top, and I wouldn't be surprised to see BB get a bit more aggressive and just try and extend their lead at the top of the table at the moment.
What's interesting as well, 7 different winners. We've had 7 different second place finishes as well. So when it comes to that top 2, it has been evenly spread throughout the competition, throughout the vast majority of the teams. Pretty easy playing path as well for game 2. Final game of Erangel until the closing games of tomorrow. So we won't see it for some time after this particular match. Don't fret, we've got plenty more games today. Of course, Rondo to follow, and then Tago, and then Miramar here for day 2. But yeah, there's only so many games. Like, we do get to a point midway through today where we are essentially midway through the qualifier already. Fortunately for the majority of the teams, it's still a very tight lobby, but when you look at the teams that now occupy top 5, top 6, you imagine that they're going to be able to continue on. So if you're a Sauna Boys, a Primal, an Ascend Club, BBL, Foot Esports, you've got ATC, all of those teams need to now find another gear. They've got to find another way, because they've all had some issues, either points in terms of placement points or kills. If you're a BBL, you're struggling to stay alive. If you're an ATC, you're struggling to stay alive. And certain other teams as well struggling to maybe find the kill points, like an Ascend Club, for example. Default circle, let's center it up again, as we kind of did for game 1. Now into game 2. Virtus Pro with an early little drop against KZL. Shipless able to get the knock on to Quizzy. 1-for-1 right now, and that's going to be Quizzy dead. And a chance to look down and maybe get some more. 2 frag grenades in the pocket, and that could be Nixie down if he's not careful, able to just run past in time. Talk about the timing on that one.
Nixie always got that timing. Now come reinforcements. Looks like, yeah, 1-for-1 now. Kazil able to maybe get that res back on, but they've got to maybe get a little bit more of a hold. As VP, well, that's probably going to make the push in. Nixie has that Uzi as he is making his way up. Shitless will be trying to launch a nade and stop the push coming in from Ibby on the other side, but he's feeling like a little bit of a one-man army. He seems to be carrying this team on his shoulders at the moment, especially when it comes down to this defense, and he's going to go for another knock. Great shots come through, but unconnecting, and he's going to been able to not get that knock. He's stuck himself back into a bit of cover, but Harry re-peak for Nixie, and the reinforcements, well, they go down. Shipless going to try and make it happen. He gets one back himself, looking to get the secondary point on the board, but Ibby needs to keep the pressure on, and you definitely know Nixie will be making the calls exactly where he is, and that's that wrap round that we saw from Ibby. That was all comms from Nixie, telling him exactly where he was, able to identify. It's going down to potentially the final player from KZL, but let's wait and see if Ibby can see it. Doesn't quite catch it in a VSN in your back pocket, close range. That's not a gun I would like.
So thought about the revive, but thinks better off it. Lucarox is not here over in Gaznaya. Time goes for Shipless. Lodwaster's going to clearly bleed out. There's the drop down from Ibiza. It's really cold waste though. Lucarox has found a vehicle and is making his way over 2 versus 2. The Shipless up and healed as well. He'll be spotted on the corner and a good tag from Kasu. Making his way in is Lucarox at this point. It's the sunk cost fallacy for Virtus Pro. You probably want to fight this out. See if you can at least find 2 more kills in a 2 versus 2 rather than taking your chances elsewhere in the rest of the game. Lucarox has made his way over, armed and kitted and ready to get into the action.
Just
You have to fight this one out. Both teams have to.
He didn't pull up on the other side, did he? He didn't want to go for the split. He's come to give Ibby reinforcements. Now, he's got 1 bandage remaining. But Lucarox's positioning was all there to give Ibby that cover. He could have easily come around this side. He could have easily played blind to where they didn't have the information. But VP disciplined enough Xenox to just tuck him behind and play this one out as a duo.
Yeah, you have to continue this fight because now you're not likely to get much in terms of placement points, to get many more points from this game. If you can at least get 2 more kills, that's, well, 4 kills, that's 4 points, and then you still get the opportunity moving on. If both teams just split from here, I don't know if they're going to get much from this game. Maybe still holding at the compound. Lucarox maybe going for a wrap, see if he can find a different angle. No one has necessarily split just yet. I think Kasu wants to continue to hold a little bit of this higher ground. And Shipless and Lucarox may actually end up rotating into each other at this rate.
Both teams thinking the same. It's like a good game of chess, I suppose. Lucarox is looking back. He's seen the player on top of the 3. The shots will whistle on by. That's going to tell Shipless at least roughly that someone's moved further afield. Okay, so we'll be there. Let's look back towards Lucarox now. Tension is as Ibby was trying to get the high ground, but unable to, I suppose, claim that building. He's now moving his way closer, maybe looking for a push in towards this building. But as it stands, I don't think they've seen Shipless. I don't think they've seen that wrap yet. He's not made any noise. He's not popped up enough to cause them a concern. That's either going to go 2 ways for this team. They're either going to be really creative and come round and force VP into an undefendable position, or they're going to get caught out 1 versus 2 each time.
Yeah, I was just about to reference the map as well. The fact that there's not really much else happening anywhere on the map. You know, dead center circle, default kind of circle as well. A lot of space, a lot of ways to get into this first phase. Certainly a lot of ways in which it can play out from here, so you don't need to rush into this kind of circle. You can make your way in late if you want to. So these two clearly are going to just continue to battle it out. It's really the only thing to watch right now.
But the
Might
initial
take a
shots
bit of
come
time
out.
to get there, though.
They've now identified that they're split, and that kill feed.
Oh wait, nail up.
That
That's what
kill
Esports
feed's
have
going
made
to tell
their way
them.
over.
Yeah, there's a third party action now, and they would be kill feed reading, so they know numbers will be down. They're going to push in. This is a team that's going to want some kills as well. So Nailip gets the knock. All now push in. They're going to hold an anchor. T-Bone will be trying to provide intel where they are. And don't forget, obviously with VP sitting down low, you'd expect Queso to be spotted, especially from T-Bone, as he's a little bit further afield. But you must be going to spot that player on the top. So for Esports, they've got the numbers now to take out both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. This is not what Virtus Pro wanted. Virtus Pro wanted to be able to at least get the last 2 kills, push out from here, find a safe spot deep into the circle, ride it out, and see if you can maybe get top 8. But now your escape potential is virtually slim to none. The best hope would be hold an angle, hold a corner, but Ibby gets spotted. Lucarox will just probably have to stay tucked in and hope that they don't check and clear this angle properly. Maybe he could get a down the flush combo. Yasu on the top of the building as well. So the 3 players that Foot Esports are trying to corral all in the same building, all in the same area. And Ibby going for the crawl over might be able to get revived.
Bard's going to go for a bit of parkour. I think he's thinking about it. He knows he's trying to find that player. That rest does happen. So maybe he'll be back. Now they are down meds. I'm pretty sure Lucarox got in his back pocket. Yeah, he does. Sharing is gearing with the team. Now comes the push. They've tried the angles. They tried to be creative, looking on that higher ground over. For Esports, though, being creative with the flashbang as they do stop their own push a little bit further in. Bard's obviously looking to go in one way. T-Bone holding the off angle. And you'd always look on that counter now, especially if you're coming from this side. That might be where they've tucked in. at the moment. They haven't got the other confirmed, so they'll be expecting it. Great nade comes in, and it's just the guys methodically ticking off bits and pieces of this compound, using the angles that they know, disciplined to try and go where someone's on the roof. I'll be able to bottom there. There's one, and that is clean. 4 easy kills, though, for Esports. That shows the discipline. This is where they get the balance between the kills and the placement, because they're just methodical about how they tackled that third party.
Yeah, I agree. I think discipline's the right word there. They were very clinical. They wanted to play that slow, safe, and then realized, okay, this is taking a little bit too long. Blue starts to move. We don't really want to be in this position. We want to be able to progress forward, but we know these guys are a sitting duck. Push in. Enough time wasted. They do it in the right manner. They cleared everything out. Good nade into the counter, and from there, they knew the last player was on the roof anyway. As we head over to Ascent Club. Bit of a bridge camp here on Dvork. Game in a row for them, unfortunately, coming out at Sosnovka Island has not been easy. As they lost a bat in the opening game on the Milter side bridge. Now on the Lighthouse side bridge, Ascend Club are making life very difficult for them. Good to see for Ascend Club on the aggressive foot in this game. Game 1 certainly not ideal for them. It was 12th, only the 1 kill. Certainly a lackluster start to the day, but this is a really good way to kind of get the vibes and the confidence going, build up the morale, get a couple of kills, be a nuisance, and yeah, not much that Vorpal Swords can now do from a position like this.
It's going to be tough. I've tried to go one bridge. It failed. They've gone the other way, as you said. It's failed. But it's Ascend. Ascend now holding the outside edge. We're going to wait for the next zone to see if it does whip across to the other side, but for now, we are going to try and clear this final player up. The zone comes back this way. That plays towards Ascend. So they've got a bit of time now to clear these remaining players from Vorpal Sword. 1 still remains on Millie. But for now, they just need to keep focused and maybe send 1 player to think about the next step. But with this style of zone here, Xenox, who's really going to be playing down towards a southwest? Maybe Navi. You can see him crossing over the bridge. They know ahead of him will be pretty hectic now. So there you go, moving on round. So apart from that, most of these teams might hunker down. Pachinki, the hill, South Pachinki Hill. I think these are all going to be hotbeds where these teams expect the end zone to final up.
Chrome's going to get knocked down by It's Chris as well, further compounding the pain for Vorpal Swords. Nicely done from Ascend Club, and the phase 2 circle shift actually going to the southwest is probably good for them. On a bridge camp like this in towards Lighthouse, you can push up, got the field play if you want. Yellows at the cliffs, not a bad spot for Betboom, but I imagine they probably push out of that. Could be a backfill option for Ascend Club. Yeah, BBL, ATC. One of these guys going to be cooking up. Yeah, Pachinki Hill at the moment as well. ATC want this position. You can see Levante off into the distance as well. Game of Gladiators are close by. Smoke on the stairwell. Made in hand for next, and he pretty much has no real information to play off other than knowing that there are beneath him. There is someone in the building. Where they are, though, always difficult to gauge, and just trying to defend his position for as long as possible while the cavalry does arrive.
Where is the cavalry? The cavalry's far out, aren't they? They're not nowhere to be seen. He's playing this on his Todd. Marselect, who hanged back from that push. Well, he's got the intel that he's made a jump for it. He's making a run. So ATC will try and claim this one here. Nice to push forward. Doesn't quite catch that. CCR will have to duck into this trench and maybe try and lay low. Maybe he gets a blessing that GG will take the fight with ATC. I actually think he's going to be exposed very shortly. So we can see Levante moving on down. Navi, well, they did go for the wrap back and around. Remember, they dropped Novo, especially on those initial flight passes. They've come over one side, they've gone back that way. But for now, any trolls in chat looking to get a kill on the ball. CC Boy's going to go for a complete run on the field. And there we go. Because we'll play peekaboo. That's the first one down for BVL. Who gets to confirm? It is ATC. That's the first point for them. They'll be eager to now keep that momentum on. As some shots came from the hill, they know there's pressure coming in from South Pachinki Hill.
Yeah, I do wonder if they want to continue to push on this, get aggressive, but with a circle like this, holding position, not awful either. Now pretty much dead center. Okay, but Gladiators on the Pachinki Hill too, certainly a better position. Hard to push into that, hard to push up into that, so might just make the calculated decision to kind of hold their position, hold their space. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, I guess for BBL, they must have just valued the position that they've got. You can clearly see on your map now, over towards the western side of Pachinki, that they didn't want to go and help out their teammate, maybe sensing it's a lost cause, which we know that sometimes is the case, where it's just like, well, bad luck. If we send it, we go to help you, we probably get wiped. We probably lose more than we possibly gain by trying to help out that solo. But you can see now, good position for ATC. Good position as well for Gaming Gladiators. Razor with the E pickup finds himself parachuting down in the middle of both of those two teams that I just mentioned. And moving away, he'll get some information. Solo for Vorpal Sword, Circle Pop. Coming very shortly. Over to Pachinki.
Oh, that's painful.
Stays in this vicinity.
Oh, that's painful. Vorpal Sword, he had the opportunity to stay airborne. He could have been in the air but when that popped and made a decision. At that point, that might put him over Pachinki, but now the great migration will happen. How? Well, cross paths, though, with the lights of FaZe. Twisted Minds already move in. We see these trenches in the south, Pachinki with his zones become very, very impactful, especially in the late game. Maybe not the kills that you want, but you might find the numbers will remain. Twisted Minds full send. They're going to close the road in this sort of southeast corner. Na'Vi now make their way over, and Kid will have the intel. So with a send quite far outside the zone, they've got a decision to make, go for kills, which I think is what they're going to need. So they might focus their attention maybe for a little bit longer to figure out which way Na'Vi go. Or, knowing Ascend, they might actually try and position themselves. If they see the cars going, they might just chase this team down. So Kidikai's seen the cars go. I wouldn't be too surprised to get in the car and sort of maybe ensure that Na'Vi don't get entry back out the blue.
Yeah, it's been a strange start to the day for Na'Vi. Only, 3 points from game 1. They've lost effects here in game 2 in the blue, out of position. Ascend Club feels like they're just trying to get into a position to really gatekeep them from getting in comfortably. And Mika, that's always going to be a tough spray, but he has to just go for it, keep the pressure on. Seat swap, Hakatori, good chance, but it's Chris a little bit better. A little bit cleaner and sharper, and Hakatori's going to go down. And Ascend Club, it feels like they've just found another level here to begin for game 2. Another sense of aggression that they can maybe implement for their game plan of the day, because game 1 certainly didn't work out for them. Game 2, they've changed it up. They've tried to be a bit more aggressive. No more aggressive than just basically hunting Na'Vi down. So said, and Feyarista's the last two remaining, both in the blue, both out of position, and both separated from each other. This is looking to be a shocking start to the day for Na'Vi.
It's interesting how we say Ascend aggressive. It's very controlled. It just feels control, discipline for them. Now they know they can't continue chasing down those cars. They're going to try and send their way back in with the expectations are very difficult now. So you can see them on the map. They're going for a full send in toward Gaming Gladiators. Be surprised for them just to sort of hunker down that side. And they'll go completely across that snowmobile field. Pin repositions now. He's looking for the shots. We're going for that last car. Brexco is the unfortunate player. Goes down to a one shot, but the train helps out. And unfortunately, not for them, Ascend use the train against GG as they will roll on by. Dodge, duck, dive. But they're going into the dip, and FaZe already here. Vex picks. It's Chris. Mika jumps out. Kilikai full send. And Brexco comes down. It's like shooting fish in a barrel at the moment. And it is clean. FaZe will get 1, 2, 3, 4. Mika's car will take Vex. No one else is contending. Just lack of information, but they know where the end zone going. Do you know what? I know Ascend have gone out a little bit early there. I did like that game. I like that aggressive stance for them. Maybe they left it a little bit too late moving in, but they picked up some more kills. Just keep on chipping away at that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of game that if this was like a scrim, you'd be ultimately happy, but it's not. It's an official. It's qualifier. You need a bit more. You know, you could take a lot of learnings and a lot of good values from it, and I think that's probably what we will kind of take away from the game for Ascend. Did a lot of good things right, but ultimately you're going out in 14th. How much praise could realistically give a team like that? But I do like what they tried to do at the beginning. And here comes Bumble Squad.
Oh, no.
What have the Bees got for FaZe? FaZe so far have been able to ward off teams in game 1, now into game 2. These two, of course, fought it out in the opening game, and the Revives have swiftly come through momentarily, but not so much now. And Bumble Squad haven't really pushed into FaZe. They've actually kind of just taken a position on the other side of the trench. Mortar strikes come down, but miss. And a nade from Gustav does the opposite. Lands perfectly onto Tuster. Wait for FaZe to maybe just see who's occupied the other side of the trench and think, hey, a lowly team. Bumble Squad's not doing well this tournament. This could be 4 points up the grabs, and more nades in their direction as Crosscow goes down to Vex. And I think FaZe might just be sensing an opportunity for 4 more points in quick succession.
That car's going to go. It's going to go. It does blow back, and unfortunately, not enough to get the complete collapse. It looks like Twisted Mind tried to launch one as well. FaZe might not have the U2 now, so they might have to take this aggressive head-on fight, though. Bumblebees, well, they will defend their nest as they will pop up those deployable shields. Gustav is having a little look at it here, but that smoke will soon dissipate. How far down do they push? And more importantly, you're not really going to leave any team, despite the numbers. Yes, you might have got one, but even as a solo, you wouldn't want to leave a solo, unfortunately, down at the end of the trench. For now, Na'Vi getting a knock on to Primal, as you can see in the kill feed, and maybe you don't need any more smokes because the cars will provide enough cover with any kind of push.
Yeah, the vision as well obscured. A bunch of smokes thrown out. So FaZe make the right call. They don't push. They can leave Bumble Squad in that spot. Play off of the information that essentially they get. If they get crashed, FaZe will be aware of it. How they want to proceed. And yeah, like you kind of said as well, lacking in utility. 5 kills. Another good performance here from FaZe. Back to back to begin for day 2. Don't want to say I told you so too early, Mike, but it was one of the statements I made in the pre-show that for FaZe, they did a lot right yesterday, but they probably didn't get the chocolates. Well, they're starting to find it today. A couple more nades have been found, acquired, and thrown into the direction of Bumble Squad, who are seemingly under fire. Absolutely under fire. Beautiful Molotovs. Corexi will clear out the remaining remnants of Bumble Squad, and that is them wiped out. 2 teams wiped out at the hands of FaZe, and they will more than happily collect more kills, and they also have got themselves a FaZe 5 circle pop into their direction. Pachinki is where we are heading.
Yep, you got a smoke to get rid of the bumblebees, and that Molly was pinpoint accurate for Corexi. Yes, we are heading towards Pachinki, but for now, Primal are trying to take the fight on with the Sauna boys, who now fight on the outside edge of South Pachinki Hill. It'll be a fight for the high ground, though. Nade will come back. Novi does pick up Sosed, and looks like BB team, well, they go down. 12 players is an early loss for them. Joxy, Novi, the final 2 remain, and they've got a limited amount of time before they can get this res on, before the blue zone will start pushing in. But Sauna boys, who haven't received a knock just yet, they might want to get involved in this third party. It's Ferris, well, I think there's only one place that nade's going to go. That's going to be posted right next to the car, and does get the re-knock onto Daz. He now makes the push. Novi goes down. He's going to make the play. Sauna boys activate their clear one. Now they're going to claim the victories or the spoils of war that came from Na'Vi. Maybe looking for that res to happen. That nade will finish off Daz. So they'll be claiming another one. That should be number 3 here for the Sauna boys. And looks like how, well, they're falling short as well. Tempty does pick up then, so it's number 3, and then it goes number 4. Double nade. 9th place for Primal. We're now in the top 8, as these teams will now have to look at claiming the South Pachinki Hill. It'll be a little bit free for the Sauna boys, and then it's moving on down to the, the ever-ending lasting of Pachinki. Numbers can survive in towns, and we might be surprised that maybe we lose 1, maybe 2, but I'd expect some high numbers in the late game.
Yeah, so 3rd game in a row now for Primal, where they've been unable to get placement points, and those 3 games coming directly after their win yesterday too. Yeah. That happened on Erangel, so that's concerning for me. Because for Primal going into game 5 yesterday, we go to Erangel, they get a win, you think, oh, maybe this is a chance for them to kind of turn things around. And then in the 3 preceding games of Erangel to follow, it's no placement points in any of them. So that's a little bit of a concern, and they've dropped right down. At one point, they occupied an EWC slot. Now they find themselves in the bottom half of the table. So how quickly things can fall if you're not on your A game every game, as Nailup's going to get knocked down by Mixon. We're seeing ATC into an end game position. It's not often that we've been able to find that for them. In fact, the last time they got placement points was game 3 yesterday.
Yeah, they've got big decisions now to make. I think they'll be focused on maybe any kills they can get in the field. I think they'll be waiting for the zone to sort of give them another blessing. You've got to give FaZe credit, though. They've taken this, they're holding this, they took it quite early, and now they spread across the line. And, praying there's no more cars coming in. Actually, maybe it's just a loot from the bumblebees and play back in towards that central spot. But wait for this zone to pick up. Twisted Minds, a couple of shots over. Only 1 kill on the board for them, as they are taking a couple of pot shots at Foot Esports, who had quite a free rotation coming on the north side. And really contending them. They cleared out a few, and obviously we saw that early third-party engagement. It does go back towards the northwest. Again, FaZe and Foot Esports BBL still remain as well. But I'm kind of favouring an ATC, maybe FaZe here, if they can stay alive. And I suppose it's dependent on this next zone after this point.
Yeah, interesting circle shift. Probably makes things a little bit open. Love the spot for any trolls in chat. These are the kind of games. If you're going to have any influence on a tournament such as this, you've got to get points from a match such as this. Bottom 4 coming into this game. Good spot. South side. They got Gamer Gladiators pushing in behind them. That's going to be the main threat. You still got the Sauna boys Trying to just make a bit of a last-ditch effort to get into the next circle. Hammer Gladiators have got vehicles, and I do wonder, are they going to be looking for a big wrap in the blue, then come back in on the northwestern side? Right now, thinking better of it. Saying no to that plan and wanting to just play the hill, get some information, maybe push it in behind Sauna Boys. 5 kills for Gaming Gladiators, but how much more can they survive in a game like this in a position that they find themselves in? Sauna Boys, they're just playing the long game. Use all the smokes that they can muster up to do what? To get to where? That's the problem. What's the end goal for a play such as this?
Well, that's the last dip, I think.
And Gaming Gladiators are crashing. It's a crash. Full send in onto any trolls in chat. And we know the history. Over yesterday and today, it's been rough in these compound fights for any trolls, but Marcelek with a double nade. Talk about a defensive start for any trolls in chat. Best way to deal with the threat of Gaming Gladiators.
Huge shout from Master. It's the second time he's found himself in an off position from the rest of the team and been able to capitalize on util dumps on towards players. Now, let's see if they can clear one. They're looking for the second, though. Marcelek again looking to be creative as he moves a little bit wide. There comes one, but Fuzzface is now going to reunite Gaming Gladiators with another nade. Rox and Dante will have to lay low. Vorpal Sword have an opportunity, but the Sauna Boys have an opportunity as well if they can peekaboo up, if BBL will give them half a chance. Fuzzface, you'll be looking for anything more. There's no more heavy util. He had nothing. Keta has nothing. Here comes the push, though. Looking for the flash. There's one. Final player now for Gaming Gladiators. This is much better from ATC. He sees one, but oh no! Rock's able to pick up one. Mickens is down. Marcelek is down, and is ATC falling apart after such a successful defense on this crash.
These are long-range shots, though.
No,
Although, that's a close-round shot from Rox onto Fuzzface. The others, though, in Pachinki are just getting some pot shots in. It's not helping out ATC at all. The revival of Marcelek is successful, but Keta, bad spot. Rox is just able to get to Levante just before he was bleeding out. Any trolls in chat? I'm a little surprised that Sauna Boys haven't pushed off this to get out of that really bad position out into the field. Little pop-up at Lyron with a good angle from a distance. BBL, FaZe. We're seeing these teams pepper from a distance. It's making it very difficult for ATC to just maneuver themselves around the compound.
It's all BBL. BBL are the problem. There's a knock on Marcelek. I think that's why Sauna Boys can't move. BBL not moving, just hounding their hell. But I think the boys have dropped the ball. They should have cleared. They had such a great upward hand, and they've lost. Yeah, they've taken it. Gaming Gladiators move on into the hard cover. Now they're going to claim as much as they can when it comes to the util that they had in the other players. Yes, they've lost 2, and here comes a dump. And ATC, well, despite being such an aggressor on that defense, it's a different game now for them. They're having to go defense. It's a 2-2. Vorpal Sword of stuck in one side. I'd say BBL were the huge disruptor for most of that, but they should have dealt with a fight in that compound.
Yeah, I mean, you've given up just key real estate here and high ground that Rox can kind of see down for what? A bowl, a trench? I don't know if you really want that position at this point in the game. Yes, you can kind of move down there, but who's on the other side of that trench? It's FaZe. This is rough for ATC. Down to 2 players. Great work, though, from Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, they made 100%. The decision to send it in. Love the crash. Love the aggressive style. It works out well. Rox and Levante doing a great job staying alive. Yes, they got a helping hand from BBL. And because of all this commotion, you can see there momentarily Jempty crawling out into the field. He's making his way in. There's every chance if he something like that he can hide behind, it could be a long game here for Sauna Boys after all.
That's the Vorpal Sword's doing the same as well. They could have pushed in on the third party as a solo, but opted not to. Well, the 360 spin, you can't do that to James. Put down Lyron. Should be able to get a med on. Sheila needs to not throw the blue zone nade towards Lyron, but he needs to throw it back and stop any kind of push that's coming his way. Footy Sports continue to dump a bit of utils. Ain't seen will throw a secondary nade. Won't get the confirm just yet, but you can see in the kill feed, Twisted Minds getting the quick kill confirm on towards Nailip there. Bit of a Clans now on the outside. Oh, T-Bone looks down the road but doesn't get the off angle. Well, for example, playing wide, Ain't goes down. It's all down toward Vard. Footy Sports looking strong, pretty much off phase number 1. But now they find themselves down numbers to a solo, and Twisted Minds, well, are they going to be able to get the reses? Potentially. They are just about in zone at the moment, but this is all looking phase. Look at how well they've spread out now, ensuring no one is taking their trench away from them.
Yeah, full trench control, and with that you get full map control. Gaming Gladiators might just end up actually trying to take the fight onto Marcelek and mix and crash that little bowl trench that they've got at the end of it, and then from there you push into FaZe. You see Jempty's been able to get behind a Haybell. He's got another crawling mission ahead of him. The good news is, though, for someone like Jempty, right? Like, yes, he's out in the field, he's out in the open, but he's also hasn't been spotted. If no one knows he's there, everyone else is so consumed with what's happening around them, and they have to be. You can't be too worried about someone out in the field. Levante almost gets knocked down, peeking the window top of the barn. Marsalek and Mixon covered in smoke. This is a really difficult position. 8 kills, though, for Gaming Gladiators, and making the most of a bit of a poor positioning early on with a good crash and a good scent. Mixon, though, trying to just make things a little bit better for ATC after losing the compound. Can they eventually win the war despite losing a couple of the battles earlier on? Smoke's dissipating. Don't know how many more available for any trolls in chat. Slightly lower ground position. And difficult to push out of this because you go back to the fight itself and BBLs had full vision. They'd have even more vision to this. I don't know how either of these two teams are going to get too much further in a game like this. Nades down to the direction of Marsalek and Mixon, falling short. More smokes, though. If anything, that might be good cover for Marsalek to play off of.
Yeah, both actually sets of the smokes have come from Gaming Gladiators, so using it on a deny the ability for ATC to see. But it does play both ways. You're right, smokes can be an advantage or disadvantage, but Gaming Gladiators are now using it because the compound's now gone. They're going to have to chuck some mollies in. Will ATC burn to the very end? There are a couple more flashes going. No. Talk about burning. Has it gone in? No, it's just gone over the top, unfortunately. Or lucky for ATC. They're spraying a few shots in. This is scrappy. In the best of cases, Rock does take the head of one. Marsalek backed into a corner, but it goes right into the middle. He gets one. Is it 1 versus 1? Levante, goes down, and Marsalek survives with 1 HP.
Oh, he's not going to have any time for the revive here. In fact, he might just end up going down to the blue. He's kind of trapped in. FaZe should be able to just finish him off anyway. He did get the heal off. The blue hasn't been able to envelop his position. Smokes make it difficult, but I don't see how he gets out of this alive. FaZe with a tiny little push. They can just spray down below, and eventually Fex will get the kill. Rox gets the bleed out as well onto Mixon. So I think that's 9 kills from this game for Gaming Gladiators as we turn our attention over to Twisted Minds versus Vard. And Vard, though, with a nice kill. Nice knock onto Example. Flush to follow immediately. Down to the top 4 now. FaZe with the numbers. 3 solos versus FaZe Clan. And it will be an 8th, if they win it, an 8th different winner through 8 games.
We're going to go 16 games with 16 different winners. It's going to be the case in number 17 with a first opportunity that they have to have a second win. Well, I'll give a big shout and kudos to Sauna Boys. Jempty able to play a different game, but he goes in third. And, he could have gone out well before then. And FaZe Clan, who took this position so early on, they have control. They know where they can and can't move. And I think they're now just ticking off exactly where the players correctly swings his way around. Initial shots come through, and Vorpal do get one, but it's a winner, chicken dinner. 24 points from FaZe, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a full FaZe logo pop up on the kills, deaths, and assists because, wow, they took that position early. They defended the bumblebees. They defended the ascension from Ascend that landed into their grips, but from that point, they had full control of that zone and they made it work to their advantage. Some teams, though, from those positions, maybe keep their heads down and don't get the kills, but there was a turning point. These cars come flying in. FaZe like, yeah, I'll take these points. I want to get myself up to first place.
And they are. They are going to be well and truly first place.
Absolutely.
In fact, they might be the first team, Mark, that has a bit of separation. That was such a big game for them. They were only 3 points behind BetBoom coming into this game. You're going to get that win with, 14 kills or something like that, right? It's going to really see them actually get good separation. What an opening 2 games for FaZe. 24 points here. I think it was like 17 points as well in the last game. So that is a tremendous start to the day. They were 8th place coming into today. They had 6 placement points all day yesterday. So the response has been swift. It has been resounding. And it has been noted, considering I did mention them in the pre-show, that they could be the team today to kind of bust things open. And they've done that on Erangel. 77 points, 20-point gap. We haven't seen anything like that throughout the tournament so far.
That is the first time, and that's the first gap that we have seen. You're right. FaZe Clan are separating themselves between Twisted Minds. And, insane. As I say, 55 kills. But the thing is, they had the kills yesterday, right? So they, hey, keep that one going. Let's just work on placement point. Game 1, second place. Yeah, okay, we fell a little bit short at the end, but GG's. And then with second game in, well, we hear you loud and clear. It's not FaZe Sunday, it's FaZe every day. As they bag a second and a first place, answering that shortage they had from day number 1, which was placement points.
I mean, it is Sunday for me, actually. So maybe,
there you go.
Maybe my early pre-show words and the fact that it's Sunday here in the land down under might just be paying dividends for FaZe Clan. If I can give Vorpal Sword a circle yesterday, maybe I can give FaZe Clan the boost today. Yeah. But look, 20-point gap for them. We're not even at the halfway point today, but by the next game, we will be halfway through the tournament. So you can clearly see for FaZe, if you got that gap, you can maintain it. Who knows where they could be then going into tomorrow. We're going to go to a short be there, so you don't want to miss it. Well, a dramatic start from FaZe Clan as well. They didn't win game 1. They did finish second with 11 kills. And then in game 2, they've gone and gotten the win with about 14 kills. They've got a 20-point gap going into the rest of today. We spoke about the beginning of the show, Mark. Who's going to separate from the pack? Well, FaZe look like the early leader.
They are. They definitely put a statement on day 2, haven't they? We are claiming the opportunity to extend. Go moving to Rondo now. Then after that, we've got Tago. So the individual maps where sometimes we see the highlights. It was Sauna Boys yesterday. They got the chicken dinner, and it was actually the game that they changed where they with their play style. Now for Sauna Boys, yes, they got a high placement point in the last one, but they're still not getting the kills. So I think they do need to reset and reevaluate how they want to play it. But maybe they'll be the first team to go back-to-back chicken dinners, at least when it comes down to a Rondo.
Does feel a little bit cursed though, that chicken dinner, that win. But at some point, you would imagine that has to change. You get through 8 games. You said it before, we're going to get 16 teams. Well, no, we know the answer to that is very much a resounding no. It's statistically unlikely to the point where I just don't think it's possible. So at some point, anyone from that sort of top 5, top 6 position is going to find a second, maybe even then a third. Right now, it probably is looking like it could be a FaZe Clan team that could do that. The other thing as well is Vorpal Swords finishing second, continues that second place streak as well of 8 different second place finishes too. So it has continued to be that even competition for everyone but FaZe now. That's the thing. FaZe with that 20-point gap set themselves that little bit higher than everyone else heading into Rondo at least. Now you've got that 20-point gap. That's not that big. In most normal tournaments, you wouldn't really put much stake into that. But with the way these qualifiers have played out and how close the competition has been, I mean, let me quickly just rattle off these numbers. But Twisted Minds, VP, BetBoom, and Gamer Gladiators Na'Vi, the difference in all their points is 57 to 55. That's it. That's 2nd to 6, 2 points. So highlights, again, still how close things are. You're basically 1 win away, though, from still catching up to FaZe Clan, for example. So a lot of action still to be played out as we head into Rondo for game number 3 for what will now be the halfway mark.
It's about that consistency. We spoke about it pre-show, didn't we? And coming into today, we saw the Na'Vis, the BetBooms, the Gamer Gladiators holding that high level, right? The 7s, the 8s. Today, they've not really got things kicking off. And I was about to say, this will be the one map where we're going to see Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. They are going to continue to hot drop here, so expect it again tomorrow, guys. Yesterday, they split slightly across it, and they were able to sort of move on out. This time, well, they might have had a pre-show chat and gone, right, we're landing on this compound, guys. 4 versus 4. Maybe this is going to be the claim. Twisted Minds hot drop against Na'Vi. Initial shots do happen. Na'Vi get the first one. Battalions then answers. Hakatori goes in for Perfectix as well as it goes backwards and forwards as they try to get the claims on. The first one will come from Twisted Minds, and so he said will be confirmed out. But unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they got 2 DBNO, but I don't think they're going to have a lot of time to get these reses on.
Yeah, these are the kind of fights that Na'Vi need to take, though. This is a team that came into today first place. Then they're in 6th place now, 4 points through the first 2 games, and now on the verge of going out in last place here in game 3. It could be 4 points through 3 games for what was the lobby leading Na'Vi to come into today. Twisted Minds with the 3 kills, all 3 of them 2 Battalions, and only 1 left standing now for Na'Vi. An absolute capitulation to begin here on Rondo, but what is essentially a follow-up to a shocking start of the day. Erangel was bad for Na'Vi. Rondo proving to be much worse.
Worse was the case is going to drop their average all the way down. You can see on the mini-map, though, KZL, they are lurking in the wings, ready to maybe get a third-party action. The team, arguably, that could take a third-party action, maybe clear a few points. I think they'd be looking for maybe Twisted Minds to at least get a few knocked. Hopefully, Na'Vi will be able to produce that. But down to a solo player, looks like Perfectic, for example, don't have any meds at the moment as they are flashing on 1 shot. As Battalions still leading the charge. JS9 in one pocket, shotgun in the other. This is a dangerous combo. He's going to take half a second just to pop a med on. And at what point he gives out those bandages to the other boys. Not at the moment. Battalions is looking for a full, clean wipe.
Yeah, and to really kind of highlight the drop, Na'Vi today had 200 PGC points in the back pocket. Right now, it's 55. That's the drop from 1st to 6th. That's how much of a drop-off it is in terms of those points. Because, of course, they are a team that's already going to be heading to Riyadh as one of the global power ranking teams. So, in terms of top 3, they don't really need that for the LAN itself. But the PGC points, yeah, 150-point drop. And who knows, by the end of this game, they could be out of the top 6 altogether. So, it's been a rough start for day 2. Twisted Minds, though, yeah, really good turnaround. So, Twisted Minds and FaZe, we kind of begged the question coming into today, how could they turn things around from a bit of a sour day 1? Well, they have done so really quickly. And most importantly for Twisted Minds, when you have these hot drop battles, yes, you get the kills, you get the win, that's great, but you don't want to lose members. They've got 4 up, Mark. They've got 4 players alive. So even if they don't get this last kill on the Pharaohs, that doesn't really matter. 3 kills, 4 up, That is a dream start here on Rondo.
There's a dream start for them. They're going to launch a few blue zone nades in. I think they know roughly where he is, but with no sound cues, it's going to be very difficult. Blue zone will cause some damage. Now you can med through it, but not when you've got Luge taking the ace and taking the ace actually away from Batulings, as he'll be looking to claim up. KZL, they don't move their way in on the third party. They move on around as well. So Twisted Mind's got some time now, I suppose, to get looted up. The zone is in the centralised area. We can see Twisted Minds are in. But a very disappointing game from Na'Vi, you mentioned before. Yeah. So let's see what they can do. They've only got one more Rondo left in their back pocket, one more hot drop. You mentioned yesterday it was a bit of a throwaway map potentially. It's only the one, but argue to say that's a big blow for that team.
Yeah, it certainly is. It really is a big blow considering where they were. They didn't have a massive lead by any means. It wasn't a case of they were in first with a big lead or anything. They were just kind of leading a lobby that was very congested, very close. They were kind of just a little bit better than maybe everyone else. Very consistent yesterday, but yeah, today, quite shocking. 9th place, 3 kills. 11th place, 1 kill. Now dead last, no kills. It's just gotten kind of worse as the day's gone on through the first 3 games. You've got a bit of time, though. Sit back, reevaluate, and I'm in time until we head over to Tago and then into Miramar. So you kind of have to now reassess halfway point of the day. Okay, this didn't work out. What do we do during the time that we wait for this game to finish to get, you know, a bit of a change in the perception of things for the remainder of the day? What do Na'Vi want to take out of it? So center circle as we kind of turn our attention to the main game. For Twisted Minds, it's great as well. The 4 kills, 4 players up, perfect. I was kind of looking at some of the numbers that they got yesterday, and I think it was I think barely like 20 kills. They've almost matched their kills from all of day one now inside of the first 3 games today. So really highlighting the change up for Twisted Minds as well. Far more aggressive, wanting to take kills, wanting to go for fights, as ATC are actually going to send it into Virtus Pro. They've got the numbers. Lucarox coming in. This time not going to delay his entry. We saw it on Erangel. Stayed in Yasnaya. This time he comes in early. Good contact from Quizzy with an easy kill onto Mixon, who maybe wasn't anticipating him to be that close at the doorway. Not the best start to this send from any trolls in chat. 1 down already.
1 down. Fuzzface trying to get some verticality. Ketan does move in, but both teams now fully collapse on in. VP got the numbers up slightly, but Trolls and Tats still playing quite tight. We see the wrap now coming around. Nixie trying to be creative. We know what he does. He doesn't do it well, but does he get isolated here? Any Trolls in chat got to really, I suppose, annihilate the damage that Nixie can cause, but Fuzzface swings a shot round. He gets down Ibby, but instant answer from Lucarux as he's covering his boy.
Yeah. I mean, this is not the fight that ATC want. You send it in, you've got to be the aggressors. That's fine. That's all well and good, but Virtus Pro up for the task. Yeah, I love the position here as well for Nixie. They've got all angles covered. Virtus Pro. The main goal now is, can they, similar to Twisted Minds, keep 4 players up? Yeah. And you have these scrappy early fights, 7-minute mark, a bit of a send from ATC. Now they're scrambling, 2 players up. Are they going to just sit in a building, hide in a corner, flush someone after a knock? So VP have got to be very careful, but they get the revive. They're fine, 4 up. Now they can find the others. Marcelek gets headhunted, headshot from Lucarux, and that's going to be an easy kill for Nixie on the flush, and suddenly only 1 up to get up. ATC, sorry to say, but it is not going to be a good follow-up game. They were certainly far better in that previous game of Erangel, 7th place, 5 kills. I was kind of somewhat happy with their game until probably that fight at the compound with Gaming Gladiators. But yeah, this is a shocking game for them on Rondo. They chose to send it. They chose to fight this. They wanted this, and it has not gone to plan.
They want the kills. Do you know what's frustrating is they've as the 4 players, they have the full capabilities. The only thing I think we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing 4 individual players playing 4 individual games. Yes, they might be give or take in the right location, but it doesn't look like it's joined up just at the moment. Virtus Pro, on the other hand, though, they do get the reses in, like we saw with Twisted Minds, you mentioned. They want to keep the numbers up, so they'll be eager just to get some more intel, figure out where the player is. Marselect will be, obviously, he was on that's the north side, so I think they're trying to figure out where Keta lies. Big shout for Nixie, though. That move in the car, that really drawed the attention down towards the south, and that allowed them just to reset, get the reses in. So for that one move, gives these guys the opportunity now to stay 4, but they've got to dig out the any troll that sits with a shotgun in the bedroom.
Yeah, and these are always the nervous moments as a team when you're sweeping, but for Virtus Pro, I do wonder if they're going to worry a little bit more about positioning. They might just let Keta survive this. I don't know. I mean, Lucarox has kind of moved away from the compound. Maybe just wants a bit more of an overview, but to scout out, get some information, who's close by. Has there been a backfill? The issue with this as well for VP is they don't have like a good 2-2 split, for example. We know that they like to play in that manner, take space, get good control. Because they're still dealing with Keta, they haven't got that space. They haven't got that control. In fact, Ascend, it's Chris, has moved into the compound just north of VP. I think the compound that they originally wanted to play out of, I think that's the compound they came in from that 2-2 split where we saw Lucarox come in to help out on the crash from ATC. So they've lost the compound for this, but they've gained the kills.
See all the boys coming for that third party action now. Obviously with the car moving on in, so because he's looking back that way, I think these guys are going to make that decision whether to go or stay, and I think the right call will be for them to go. Maybe move a little bit further on. The zone is about to move its way in. Actually, today on the APAC, they actually had a stadium ending. That was really interesting to watch. The stadium was in the north side of it, so a lot of teams did remain. I don't think we get a stadium this side, but the zone can bounce pretty much anywhere. Does go for that top side. We get kind of get that bamboo. We know that right hand side, that east side of the zone's got a lot of verticality, where we see KZL. They potentially gave up that third party with Twisted Minds for Na'Vi for position. They've got it now, give or take. FaZe, well, we can see them on the E-pick. They might even take that verticality away from that team, as they'll be looking at those mountains as potential opportunity to get themselves again into a late game.
It's only a small note, but the discipline for VP to just say, okay, we didn't flush out Keta, we didn't want to risk it, we're going to leave him. We need to get going. This is a big circle shift away from us. They don't even entertain the thought of either going for a rushed clear or sticking around and waiting for him to come out. They don't want to put too much value on one player. They leave him behind. They got 3 kills anyway from that earlier fight with ATC. So Keta stays alive. Everyone has vacated away from that compound now due to this circle pop for P2. Hal just wanting to ward off Virtus Pro and just say, nope, this is taken, move away. Not a bad little spot to play out of, but we did see a lot of teams Southwest in the fields around that compound of ATC and Virtus Pro. They all got going. Whereas for Ascend, they've gone stadium side. Sauna Boys have gone for a massive wrap on that side too, and into Bet Boom. So for Virtus Pro, they wanted to take Hal's compound, couldn't quite get there. We're probably wondering why BetBoom maybe are even still here at this compound. It's not inside of the circle. Oof. It's not even in phase 2. Why are they still here?
Those rotations are Rondo. I think I said before, we said day one. It's the one map I don't think people have got it locked down yet. They're still trying to work it out. Well, we do see the UAV from above. He's going to be calling out the evacuation from Ibby as he will continue going on by. And it's definitely one of the key players we see a lot of the time in the glider. I'm pretty sure we've got BetBoom and Ascend in the gliders.
He might go for 1v1 with Keta.
He might do, yeah. Can you go for that seat swap? So, yeah, keep an eye. I do see though he's going to park that one up, and UAV successful.
He's at the compound. I'm watching one of the. He's kind of just driving around it. Keta hasn't moved, by the way, so he's still in that compound, and Ibiza has gone straight back to it. It's the. I mean, it's like one of the best chances to still get a point, right? So he goes back and just says, "Oh, I'll just take the 1v1." Talk about the whereabouts of mine though to anticipate, unless there's like an E pickup here maybe that they didn't quite take or something, but everything in my game sense is saying he wants the 1v1 with Keta.
My spider senses tell me it's a 1 versus 1. I think you're right, mate. We're down one player. Let's get at least 4 on the board. He's having a little scout. He's got no meds. 23 bandages. Maybe that's what he's come back hunting for. Keta, he's got more meds. He's still got that level 1 lid, but he's got that shotgun in his back pocket. He just can't make the sound cues. I think at some point Ibby's going to go, oh, was that a gun click I've just heard? Or someone shuffling away. So a bit dangerous. I think he's going to wait for him to appear through the front door of this the compound itself. So
well, I mean, there is the other part of this, though, that Ibby may beg the question, is he even still here? And judging by his movement now, when he first moved in, he was very cautious. Wrapped around, he made a lot of noise, etc., but he was kind of looking into the compound. The way he's like vaulting there and the way he's looting, I'm not too sure if he actually is aware that Keta's still there. As we watch Ascend on the rotate now, they went for a heavy wrap. These two teams in particular, Sauna Boys and Ascend Club, both went for that stadium wrap, so they were coming in late here on the western side of the circle. Phase 3 pop actually heads into Bamboo, so it changes up the landscape a little bit rather than that high elevation of the eastern side, and that 1v1 does take place. Ibby catches Keta, and it will be an annihilation onto any trolls in chat. They go out in 14th, and Ibiza will get at least an extra point for Virtus Pro.
I think you're right. I don't think he knew he was there, so time. Got to go. Zone shift down. Bamboo. This is an interesting terrain. For those that don't know, the trees around Bamboo you can drive on through. So it doesn't stop people maybe going for a full sink. Gaming Gladiators have found themselves in the middle of that bamboo forest at the moment, so there won't be as many lines of sight for them out. I will say I've seen the zone end there as well. Now that's quite interesting when it comes down to this east, because you've got the high ground. We're going to see some teams trying to hold that one. KZL, FaZe, they're going to fight for that high ground, but eventually the zone sometimes shifts away from it. And if it does go to that Bamboo Central, it will allow a lot of teams to kind of send it in on the cars. So Gaming Gladiators might not have a high killing game, but they might be fighting for a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, Jumped is driving away here, although missed it. Nice little turnaround. Spot smash on the roof. Gets him down to half health. First aid kit will pop. I was having a quick look at the leaderboard, by the way, in terms of who could be the next team to keep the individual wins going. It would probably have to be a Howl or a Foot Esports, looking at kind of the next two in line. The top 7 now have all found a win, so Howl and Foot Esports 8th and 9th respectively. The likes of Ascend Club, of course, probably not looking likely now in this game after the crash on the west side didn't go their way, only down to 2 players up, so unlikely for them. KZL close by to FaZe on that higher elevation, no longer really in the circle, no longer really prime real estate, but for FaZe, it's been a really good day so far. How do they navigate this? Is James going to be aware of the fact that Kasu is going to be on the close side? No, he's got no idea, never really checked it or cleared it properly. Corrects the fall as well by Shipless, and it somewhat feels like KZL have almost set a trap, and FaZe have just walked into it.
It's the danger of those E-pickups, so isn't it? You don't have the intel. And with KZL, which were hugging these rocks for some time, maybe they went over and above and just didn't quite see. So they're moving cautiously, but they've now lost 2. Fex is maybe being left to a bit of a lamb to a slaughter. And he might be able to try and claim 1. He's not in zone at the moment, and the car will whip round the other side. So yeah, Fex is kind of left. And KZL, well, they've picked up the 4 kills. I think they'll be eager to continue to hold this east side. You obviously come back down to who could potentially win. I think it's all going to be down to this next zone. Phase 3 to Phase 4, that shift could be quite dangerous. And we've seen Foot Esports find themselves in good zones. I wouldn't mind actually seeing a Foot Esports take the good zone and claim their chicken dinner. But we are going to find out in about 6 seconds of where this zone will end up.
Yeah, I'm probably anticipating a Bamboo somewhat circle, although that maybe doesn't encapsulate as much of Bamboo as I anticipated. Shifting actually quite a bit to that northeastern side. It's a nice little reprieve if you're a primal and you've got a good 2-2 split. I'm curious to see how... Oh, they actually got a 2-1-1 split. Very aggressive at this point in the game. You have to group that up. And yeah. I just wonder if they group up as 4. It's looking like they will. Love the spot for them. Volposaur's on the north side too. You can get some information, but I think they probably want to backfill into that compound on the northwest side. That's what Razor's gone and done. Not much that Gaming Gladiators can do. They probably just stay inside of Bamboo for the time being. And Ibiza, making his late run in through the blue, has 13 first aid kits.
Timing. Oh, looks like the car will be safe as it looks like they're going to take an E-pick now. So maybe he's positioning himself to not get spotted. I think he's just going to med his way through. I think he's got enough meds to do it. I've seen teams win from Primal's location, so they have collapsed into the right compound. If it does shift in between, they will have their height advantage in the end game. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. Deucey's going to go, maybe not with a glider this time, as he will take the helicopter route in. It's going to be scouting ahead. This is what he's using this for, guys. He's taking the E-pick up. It is maybe the death for them if he can't get down quick enough. But what he's going to be able to do is get information on this compound very early. And might be able to keep BB alive, as they will just maybe get the calls to turn away from this one as they go further in now towards Bamboo.
The other thing as well is you keep your 3 vehicles. So you're getting all that information. Yeah, Doozy does die. Well, he's actually down. He actually can end up revived here, so we'll see. There's a bit of pressure right now on BetBoom. I don't think this is the destination that they would have really wanted. The hope is that you scout out, you get some information, you then drive in, you either crash or you get a bit of an open compound. For BetBoom, it's kind of just gone balls up here. You don't really get a good spot. I mean, it's an okay spot, to be fair, dead center of the circle, but clearly a little bit vulnerable. Following in on Sauna Boys now, who have taken the fight, or I guess you could say continued fight with the Ascend Club. It's been going for quite some time since that initial Phase 3 crash on the western side. And Ika now the solo. And it's looking like another game of what ifs for Ascend Club. They never really got their foot in the door here on Rondo, and Mika just drives around hopelessly, aimlessly. To what end?
It's just a game. I was hoping they were going to do it though. We saw them split the trees through bamboo. So, as I said before, it's the area you can drive right the way through. So using it as cover, and it does really blind shots for teams and players. But unfortunately, I do lose one. Mika will have to try and keep alive. Vorpal Sword will give up the high ground now as BBL do wrap in behind. There's a couple of smokes, and Mika might be just trying to deploy one as a bit of a, I'm not quite sure, I'm not quite there. Let's reposition his car to try and defend off BBL, but they've got other issues at the moment. One, the zone, but two, the zone shift should be away from it, and there it goes. So they want to keep their cars alive, and they're going to have to try and rotate their way in, and that's a big shift down. Interesting that we can see on Primal's position, they've gone back for another wrap. They didn't all send towards this, well, I suppose this hold in the area. They went back the other way, so they're still trying to be greedy, but now they've lost it. That's a good picture now, yeah. So they came to this compound on the left, but then they went back, so still trying to hold a 2-2. Maybe they're looking for some more kills, especially coming from this east side, because a lot of teams won't have much cover.
Yeah, very greedy. Very greedy. I mean, they had the 2-1-1 split, so they had the compound that Vorpal Swords are at, and they had Rustamar's position too. But you're right, it looked like they were grouping up onto the Rustamar compound, but Nuvi and Daz actually went back. That's no longer in. I'm actually surprised that they haven't just immediately rotated in, but maybe wanting to make it difficult for teams to wrap in on that eastern side. Vex has just got a wipe on the KZL. Didn't quite get to watch that one, but over at the mountains on the far east, out of this next Phase 5 circle, has just completely wiped them out. And FaZe will go very quickly with him, but it is at least a couple of kill points that I don't think they would have anticipated they would get after really being sprung upon in the mountains earlier, back in Phase 4, where they lost quite a lot of their team. BBL now on the rotate. They go well and truly wide of Mika and Vorpal Swords. And here comes Sauna Boys. Now, to be fair for Betboom, they crashed into this before. I thought this was more vulnerable than it actually has turned out to be. The shots have stopped into their direction, and BBL sending it into Rustamar. But they've got the help, and this is why they've still actually got the split. We were wondering why they haven't grouped up. Well, look at the overview. Look at what they're able to do to defend that compound for any sends, and he crashes. It's worked out well from Primal. They played this perfectly.
Yeah, definitely on that side, that 2-2 split. Unfortunately, BBL had a 50-50 chance. They put themselves in the middle of the 2-2 split. Vorpal Sword, on the other hand, they come blind to the other two. So they come now on that northwest corner. If they continue their way around a little to the east, could be dangerous. But yeah, Primal got to give up that 2-2 split. They've now got to come to that south side of the compound. They've got to position themselves to take the fight or play an off angle. They can't stay now as a 2-2 split. It's worked once. It might not work a second time, especially on Vorpal Sword's position.
Daz has stayed, Nuvi has gone in. So yeah, very interesting the way they've played this. Mika slipping in as the solo for Ascend Club and has actually found an huge 3.
Wow.
The solo effort for Ascend has suddenly changed the landscape of this fight. Primal, can they at least clean up though? Because Mika's just the solo. 3 dead in front of him, not out, but just about out. No, he goes out. Rox gets the kill from Gaming Gladiators, all happening on the northern side, and Sauna Boys have started to make their way in towards this position as well to clean up for Primal. It's all gone horribly wrong, losing a couple of players as well. Rustamar is down. Nuvi and Daz, the last 2 up, 6 kills. It's been good the way they've played this, but just so many numbers and so many different teams pushing into this compound.
Everyone's going for hard cover at the moment. A few sitting back. They are looking for the kills and steals. Gaming Gladiators obviously are one of those teams that sit on the west-hand side. Vorpal Sword surviving by the smoke. A massive shout Ascend, and we'll try to get something to happen there at the very end. Mika does fall down short of the placement points. Right in our top 8 now, so that's where we start picking those placement points. Footy Sports now find themselves in the centre compound. BB have their position. It is blind to Footy Sports to a degree, especially up towards that top side where Elska is. But Elska's providing cover now for the Sauna Boys. They've pushed in, but they've pushed our Primal team out, and now the nades will continue to rain fire. It's going to be our Sauna Boys versus Vorpal Sword versus Primal here, but don't forget, when you saw that map a minute ago, you got How on the south, Ibby still alive for VP, and Gaming Gladiators, boy, they're claiming the whole of the bamboo forest at the moment.
Just wonder for Foot, is this their game? Is this the best game that they've got in terms of a chance to find the win? Good compound, Phase 6. Howl to their south. Did mention those two as being the teams that maybe could keep the run going in terms of individual chicken dinners of this tournament. Vard knocked out onto Ruin, so they might actually engage on the south side of the zone. Champy able to avoid the blue zone nade. 3 up still for Sauna Boys, along with the 4 kills into the final 8 of this game. Certainly better from them than Hal to get wiped out. Combination of Foot Esports and Gaming Gladiators. 8th place for them. Never really were likely. Bit of an open field on the south side made it difficult. Everything out and open. B's up, by the way, still alive. He had 13 first aid kits. I'd love to know how many he's got now, but he's done a really good job. For Virtus Pro, you got to think back. They've got all of the 4 kills that they got from that initial fight at the beginning of the game. Now he's getting them placement points.
Yeah. Yeah, from a position where you're a final player, you're going back to get some meds. Interesting zone, as it now sort of gives away. Gaming Gladiators, you can see them in the kill feed. They're starting to activate now, aren't they? They're starting to get some kills and steals. So we're seeing a deployable cover. It's one of my favourite additions to this map. I wouldn't mind seeing it across
5
additional maps. And Ibby, well, sneaky. Does he do a Mika? Does he pick up some additionals? Gaming Gladiators, they've got a bit of a spring in their step at the moment as they are picking up kills both north and south of this zone at the moment. But there's your answer. He's got 5. He's going to be down to 4 now, and it's phase number 6. Ibby needs to get ahead of this blue. He has to get ahead of this blue.
Yeah. Yeah, he's made the right call of not shooting there. Get up, run. He'll get back in. That's fine. Then down he goes again. 20 seconds still till phase 7. He's pretty close to that line. And obviously for Levante and GG, they got no idea. Levante's actually kind of split from his team as well. So he's a bit vulnerable if Ibby can get behind him. He's a solo, essentially. You can see off into the distance how low Ibiza is. He'll be able to first aid kit up. He hasn't got many remaining. Jempty actually down to the boy, 5 HP, and just driving past his Levante.
Oh my God.
He's almost run over Ibiza. He didn't spot him.
Ibby's got second life, mate. It's like, cat.
Oh
9 lives up for Ibby at the moment. The polar bear still surviving. And here comes Gaming Gladiator. I'll talk about them activating when it's now towards BB team. Smoke wall does go out there. Come the nades, come down. Deployable cover is in mass now at the moment. Can they land the Kobe? Pin pulls the pin on 1. Now craps at 2. Phil first trying to do anything he can. Dante will clear it up. Great nades coming from Pin. And Gaming Gladiator activate. Top 4 is a 4 versus 4 versus 1 versus 1. This is for esports potentially claim to fame for a chicken dinner. Or actually, it could be Gaming Gladiators. Oh, maybe second chicken dinner as Levante seat swaps and denies Elska. It's now 4 versus 4 versus 1.
9 kills for Gaming Gladiators. They had a decent finish as well to that last game of Erangel. So, what are they? Top 5 coming into this game. This could very well be second place for them on the overall leaderboard with a good finish here. Well, it's already been a good game anyway. From here, anything else is a bonus. But Esports, though, have still got the building. They've still got the hardcover. That's something that Gaming Gladiators have got a little bit of, but probably not for much longer going into phase 8, then, of course, into phase 9. There is a crate as well. Dead center, what's essentially going to be the central point for phase 9. Something to consider as a little bit of extra cover. There's a couple of rocks as well that you can play. But I do wonder for Foot Esports, they've been at this compound for a while. What's their vehicle tally like? If they've got vehicles they can use, they can send forward, they can crash at a rock, they can crash at the crate, they can then have that extra hardcover going into phase 8, phase 9, 4 versus 4 against Gaming Gladiators, who have got a couple of vehicles still themselves. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Foot should have plenty of vehicles if they want to send it, get to a rock. The only issue, if you go too early, you are then going to be very vulnerable to, say, nade spamming.
Yeah. It's like that Erangel game. We've got the road divide in both halves. It's actually be clear. 4 versus 4. Good shots. T-Bone.
6 bullets though.
1. And I'd like to say, yeah, they are low. Now, lucky enough, he is 6 for 1. So he has 7.62 on the second, but they've been here for a while, and I think that's part and parcel. They've not had no one crash. They've not had the opportunity to reload their util. And it's going to be very long before T-Bone, unfortunately, is going down to just 1 gun.
There's a rock play. So, as I was kind of talking about, there's a couple of these. This is on the more northern side. Good little split option. If this does shift slightly north for VAD, it's great. If it goes south, maybe not so great. And you can see that's already barely in. If it is, it's going to be from some very fine margins. But what VAD can do is it keeps the attention of Gaming Gladiators up onto that north side along with that south side. So a bit of a split for Foot. But we saw a split yesterday. I can't remember the game, but I think it was on either Rondo or Tago. One of the teams had like a beautiful 4-man split and it all just fell apart. So sometimes playing together as a core unit can certainly be just as good as going for space.
Yeah, we had that on Erangel as well. Remember that primal win with How were the team that split out, didn't they? They were looking for the angles. This is going to come into a big effect now, especially with these style of zones. Those Doritos landing down into a middle zone. Wonder how many more of them these teams have got. And like chess, GG, well, they go the other way around. Vard, you can go north, we go south. We're going to pressure the compound now where you've got the numbers. He's got 2 nades in his back pocket, but he's 22/2. So both 5.56 guns, it seems to be an ammo issue. Does Foot Esports have enough ammo to get it over the line with a couple of whistling shots past rocks? That's not going to be helping the situation. As Vard also down 26/2, both 5.56. I don't actually know if Foot Esports have got the ammo to take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing is going to be nades and smokes as well. If you haven't quite got the ammo capacity to spray it down, you know, you look at a position like this, imagine if you could get someone out into the road running on over, throw down a couple of nades all at once. Like, that's probably a double knock. But you can see they've got to be so careful with these shots. They just don't have the ammunition. It's honestly at the point where you probably have to conserve for phase 9. You're going to have to conserve, because we know the smokes are going to go out. The smokes are going to go out from both teams. It's going to cover the road. It's going to allow you to push up, play close, play the close angles. You look at that org, right? If you're a Vard, you've essentially got 2 really good sprays. The portable shield goes down. So you don't have the option to just pepper, waste your ammo, wait for the close quarter, and that's when you can spray, and then you don't have to worry too much about the ammo.
It's part and parcel of keeping that pressure down. Sometimes you see these players will keep an angle. They'll hold an angle and wait for players to run into the sort of death zone, right? Foot Esports can't do that. You're right. They have to get up close and personal. And
here we go. There's the run.
Here's the nade. Well, Rox backs away. Dante's going to be there as well. Here comes the spray. They've committed all to one side. Vard does pick up one. Actually, Dante's able now to try and hold more util dump. They're going to isolate the individual. They've got to confirm. So it's a 3 versus 4 now. As Foot Esports got the number. Dante's on the outside of blue. He's going to have to wiggle his way back in. But Foot Esports don't have the ammo to commit fully now to that push, as they will focus back towards the north. Spray a few more shots, but only one player down from a large util dump, and it looks like Gaming Gladiator is going to start throwing back.
Tremendous positioning from Dante, and I think this is actually still very winnable for Gaming Gladiator. It's bad. He's done. He's not going to get revived. It's a 3 versus 3, opposite side of the road for both of these two teams. Smokes go up. Suddenly makes it very difficult to find the information that you would want. And I think Foot Esports could just be panicking a little bit. They didn't clear out the rock as well as they would have liked. They knew that Dante was still there. They couldn't get him. They couldn't flush him out. So where is he? What's going on? Suddenly you beg some questions. And then you start to worry about the ammunition count, of which Gaming Gladiators have got plenty. If it comes down to just spraying into the smoke, the GG are going to win it.
They can do it. They can hold the angles. And they can literally spray for free now. The smokes are dissipating. The teams are running out of smoke. It's going to be a bit of a clash. I'm surprised we've got no more of those deployable Doritos at the moment. And it is a number advantage, or was a number advantage, sorry, to Foot Esports. But here comes the push. T-Bone goes for Dante. Nailip comes over the top. He's got enough one. It's down to one player. They're doing everything they can. Levante's backed up, but Levante answers. He gets one. He goes for 2. It's a 1 versus 1 at the end. Can Levante hold it out? It's T-Bone versus Levante for GG.
Plenty of smoke still up, not quite dissipating just yet. Pin, Dante could get some information if they crawl forward, get into the other side of the road, try and find out where he is. Molotov's still available for Levante. No more nades, no more smokes available. T-Bone's got plenty of ammo. He doesn't have the same issue as some of the other members of his team. 4 wide, lovely play. Levante, the flash into the rotate, gets the kill. 13 kill win for Gaming Gladiators as they steal it from Foot Esports.
Wow. Do you know what they stole? They stole the individual games. 1 game, 1 new team for winner chicken dinner. It's the 2nd time, but the 1st time we have our 2nd chicken dinner under the board. Gaming Gladiators claim 2. It so nearly went towards phase at the end. I think ammo was a huge problem, though. A huge problem. They were unable just to spray into the smoke. But oh my God, Levante behind those Doritos, wow, able to keep his cool, calm and collective and able to bag a chicken dinner.
Dante as well behind the rock. If he goes down at the same time as Rocks, then suddenly it's like 4-on-2 in favor of Foot. You can corral, you can take a bit more space, you can even push over the road if you really want to. Because they don't clear the rock properly, they can't actually push over the road. They can't get as much information as they want. In the end, for Foot Esports, they had that compound for such a long time. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed they didn't get the win, but they shouldn't ultimately be too disappointed from the game as a whole, as you can clearly see on the match ranking. Still got 10 kills. You know, it's not like they just copped a feed, for example, and then they only had the 3 or 4 kills, and then they're disappointed because they didn't get the win. They still had 16 points from this game. They just didn't quite get the chicken dinner. And as you said, Mark, and pointed out, it means Gaming Gladiators will be the first team to actually go and find a 2nd win for this qualifier. And it's really disappointing because Not disappointed for Gaming
So
Gladiators,
close.
but it was also going to be the continued streak of second place because Gaming Gladiators hadn't finished second. So it would have been 9 games with 9 different winners and 9 different second places, but that has finally ended. FaZe on top, and just like that, said it coming into this game, 1 win and you can catch up to FaZe, and it now puts Gaming Gladiators a little bit of a distance above 3rd and 4th respectively.
And for Esports, obviously trying to close down as well. So yeah, good results from them. That keeps them in the talking points. That keeps them on this side of the leaderboard. But it was so close. But we now make our way potentially towards that halfway point, because with day 2, and it's going to be Tago time next, and it's another individual map that sometimes we see some creativity. I do want to see a little bit more from some of the teams on the right, especially like the teams like Ascend. Obviously VP, big shout for Ibby, able to survive even as a solo. I know he had some huge amounts of meds as he clawed his way in at the end, but do you know what? I just want to see a little bit more. Sauna boys, I want to see Ascend win. There's still a lot to be had.
Halfway, which means we're only halfway and we've got another half to go, Mark. So plenty of time to get to maybe what you want eventually to happen. And look, that was fun. That was enthralling. We need a break, as when we come back, we've got Tago, and hopefully we can do it all again. A win in the second game of day 1, and now a win here for game 9 for Gaming Gladiators. The first team to find themselves with 2 chicken dinners. It's been a really, really terrific day for them as well. They got 9 kills in the last game, 8th place. Yeah, sure, not great for the placement points, but they've had a good day, and it's got them into second place. Only 2 points behind, that fast-starting FaZe clan who, had 4 kills. It was an okay Rondo, but ultimately KZL taking them out the way they did, a little bit disappointing, and maybe just brings them back down to earth a little bit and keeps the separation rather low. It's not a massive separation for FaZe and Gaming Gladiators to the rest of the competition.
Well, if Gaming Gladiators didn't bag that, the gap between FaZe would have still been there potentially. So Gaming Gladiators actually ensuring that FaZe just don't run away with it. That they started really well, FaZe. They went down some numbers. That I think we really saw that E pick up, that downside to it where you don't really get all the intel. And FaZe clearly went over the top of KZL, and those guys were hunkered in and able to try and hold out. But that's Rondo done dusted. Obviously, Tago is another single map, and it could be up for grabs for anyone, or we might see our second chicken dinner. If Gaming Gladiators bag themselves another back-to-back and win this game, it will maybe claim in the top spot after.
We don't have enough time to cover all of the talking points and storylines, but as we head into Tago here very shortly, one of the big ones that has been developing is Na'Vi. They came into today first place, down into 8th now. Mark, the 3 games have been abysmal, and they went out very early of Rondo. They've been on the sidelines for some time, waiting in preparation here for Tago. They've been able to have a pretty extended break, talk things over, maybe even a cheeky little VOD review. They need to do it now here on Tago. 4 points today through 3 games is not enough for a team that was leading the lobby at the end of day 1. If they don't turn it around here, they're going to find themselves really, really right back in the back of the pack, rather than even in the middle.
Do you know what? The only thing I can add to, because I 100% agree with you, is the fact that they're not really changing their game style. If we look back at day number 1, the average points for them were like 9. They were still playing split, and arguably they lost a player. There was a couple of games where they were 3-man up, and they were still bagging a good placement and kills, give or take, and they had that balance, and that's where they got that average point nice and high. Day 2, I don't think they're changing their game style in any way, shape or form. I just think people are adapting to how Na'Vi play. So I think they need a few more tricks up in their bag. They need to deploy different game strats. It looks like, well, we only got 3 on this one, so that's not going to be a good start for them. If they are down a player, they just need to be able to play slightly different, especially in the early game, because people are taking advantage of them. Oh, there is 4. Ferris is a little bit lower. I can see him. There are 4. Hiding.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that for Na'Vi as well, that's where you got to ask the question, right? Like, as a team, you probably come together. Once you get eliminated there on Rondo, you got a bit of time. As we get a Southern Circle here, which is, speaking about Na'Vi, as far probably south as it possibly can go from them. They're the furthest team from the circle. Again. Not ideal, but it's continuing. But do you change things up? That is actually a really good talking point. As a team, do you sit back and say, do we change things? Do we slightly adjust here? Do we change this there? Or do we keep playing the same? We know that it worked well for us on day 1. It will turn. It will come our way. We've had a couple of maybe unlucky moments, a hot drop in game 3. Not much we can do about it. We lost the hot drop. It happens. A lot of good teams lose hot drops. So Tago, though, the kind of map where you kind of look at a circle such as this, and I don't think they're going to get like that split game. I'd love to see them group up, play a bit of edge, see if they can kind of control some of the edge space here. You're coming in quite late. I mean, they could have an E pickup, but then you don't have vehicles. So some question marks for Na'Vi. We'll follow their path here for game 4. Miramar to follow after Tago. Love this southern circle as well. A lot of the teams already around this area. FaZe Clan, love the spot for them. They're in a really good position. How? Are we expecting more from them? Every time I look at Hal, I feel like I expect more from them. 10th place at the moment. It didn't do a whole lot in the last game. In fact, over the last 2 games, they picked up 4 points. It's not like they're awful. They're not, an awful team by any means, but it does feel like they could do a little bit more.
How is a team that can dig deep, though, when's needed? And I think they've surprised, especially latter part of last year, early part of this year. They seem to always get in, qualify. They are the team that's there. But when it comes to getting over the line, the discipline for some of these bigger teams and I suppose the structure, like you mentioned with Na'Vi, that they would have had a break. They've got an amazing coach that he would have been having conversations potentially with them because they had the time. So how just need that last little bit. They need the ability to cross the line because we know they're good for a chicken dinner. I do like this though. I agree with you on this one. I kind of like FaZe's position as well. The GM's obviously already moved down. The high ground will try and hold out. We've got no river placement here, and river, the main split on the top. There is one coming down the east. We tend to find the zone will push back that way, but we've got a little bit of water cover that we need to lose. We've got the red zone, which you can't play. So I think these teams will edge a little bit more further south than they would normally. But the expectations are, for me, I think it might play back towards a northeast, and we might see that hill fights that we see quite a few times. And if that's the case, well, you might see how definitely FaZe in an end game position.
Yeah, and the harsh reality as well of the situation when you reach the halfway mark, which now heading into Tago, we're kind of now heading into the second half of this tournament. There's only so many opportunities. There's only so many chances. I spoke at the beginning of day one, the way it's like for these kind of tournaments, you've got 18 games. It's not a lot. Start well typically sees you end well. Not always the case. You look at a team like Na'Vi. In fact, they ended day one in first, now into 8th. But the way that they started really wasn't that sort of like hot and heavy and fancy team. They were just very consistent. And so, and that's probably the issue, is that consistency has just dropped a little bit, and hence why they've dropped down the standings. But you look at your phases, your GGs, those two have now put themselves in a good position where if they do close today and they've got that, let's say even 20-point gap to 3rd and 4th respectively going into the last 6 games, that might actually be enough to confirm you an EWC slot, for example. Those are 2 teams as well that would love to finish top 3 to get to EWC as well. A tournament that's got $2 million prize pool along with the PGC points that you get. It's huge. BetBoom, as of right now, halfway through the tournament, the 3rd team that would be going, even though they're in 5th, because of course Virtus.pro and Twisted Minds through the global power rankings are not going to occupy any of those slots. So Southern Circle, Sauna Boys on the move. I've enjoyed watching them. They're 7th at the moment, 59 points. They're actually only 3 points off at EWC slot. It feels like they've been actually pretty consistent over the last couple of games. 2nd, a 10th, but then 3rd and 4th. So really, if you kind of look at the large body of work over the last few games for Sauna Boys, yeah, they've been really in a really good position.
Just you talk about consistency. We see 2 halves of them. Aggressive play, kills, no placement. No kills, placement, give or take. And they just need to get that balance. They've got it in them. We look and we see some of the most successful teams over a period of time. The first half of the tournament, actually, some of these teams which don't start very well, when they build momentum into a tournament, are some of the ones that actually will claim the victory when it comes down to the end. Sauna Boys could be on that precipice where they're building momentum, as we saw a change in them yesterday. Will we see a change in them again in the halfway point of a day? So do need to dig deep a little bit more. This is another team which is a little bit further down, KZL. KZL Elma, they are positioning themselves not too far out, as they got a blessing of drops coming down. And this is one of the maps where actually it's not just the one drop, it's a sea of drops and maybe a sea of cover in the late game. But you can get yourself 2 free level 3 vests out of there, a couple of guns. That might make the difference for a team to be able to stay alive in the end game.
Yeah, and KCL's the kind of team, I think, where they've played their part in this lobby. They're a threat. You can't really just look at them and say we can brush them aside. We saw them take out FaZe in the last game on Rondo. But unfortunately, that's probably the only part they really have to play. I don't think they're a competitor for an EWC slot, a top 8 slot right now, 30 points. Again, you don't look at them as almost like fodder. They're certainly going to be, if you take a fight with them, they're going to absolutely back themselves in. They've had a couple of good performances. They've shown they can make it to the late game, 2 third-place finishes. But unfortunately, you kind of look at, well, if we're talking about large body of work, since those third-place finishes, they've only been able to make top 8 once.
Yeah.
So started really well. They can get some kills. They can be a little bit annoying. They don't have any kind of consistency as being an actual threat in this competition in terms of the overall leaderboard. But in the server, in these respective maps, running into them is not always going to be a free 4 points. There is always going to be some regions, Mark, and again, coming from APAC, I think about a lot of the historical tournaments that we have, and it's like maybe 3 to 4 teams at the very bottom end, and they're just almost like 3 points. You almost just see them in the kill feed on the map, and you're like, oh, we can go hunt them down. I don't think there's anything like that in this lobby, outside of maybe a Bumble squad, but even they have been able to sting at times throughout this tournament.
They have produced quite a bigger sting. Obviously, why we've got a little bit lower at the moment, these teams are rotating in. We're talking again about points. Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, BB, for Esports, we talk about consistency. All of those teams sit on 23 placement points. Obviously, there's a slight difference on the kills. The VP and Twisted Minds, where they've banked 40 points. Even argue to say, I know we saw an outstanding solo play from Ibby and that great defense early on the Rondo. I've not really seen the Virtus.pro we saw game number 1, day number 1, and I wouldn't mind them sort of turning that dial up, maybe just staying alive, keeping the numbers for the late game, because they seem to have a good ability to get into placement. They have a great ability to bag points, but we're now over that halfway point, as you said, and they're sitting on 63 points and FaZe Clan on 81. Like another good game from FaZe Clan, another great game from Gaming Gladiators. That might be the point that it starts slipping away. And yes, you mentioned they're not fighting for a golden ticket to Esports World Cup because they're there on the power rankings. But this is the solo. This is the one event where you get the ability to pick up some more PGC points, because you've got to remember, if they don't qualify for full, this could be the last chance where they're getting the rankings, they're getting the points on the board.
Yeah, and you still need to play well in fall as well if you do qualify, so it's never just a given. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot at stake in this kind of qualifier, and the fact is there's almost like two different pathways, right? You got the PGC points pathway, and then you got the actual top 3 finish to get EWC, which in a tournament in itself, you know, $2 million. That's what you play for at the end of the day, is to win tournaments, get a bit of that cash all up. Na'Vi on the rotate. We'll keep our eyes on them, but they kind of played this circle I expected. A bit of a wrap on the western side, coming in quite late, play the edge, and that's what they're still doing. They're right on that edge, right? So they're not. You can't even really see them because they're actually being blocked off by the pip. But you could just see them a little bit out to the west, and that's how far out to the edge they're playing right now. So a little bit of a difference, rather than trying to take space, central, split it up, 2-2 split, all of that. It's a little change up. And they do get an okay circle because they're coming in by themselves. There's no other team around them. They're completely by themselves on the southwestern side. Ascend will be in front. They'll probably backfill in around that school area unless they really want to go towards something like Song Am, but I doubt it. I think they'll want to maybe play on that hill south of Ascend. I don't think they'll want to continue the wrap too much longer, but something to consider for Na'Vi. It could be just the kind of game, let's try and stay alive. Let's get our feet wet a little bit. You know, let's just stay in the server. We don't want to go out at the 7-minute mark again.
This is a dangerous shift, actually. Goes down towards Sung'an. We've got so many endings around this town. It does sometimes play out, does play in as well. And how do you get the defence? As Luke Rux was that eye in the sky. He took an E-pick for VP. Na'Vi, they've got free path. Down the southwest corner, they're completely free. The danger, if it does play again out up towards this neck of the woods, it's open terrain. We talked about the trees. There's a couple of rocks. We're going to need the deployable shields. It's going to be a real clash here. KZL do pick up Vex, though. Quick kill confirmed. Quizzy down to a one-shot. Battalions under rain of fire from these nades. Nothing connected just yet. Correct me wrong. Nixie's there to put him down. As it looks like Ascend will pick up a steal and lose. So there's going to be a lot of teams now trying to get as much space, or a lot of teams trying to get as many kills and steals as they can, because everyone is consolidating now into the middle.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of the prior areas with a circle like this. High ground, elevation, good cover, trees. So no surprise to see how VP, Twisted Minds, all kind of just navigating their way in towards this position. Elevation and information is always going to be king. But in the end, it's just a calamity. All these teams just fighting it out. Code Mark with the knock onto Ibiza, even from bad to worse now for Virtus Pro. They've really come off the worst in this exchange. I think even Twisted Mind's able to kind of just get themselves maybe back out of this. But yeah, Quizzy, last up. I haven't quite seen the... I'm trying to actually have a look on the map. I don't actually know if Twisted Minds can come out this at all. I mean, examples the solo that I can see right now. So I think they, along with Virtus Pro, have both been completely undone. Hal should be able to take this position. They'll be very happy that they're the sole winners of this location. Good high ground, good elevation. They can get information. FaZe have kind of just sat pretty over towards the eastern side of where this fight was taking place. They lost Vex early. It's a bit of a bloodbath. I mean, we're into the 12-minute mark. Don't get me wrong, but we've lost 11 players.
Again, it's another game, another high kills. It should get a lull slightly. It has favoured the house, so Hal will be happy. Yes, they've claimed that area. They will continue to ensure there's no defence, but actually with all teams clearing, this is where we're going to start seeing the teams, like we see with Tego so many times, the edge style play. Oh God, he's right up on top. Alfred will have a look over the top phase compound. They've under question teams a little bit further afield as he's scouting potentially for the next section and the next town, but Takeo's difficult. The trees don't really help. You think you're safe, but there are certain areas if you take one step too far, you become exposed. And KZL are hoping for FaZe maybe to take a step in their direction and look back towards a kind of a northeast at the moment. But for now, FaZe will lock it down. Gustav will hold out the corner. And I will majorly question whether Gustav maybe even heard KZL move on in.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me back in the old days of like Sandhawk, for example, where you're playing that high ground, you're playing that hill, and like you said, the tree lines that you're trying to play out of, you take that one step and you're suddenly vulnerable to like a whole bunch of different players, bunch of teams from a variety of distances. This kind of area can certainly present some of those challenges, especially towards the northeastern side of the circle. Phase 3 pop does go a bit towards the north. Still a really good circle, by the way, for Hal. I love the fact that they fought for the position. They're going to get the reward. They're going to get the benefit. They have fallen back a little bit. I'd love them to still hold that 2-2 split. You got the compound. Try and keep a bit of that elevation. Don't just go full defensive. Try and really keep this position. But I think they'll be aware of the fact that teams will want to try and get in towards this hill area. As we see Bumble Squad on the move far out to the east in towards Primal. We've gone a little bit quiet today, Primal.
Yeah, I remember this game yesterday. They parachuted their way into a compound which was literally like House in the heart of the action. And they did survive their way out, but yeah, not really seen too much from them. Gustav gets the knock, so okay, so they're obviously trying to backfill. It has gone towards that sort of How, and you're right, they're going to reap the rewards. Hopefully now there's a couple of teams storing. It'd be worth mentioning Sauna Boys. They wrapped in on the west, but even before the zone pop, they went back towards the northwest, and the zone continues to attack that back their way. But no, Bumble Squad trying to put a sting on Primal, but Rustamar and Jogsy denies the capabilities of that team now. It's going to be a fight for the outside edge. Primal, they're going to potentially move with the zone and maybe, like we saw from the last game, give up that solo player. Novi is going to get confirmed. Cross going to try and get as much as he can. Novi ducks his way in. I think it's kills confirmed, kill confirmed. The final Bumblebee doesn't pack a sting on their own. Not quite yet at the moment, but let's see if he can dig anything out of this one.
Oh, actually landed a few shots onto Nuvi. Has done a decent job as Nuvi just wants to get into the vehicle and just drive out of this position because the blue making its way in on the eastern side, and it's making its way in quite rapidly. Crossberg, 3 first aid kits. Could certainly make the run, but I don't think Primal are going to allow him to get away scot-free. Little jump up, little peek, trying to just find some info. Rustamar still just lingering in the area. Dance is driven away. Jogsy and Nuvi as well. Fortunately for Primal, actually, I'm just watching on the map here, but there's no one even gatekeeping on this eastern side of the circle, so they've had free entry into the next zone.
Yeah, and it's a little dip. They're actually really happy with this at the moment, praying for the zone to try and play back at the moment. How pushed out the compound slightly. This is the dip we're talking about. So yeah, completely free. No one's really challenging at the moment. I think there was a question whether it went to Song Ang or not. Obviously, it's worth noting the Send were holding the outside, but again, scouting forward, they see the compound in front of them completely free as well. So they also move to find themselves a position maybe for end game. A couple of teams on the outside edge, and one of them is KZL, as they are, I suppose, back-to-back with FaZe. They were holding FaZe out last time. Now it looks like FaZe ahead of them. Let's see what they can do. As it is FaZe number 3, we're up to wait for the pop to happen. Again, I'm no surprise. I'm sure it's going to go back towards that kind of north to northwest, back towards that kind of Hosan area. But for now, well, there it goes, whips away. Yeah, it does go back towards Hosan. So again, how are the victor of the area? Let's see if they can control out.
Yeah, absolutely. Although now there are more teams around the vicinity. You got FaZe, you got Primal. I imagine the likes of Vorpal Sword, along with Foot Esports on that south side, just north of Song Am, that will probably want to wrap on this eastern side too. So this is where it gets a bit tricky for Hal. Well, you want to defend this, how aggressive you want to be. You've got to be able to defend your position, but probably a lot of teams are going to want to make their way up in towards that hill. As we look at any trolls in chat, 2 kills for up. A little bit of a battle here. Na'Vi again just struggling to really get anything to go their way. Said is inside of the circle. I don't know if this is going to go well for them though, and crashing into the shack as Hakatori. Lovely seat swap. I mean, we got to see that from the third person, but you can understand what he's been able to just do. Does eventually go down to Spyro. There's the parachute in. Ketter at the tree. There's the glider as well to crash in front of him. For Na'Vi though, they crash out of the game, Mark. Another poor effort, 4 games in a row.
That was a full send with the glider. How quickly can you get down? It's worth note again. Fast pushing forward. I get the logic. You're trying to clear out the compound with a seat swap. Endpoint accurate for Na'Vi. It was actually BB team that kept Marselek alive, so the boys should be able to get the res back in. He's got the cover. This is the angle he's looking at. FaZe, unfortunately, they also go down as well. Bumble Squad looks like he's nicking another couple of points as he picks up a steal onto Foot Esports as well. Primal, they're going to have to move in. This is where you've got to use the trade. This is where your depth of knowledge for Tago. We've had it long enough. This is where you should know where the crests are and the crescents are and the rotation paths you can and can't take, because he's got Howl above and Foot Esports below. Potentially not able to go for a full send, but wow, Novi with an outstanding shot puts Neighbor down. Now he can focus attention back because unfortunately Rustamar has been knocked.
Yeah, so for Hal now, they've got decisions to make. They probably need to start pushing down this hill to give them an avenue to eventually wrap down the hill. As we know, typically in PUBG, yes, you want the hill, you want the high ground. But as the game goes on later and later and later, then it becomes quite difficult to actually push down, depending on the way that the circle eventually makes its way. As Foot Esports gone, 12th place, not able to back up that last game on Rondo. Ascend Club, 4 up. This point of the game, they've been a little bit quiet. They've got some work to do, though, coming out of Song Am. But how have played this well? Pepper stayed behind, not allowing anyone to backfill into that compound. They've got good position, so it means Code Marco, the Mad, for Ruin, no one is going to push in behind them. I still like the positioning for How. And the way that they're just sweeping and clearing this eastern side of the circle now, and Primal just being forced down and down and down, means they've got that escape path down the hill, down the mountain. So Primal just getting forced down further south and south. They might have to make a decision here, either turn around, fight Hal, or otherwise you find yourself out in the open, caught meat in the sandwich to Ascend Club.
Yeah, Ascend zone shifts back their way. So Ascend, they're in the compound a little bit further down.
Bet Boom is going to win this game.
You think so? From
That is
compound?
a hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, off of this circle shift, yeah, absolutely.
Wait and see. I still think Hal might have it in them, but they've got to deal with, as you said, Primal first, or deal with this control of the zone. I kind of like Ascend's position as well. They're starting to activate a little bit. They're not holding back now. They're trying to get as many kills as they can. Code Marco puts one down, confirms another. Jogsy, we know he can launch a couple of nades back. He's gone for two now, but nades are coming back in for himself, looking to try and get the confirm now under the car. Not too far away. He gets a little bit of a free time to get this, as that last nade was a bit too short, but the smoke completely dissipates. Now How might continue to launch this util down, get these confirms back up. Novi's going to be down to Novi really to try and suppose control How, but Ascender causing both these teams issues.
Yeah, that was always going to be the issue for Primal. You can't push down the hill, you can't push up the hill. Yeah, very unfortunate. Rustamar, he's on fire, by the way, so I think he's just going to go down. Oh, it just stopped.
Just.
One more tick, and he would have died. Stays alive, he's in the vehicle, but no front tires, so that's not going really anywhere. You can loot Jogsy, though. 5 kills for Primal. Not quite into the top 8 though, so no placement points just yet, but that circle shift, base 5 for Bet Boom, compound, pretty much the only one, rather central. The issue with the hill now, yeah, pushing down said hill though, phases say 7 and 8, is going to be very difficult, because then Bet Boom can just kind of watch you from safe angles, from hard cover, and you're just running down out in the open, running down this really open hill. Yeah, so unless someone crashes Bet Boom, and it's like, who is that really going to be? It could be Ascend Club. Could be maybe ATC. And I'm going to be honest, they're back in Bet Boom against both of those teams.
I just can't see, like, Ascend pushing that way. I think you're right. It's not unpushable. You can go for the crash. You get maybe a bit lucky, but they've got the hard cover. For Ascend, sure, it's a play up towards this sort of east-hand side, maybe. As Code Marco always having a look back over. Looks like the Sauna boys trying to find their way in. Chris
has just walked in.
Is he actually up on the ground now? Chris is built different, right? Let's not take him into fact.
He's just walked in the front door.
Knock knock, I'm here. It's Chris. Maybe he's got an M249 in his back pocket. We know he's confident with that. Sauna boys obviously eager to try and find a way in. And also BBL, they're now coming up at the top here. Hal gonna have to try and dump out some util, but I do question how much they've got. But 9 kills is an impressive game for Hal, especially from the early fights that they had to deal with. Let's see if they can finish things up with BBL.
There's that little overview. You can see it's Chris is pushed up to the rock just south of this compound
Yes,
of Bet Boom. He has not been spotted, but a team that has been spotted is actually Sauna Boys. Now, it's Chris can comp this over to Mika and Brexco and think, okay, well, if they push out, if they go for this bowl play to clear out Gempty and Elska, that could be the time to actually push in. That is a shift that was not anticipating. Well and truly away from the compound for Bet Boom, and that just shakes up this game. And suddenly, you know what Hal can do? They can actually rotate back up the top of the hill and take the fight with BBL. The winner of that fight then has top hill control. ATC can then also wrap in as well from the west up into the north. None of these teams now have to actually play down the hill if they don't want to.
That was huge. I think there's 2 major advantages now with that shift. Obviously, BB team, we know they've lost advantage, because I think the expectation, what we talked about, maybe the zone coming back that way. I like the outside play. I think it's either going to go to one of these 2 outside teams now. How have the decision to make? Go north, take on BBL. BBL going to try and hold out. But on the other side of the zone, you've got ATCs, we saw them on the map. They might also push towards the high ground cover at a point, because they're sitting in a bowl. Sauna boys didn't push in on them. They've had to push down. They're going to be in this fight here with BB team. We saw a couple of launches of nades coming over towards, but nothing confirmed up just yet. BB team can't leave this location at the moment, can they? Because they know they've got Sauna boys close by. If they start running now, they're going to get shot in the back. So it's a little bit of ensured destruction, I think, for BB team. It's Chris. He's the mix you don't want there. He's in nade range as well. And Ascend, they've got a huge decision. Which way do they go? If it's Chris gets a knock, it might be a full send into BB team.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, where do they go? This circle's not kind to Ascend. It's really not. They're not happy. Betboom's not happy. But Ascender's even really not happy because they were maybe anticipating the circle to shift onto the compound. They could then push into that, play off of that. They kind of have to do that now anyway. Even though this compound's no longer in, what are your other options? You can't really wrap up east or west. You're just too out in the open. You're too vulnerable. You have to go direct. This is the smart and only option for Ascend Club. It's the most difficult one as well. And Sauna Boys may actually also get aggressive off of this. So all three of these teams, as you said, are sure of destruction.
Yeah, they had to go. Ascend, you're right. Ascend based, like we said, we're going to go to the compound, so they stayed. They had an option to move to the east a lot earlier on, but they didn't take it. Now they have to take this fight. Huge shots, though, come across. BB team able to get a few. BBL on the other side, though, are claiming up. Looks like Hal remain, and they come down for the south. They're going for as much as they can. There's 10 kills on the board. So all the boys will fall in 6. BB team down to the final player. Best looking to get a res on as quick as he can, as he does clear out this side. Twisted Mind's a little bit further out, though, but that was pretty quick, though. 3 teams down to 1, and actually Hal was a big impact for both of them.
Haven't really touched on it, but Example has just been sitting as the solo for Twisted Minds for what feels like probably 15 minutes at this point. He's got them into the top 5. It's a really big effort.
And he's got drops.
Nixon flashed, yeah, drops. More importantly, some cover. Well, Schiller at the rock, copying a bit of damage there from that frag. And another one at the feet. Can't get away from that one. Nicely placed from Keta. ATC, it's going to be a late game finish for them. They're starting to get some kills with it. An Example got a knock onto Phil first, but the solo can't get the flush. Code Marco steals it for Hal. We've got great position on this more eastern side of the circle. Down to 5 teams remaining. Best to watch, though, a solo. Example, a solo. So it's really Hal, ATC, BBL, who are down to just 2 anyway.
Yeah, BBL, they've felt the pressure from both sides. The difference for me for ATC in this game, they're staying together. They're staying tight. I know we've got Marslek. He's kind of that one player that'll be creative. He's looking for the angles as well. But the rest of them, there's a 3. Keep Marslek on the north, focused. Make sure BBL don't push in. They're coming to the south. They're looking for the smokes. They're looking for the kills. But more importantly, the team are sticking together. Here we go, top 4. Hal with 4. ATC with 4. BBL, yes, they do have 3. One's DBNOs. They are trying to get that res back on. But BB team down to their solo. This is down to the finishing plays. At what point did these 4s push in? Do both of them team up and take on BBL or no? Marselec sees an opportunity. He gets 1 quick kill confirmed, and that's another point here from ATC. It's a last dash. Let's see if they can bag themselves a chicken dinner.
Schiller at the tree. More nades in his direction. That one landing, getting him to blow half. Marselec's got 3 more. You would imagine one of those 3 should do the job. That one lands, though, right in front of the tree. Second one a little bit more to the right. Does this one work? It does. Nicely placed from Marselec. Gets the down onto Schiller. Lightrun has been spotted inside of the smoke. Actually, headshot landing on the spray with the Mark 12. This is turning out to be one of the better games from ATC. They've been good, they've been around the mark, but they're starting to really capitalize. Is this the first time, Mark, where they're going to be capable of getting the kills, but also making it to the end? I think the answer to that is yes.
Yes, we came between the 2, right? BBL, unfortunately, focusing towards the ATC. How do move in? Now, they've got a big decision. I think with that kill feed, Marselec won't push this way because he could have wrapped his way. They may have to push down. Keta goes down. Best to put one for ATC DBNO, but he's only a solo, so he's unable to get the spray to get it confirmed. Looks like Howard then also moved back. They know BB teams on the south, so they reposition. It feels like both these teams are going between the north and the south, so bouncing backwards and forwards. I think Hal and ATC want to actually end potentially versus, well, in this case now, a 4 versus 3, as they want to deal with the solos. They've dealt with BBL, they're looking to deal with BB team, and then we might go Clash of the Clans. And you've got to argue ATC have better position. Marselec, again, look at that, he's holding, he's anchoring that north side. He's in a position now to stop Hal wrapping back round. Now watch the sweep come in from ATC.
Circle shift, Hal. ATC looking like the 2 teams that are going to battle it out towards the end. Betboom, of course, only best shots as the solo in the smoke. Everyone looking in his direction. He's not going to be able to make a miracle happen from here. It's down to any trolls in chat versus Hal. And it's a big result for both of these 2 teams who have been around the mark, who have been fighting. For ATC, it's going to do wonders for them, though. Coming into this game, bottom 3. That sounds really harsh, but like points-wise, they haven't been awful, but bottom 3 doesn't feel fitting for this team. It feels like they've played better than that status. Does face to finish off best to watch. There's second place at minimum with the 10 kills. This is finally the first game all tournament where they've been able to get both the kills and the late game finish. Can they get the win though? How? And it's not even like they've got a more significant advantage, but slightly higher elevation up the hill.
Oh, it's hard to call. I've got to go with the numbers though. They've got the additional gun. And it's the first time it feels like they're playing really tight as a team. Let's not take anything away from Hal, though. 15 kills on the board. We are going to go to the dot. Marstek on the anchor. Instant answer back from ATC. BB goes down, and they instantly move back towards Marstek.
Fuzzface at the rock. I think for both teams right now, it's just a matter of not making a bad mistake, a bad move. Be careful. And if someone makes a mistake, punish it, but you don't want to be the one to make that mistake. You don't want to overextend. You know, if you go for a wrap on the south side of your Fuzzface and you try and push solo and then you run into Code Marco, you lose your life. Suddenly you lose a big part of this game. Only 3 up for Hal, but I do like the position that they can hold, play the tree line. They've got the higher ground advantage. Wait for ATC to kind of push over this ridge. If they are going to clear it, Ruin could surprise 1 or 2 of them. So ATC have got to kind of beg the question here. Do you group up as 4 and start sweeping, or do you just play for phase 9, center point, and wait then for Hal to push into you?
Well, it's difficult. You know me, I like the numbers, stack and go, right? Hal have tried to play this yesterday, really split, and it didn't work out for them. I'm quite surprised that they haven't tightened up here. They're looking for the angles. It kind of like the Hal play at the end. ATC, they're looking, but it's, I said, it's the first time I feel like they've got a job. Fuzzface now focusing on the bottom side, stopping the wrap coming around. Marstek's been on the top now. Maybe hold Fuzzface at the bottom, let him sweep the top side, the bottom, keep the advantage on the hill. Ketter's now working his way around. He's going to get an exposure of a player. A couple of shots come out, but nothing here. Here comes all the smoke. 6 more remain for Rooney. You don't want to go down and out with them in your pocket. You might as well launch him forward. Does he know that Marstek's there? He does. A couple of shots happen. Marstek takes a little whistle pass, but he's going to chuck out a flash. Now he can get aggressive. He activates. He goes round the outside. He's got Runa. Bang. He goes down to 1 shot. He goes all the way down and out. And Marstek making the play at the top. That's what you need. ATC. It's a 4 versus 2. Surely they're going to bag a chicken dinner.
Yeah, surely from here. I mean, the smokes go out. This is where Code Marco's going to get a little bit lucky. He has to, when he does push out of the smoke, get a knock straight away, and he does exactly that, as I said it. He had to get that knock immediately as he pushes out of the smoke. Marselek, though, who's been sensational in this game, he's got 6, now 7 kills, 3 versus 1. Code Marco, the solo, they should know where he is, Mark.
They know? That's the big question. Code Marco is decent. He's a very strong player. The spray comes round. They're running out of ammo. Fuzzface got a little bit left in his back pocket. 65. Just spray. Get rid of Code Marco. He's down for the 1. They do pick it up, but he's actually going to claim himself out on zone. 12 kills in ATC. They bagged themselves a chicken dinner. Maybe the first half wasn't ATC's. Maybe it's the second half of this qualification. The second half of this tournament, we are going to see this team. Every game, give or take, majority, they find themselves in an end zone position, in a claimable to get a chicken dinner. But this is the first time they are able to deliver. They cross the line, but it's the first time it looks like they're playing as a team. Marstek held the top. He was waiting for the angle. The rest of the guys could be creative. They clear the south. They move back up. Fuzz becomes that player. Let me anchor. The south side, the bottom side, not as advantage. And Marstek just activates to perfection. He's got the kills. He moves on in. They do claim the chicken.
It feels like this was a game that they were building to, that they were showing glimpses of their ability to get kills. At times, their ability to play the late game. We haven't probably seen that latter in place back on day 1, but to go and get the win here for a team bottom 3, 30 points, they now go and get, what is it, like 20, 22 points or whatever it was in the end. That's going to, I think it's actually even like 25 points, but they will skyrocket up the standings because of it. And it was 22 points. It was right the first time. 21 points though from Hal. I mean, incredibly impressive. They really played that area well. And it goes back to the almost early-ish middle portion of the game, that fight for the pro heal, where it was Hal, it was Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, all vying for that position. And it was Hal who actually came out on top. They benefited from that. Goes to show, you know, you push early, you get aggressive early, you can reap the benefits.
Well, the two teams, they reap the benefits, and I think they reap the benefits of the overall leaderboard as well, because with Howard, those 15 kills, 21 points, ATC back, obviously the chicken, there's 1 point ahead of that with 22. Argue, they're going to be sending themselves up on the overall leaderboard. That's going to be mixing things back up. That is not stopping I suppose, the FaZe clan, which we looked in the game 1, game 2, maybe to sort of run away with it at the moment. So look at that. It is going to be a slight send. How do you find themselves now in 4th from 71? But any trolls in chat, well, they're starting to climb this right side of the table. 52 points for them. Na'Vi, who went crashing out very early in that round, and they only find themselves on 55. So that's the next target here. Another good game from any trolls in chat. Wouldn't be surprised to see them up on very high on that left-hand side table.
Yeah, 4 points for Na'Vi today through 4 games played. Miramar's going to have to be a big change up for them because it's been a disaster from 1st to 10th for Na'Vi. Big game for Hal, big game for ATC. We're done, though, of course, with Tago and Miramar to follow for what will be the last 2 games of the day. Don't go too far, just a short break. Well, a big game for any trolls in chat as they claim this win that they absolutely needed. They were looking to be almost out of the picture completely. Bottom 3, 30 points. We weren't paying too much mind to them being a team that could maybe get some significant PGC points or even EWC land spot. But now with that win, 52 points back in the conversation. They've still got some work to do, Mark. Don't get it twisted, but 2 games to go today. Plenty of time. Of course, we've got all of tomorrow as well. And it just helps with the team morale too. Where it's like, hey, look what we can do when we put it all together.
A good team. They're interesting as they come, so they need to do bag, maybe not even a chicken dinner, but good consistency for these next 2 games. It's worth talking about consistency with how find themselves in a 4th spot. That finds them in that 3rd place seat. So they'll be eager to continue, maybe close out these last 2. I think they'll be disappointed they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they fought so hard early on for the area, and for the area control, they found themselves bagging a huge amounts of points, though, from that game.
Yep. HAL Esports, of course, big benefactors from that last game, despite finishing 2nd. They had the 15 kills, and more important, because of the global power ranking team. So big rocket up the standings from them. They were 10th going into that game too, Mark. So really does kind of highlight maybe something like a Na'Vi who finds themselves in 10th. If they can find themselves in general, could get back into the conversation. But as things stands, they're looking abysmal today. It's been a horror show for Na'Vi. 4 games played, 4 points gained is not where they need to be after essentially averaging 9 a game yesterday. So big change up as we head into Miramar. Final 2 games of the day. Right now, as things stand in terms of the leaderboard, yeah, 1st place for FaZe Clan, Gaming Gladiators in 2nd place, but that gap that they had, we spoke about the gaps that they had. It was 20 points. It's back down to like 10 points or 13 points, right? Like it's no longer that big. FaZe and GG unable to run away with things. As we get down to the Miramar, I posed the question at the start of the day, do we see some separation? I haven't seen enough of it yet.
No, we saw an opportunity as FaZe started. Gaming Gladiators refused for them to go, and with Gaming Gladiators not giving FaZe the gap they wanted, a game like we saw for game number 4, our teams to catch up. So it does feel the EMEA are holding on as best as they can and trying to ensure, because if we look at the point split, as you said, like if ATC, if they get a decent game here and a decent game, game number 6, they might be in contention. Yes, they might be at the very, very top, but they might find themselves in a 20-point distance, maybe even less to a top spot. But it is a hill to climb. They have the skills, they have the discipline and the capability of climbing it, and obviously always go for these prio spots. So you're going to see where the zone will pop as they are in Bricado at the moment. Should be a couple of seconds now as the zone will give us, there we go, a northeast. It just crests actually over the flight path. So again, we're going to go for a northeast area. This is going to be huge. Watch the wide wraps, watch the wide rotations, and Na'Vi in Ascend, potentially, if they get moving early, they can maybe take a key spot.
Yeah, I mean, they moved late. Well, they didn't actually move late in the last game. They just didn't quite get a good circle. This is probably a better circle where, as you said, if you move early, you can get a key spot. We'll see if they do that. Coming out of Impala, I think they'll take their time to loot. Schiller with an opening kill onto Mixon. 1v1 in the warehouse, and unfortunately for last game's winner in Mixon, he's out early, and that severely puts a blow to ATC's chances of going for back-to-back chicken dinners to begin here on Game 5 of Miramar. So not ideal for ATC over towards Picado to lose one early, and it probably summarizes their tournament to a degree. Every time you feel like you want to praise them or they're looking like they've turned a leaf, they go and do that. Something like that happens. And now it's like, how many points are you really going to get from this game?
It's difficult. The flight path, a couple of things that sort of stand out for me. FaZe will normally go for crews. They don't this time. They go pretty early. So that's a bit of a change. Obviously, they've now got to find themselves rotating in. So obviously, again, they would normally go for Val or a corner with Footy Sports going out early. They opt not to go. So FaZe changing things up compared to where they practice. Yesterday they went to Macera. This time they go south Los Leones, but both times we found ourselves over on this east side. So it'll be interesting to see. You remember yesterday FaZe got down to a 1, didn't they? And they were trying to hunker down and wait for the teams to clear out. So they got, I believe it was a 5th place on that Miramar yesterday. So wait and see. Teams are now starting to shift in. Na'Vi are on the early rotation, so are Ascend. I think they're the key ones for me actually getting in early, they're going to have the opportunity that no one's in front of them, but it's going to be down to timing.
Yeah, what can Bumble Squad do in this game? It feels like they've become the fodder of this competition. Unfortunately, that's just the case. They've not quite been able to keep pace with everyone. They only got the 1 kill in the last game. In fact, over the last 4 games, only 2 points, 2 kills. They haven't even looked likely to get placement points. They had a couple, actually, to close out day 1. I remember, like, we got halfway through day 1. They had no points, if you remember. 3 games in, 0 points. And then the last 3 games, 6 with 2 kills, 5th with 6 kills, 8th with 3 kills. That has evaporated here on day 2. And so that's why they find themselves completely dead last and really out of the picture altogether. Fun team. They've done some good things, but ultimately not looking like they're going to have too much more of a say in this particular lobby. Game of Gladiators, though, have been great on the rotate in towards Al-Azhar. Speaking of Bumble Squad, well, of course, just setting up some kind of roadblock, although a very short-lived one as they back away.
Yeah, they've been caught, and Game Gladiators do split them now, so Bumble Squad set up 2 nil hives as they go one for south, one for north, and they don't want to try and contend that one. I think you're right. I think this is a very hard ask for them to get here. It's worth giving them kudos. They've made a top 16 for qualifiers for this region, right? So they've found themselves some PGC points. Obviously not as much as you'll be getting in that first, second, third spot. I think they're the big ones that are up for grabs, right? But for now, they've got to play these ones out with pride, try and get and claw back any points they can, because they might not be going towards the land, but you've got to remember every step they take, every placement they take away from someone else is actually more points, and then it's a reset. Let's look later on in the year. Let's look for the second half for them and see if they can qualify again and find themselves maybe going towards the land, and then with the points they generate from this lobby, plus the points that they might get out of the PEC4, we'll have to wait and see.
Getting a bit of screen time, at least for this game, if you Bumble Squad, but the screen time is not always just enough. You need the wins, you need the points, you need to do well. Vorpal Swords, KZL, the other 2 teams in the bottom 3. I mean, KZL 32 points, still, if they can have an ATC level performance, they would find themselves in a similar position to ATC. But for Vorpal Swords, they too feel like they're just starting to fall away in this competition as we go on, and that's the other thing. As we go on, there's only so many games remaining, so many opportunities. After these 2 games of Miramar, 6 games tomorrow. There's Tuster and Code Marco. Marco's got no idea. He can't. Oh my goodness! If Tuster hadn't killed him there, I would have just pulled the plug. I would have just pulled the plug. He does get the kill into Code Marco. So unfortunate. Clearly had no idea, and such is sometimes the case when it comes to Miramar. Very easy for players to sneak up on you due to the terrain. And for Hal and ATC, our second and first place teams from the last game, both losing a player early here in the 5th game of the day.
Can't take the heat of Miramar. I think that knee, that drop down and cutting the shot kept him alive there for Bumble Squad, because Marco, he stopped and he sprayed pretty quick there. BBL, when they went for the EU pickup or the E-rotate in, Smash looking to get a car, just try and keep these guys, because we've seen it a few times actually already in these finals, where if you don't have the vehicles, you are suffering, especially later on with this train. I do like this area. I'd love for it to play back towards kind of the truck stop, but there's a lot of verticality, there's lots of flat ground, hills, stills. It's everything that Miramar has to offer as a map. So I do like this one. How they're down as a 3, they're going to rotate back in now as they arrive at truck stop, or I'd say the historic compound that used to be the only compound here, but just north side of truck stop.
Yeah, I mean, now it's a matter of conservation for Hal and ATC to a degree, because they're both in the same position. He's down to 3-man. I mean, I always like to say, if you can get to like the 20-minute mark as a 3-man roster, keep close, keep tight, stay together. As you push in, try and get a deep position in the circle. Don't try and play edge, because you can't really roam the same way as a 4-man squad. But if you get to that 20-minute mark and you go, hey guys, like at this point, being a 3-man roster isn't the end of the world. Right now, at the 7.5-minute mark, it absolutely is. You can't go for 2-2 splits as easily. Although I've seen teams in the past still go for a 2-1, but it's probably not ideal. So group up, go dead center, see if you can find a spot. ATC's kind of done that. They're far out to the west of Al-Azhar. They've got a little split, trying to play the crossroads, and that's probably what this circle's going to be here on Miramar, the way you play these roads, because crossing them is going to be deadly later on. So you need to hedge your bets. You need to play the 2-2 splits, and that's why going down to 3 at this point, not ideal.
Not ideal, but let's look at day number one. Actually, Navi was that team, right? They were playing those wide splits and people were picking off the solo player, right? But as a 3, they done exactly as you said. They tightened up a lot quicker than we've seen, and they played into end game. That gave them that high consistency, that high average points that we saw. Arguably, day 2, they've kept the numbers up, but they've just not been able to keep into the end game so far. So, I mean, yeah, 100%, especially with Mirror, you can go down numbers and it's not a lost cause. You could potentially go through, and I think Hal have more to lose, should I say, because they're in 4th, they're in that golden seat at the moment, they're in potential qualification. Footy Sports, when they put it over the top of them, I think they will have eyes on. As long as the zone stays here, they'll be okay. But they are a little bit on the outside. They're in the southeast corner at the moment, so they need it to pull back down to the southeast for now. How they're going to wait 50 seconds until we see that zone, as most of the teams will rotate in, and it's good to see. We've still got 16 teams up. Yes, we lost a couple of players, but that's about it. It's not been as manic as some of the other games have been.
Yeah, Miramar can certainly play a little bit slow in the early portions and then pick up in the mid-game. Betboom, are they aware of Sorta Boys just creeping up to this compound, to this location? They certainly are going to be aware now. Into the vehicle goes Phil first and a doozy. They will vacate. Really smart play. 2-2 split for Betboom. And so for Phil first and a doozy, absolutely no reason to defend this location. It's not really any better than the position that Bestalotch and Spyro have. The only thing it does is you lose that hedging of your bets. But that's just the case, right? So you've gone for the 2-2 split, but Sauna Boys have played as a 4-man. All Sauna Boys have basically done is bullied you now to play as a 4-man, unless Phil first and a doozy want to actually try to find another spot. But honestly, the circle's worked out well for Betboom. I don't think they're going to be too disappointed giving up that particular compound. I think they're pretty happy with this, although they're on the wrong side of the road. They'd actually probably really like to push into Rustenmar's position, try and take that, and do to Primal what Sauna Boys just did to Betboom.
Zone shifts away. Let's see if they can return the favour. Footy Sports do catch Hal trying to leave, trying to make an early rotate. VPR ahead of them now. So they are following the same rotation path in. It's that Death Valley, that road towards El Hazard. If it pulls back that way, GG will be happy. But we're going to try and claim the high ground that is just outside El Hazard. But BP for now, they're going to go straight down, straight over. Actually, look at that. They leave Ippy behind. So maybe they have seen the teams rotating behind. As might try and capitalise on a free couple of kills or cars passing on by. BBL on the other side. They're rotating in towards the middle now as they have claimed some cars. They're going to rotate past. There's Bumble Squad, a couple of shots whistle past. Does get a connection, but it's not enough. Not no tyres, not enough to do the damage, but enough to keep that team rotating.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be where do you go, though, for BBL. Primal still got that split. They might just pull up in front of them, but I mean, like, as we can clearly see, is that really the spot you want? I'm not too sure. They're going to just navigate the area, though, and the terrain with it. They're completely unaware of the fact that Primal have just got a 2-2 split. That is actually a very crushable compound. They're vulnerable. Yeah. You could push in towards Daz easily. And Jogsy. That is actually the kind of fight that if BBL had the information, they would certainly do it. But they don't have that intel. They don't have that. And honestly, good job from Daz and Jogsy. Even though you're playing as a 2, you still need to show force. You still need to show face. You still need to shoot. You need to keep them at a distance, at bay. Otherwise, you kind of look a little bit weak and a little bit vulnerable and certainly susceptible to a crash. 90 seconds until phase 3. That sort of lull here for Miramar has certainly been present, as we spoke about. 3 deaths only, which we didn't really get to see them because they were some solo 1v1s. But Corexi and Fex both losing their life to Twisted Minds. Not ideal for phase. Geez, great start to today, but as the days continue, just tapering off a little bit.
Oof. Tapering off, but not that nade. Let's pick his boy up. Great addition. I love this addition with PUBG. Able to put him on your back and run him a bit further afield. Obviously, if they left him there, Primal might have come subject to a BBL split crash because there's only so many shots, there's only so many noise cues you can make, and eventually these players, especially at this level, will go, hold on, there's only 1, maybe 2 players at max in these compounds. We need as a 4 to take it and maybe take advantage, but only 38 seconds before we see it go down. FaZe obviously came from the south, they played to the north, they crashed in with Twisted Minds, they've lost 2 to them, so they're going to be playing out as a 2 as well, and you can see Jeems just sort of splitting the difference. He goes whistling past Jempty, who's now holding on that top side. So FaZe looking maybe somewhere just to keep their head low. I wouldn't be surprised that they're trying to drive as that zone hits so they can maybe pinpoint maybe a shack or a dip that they can play. There's a couple of shots come out, doesn't get the connection, as they will continue driving on by as they wait for this zone now to hit. FaZe need to be very cautious, especially as Gustav is very far behind James now.
Center up, so a donut here for phase 3. Primal have to make a decision here. I don't think you can keep that split for much longer. Otherwise, you're getting very, very greedy. You'll be incredibly susceptible to teams coming in, and Virtus.pro being one of them. Lucarux pulls up. That's not really where you want to be parking, though, in front of the cactuses. And Jogsy finds a double. Nixie and Lucarux got stalled out for like all of 1 to 2 seconds. He's able to clock them both from a distance. Primal will group up. Rustamar has made his way over along with Nuvi, but Jogsy has lost his life. Abiza getting a big kill back for Virtus.pro, but he got traded anyway then by Rustamar. It's all scrappy between these two teams. 2 up still for Primal, but Virtus.pro really not in that much better of a position.
And the kill feed, you see Ascend, they got a steal from it as well. Here comes another crash for Esports moving in on Vorpal Sword Gaming. Gladiators left this location. They were here a couple of minutes ago, but they've now left. So both these teams trying to claim a little bit of area. T-Bone holds an angle on that top side, but no visibility from Vorpal Sword just yet. Needs to be cautious because teams on the outside, they might hear these gunshots and then come over a little look. But for now, it's pretty much a head-to-head. Nailip will try and hold one side, T-Bone on the other. As the rest of Footy Sports, though, they're down to the south still. Vard in the car as 80 is store on the precipice of the outside edge of zone. Vard looks like you can see him now. He's working his way in, so they want to bring it down to a 3 versus 4. But generally a good hold from T-Bone at the moment on one side because the Vorpal Sword team haven't been able to push.
Do they even want to push up? They don't have to right now, but eventually they will need to push through this area. Maybe wait for the smokes to dissipate, but then you're kind of just giving Foot Esports also vision for themselves. Nail up at Vard. How do they want to play this? Vard just maybe thinking about to sneak out the backside. Nail up holding position, maybe anticipating for Vorpal Swords to push in through the smoke. Trying to hold the close angle. Yep, Bumble Squad as well on the top side, looking down the mountain. And you can clearly see Tuster's found a knock on to Vard. This is going to make things very annoying for both Vorpal Swords and Foot Esports.
This could be huge, actually. With 80 does hold out. Eventually, you might be able to see Vorpal Sword, especially if they make a push in through the petrol garage. There's a very small window. It looks like he's taking advantage of that window at the moment. That smoke gives him a bit of cover. It does put some damage on. It's going to tell Vorpal Sword, actually, you might want to push on the north side of the compound. Bumble Squad will take shots towards him, so Inty's got to not just fight that, but he's got to also fight, I suppose, the long range. We saw Na'Vi take a kill onto Ascend, so that's a big difference here. And on the bottom side, though, looks like FaZe still being chased down by our Twisted Minds. As Batornians, well, he picks up, it looks like, actually, not comes from Primal, but Batornians claims James as a point on the board, though, for TM.
Circle, pop, phase 4, down to the south. That's a big shift away from the northern side. It's probably just an absolute godsend if you're gaming Gladiators with the way that it's popped for them, because anything to the north, they would have to cross the road, straight up the ravine, in towards maybe the warehouse, a Bet Boom and ATC. Now they don't have to move at all. It's a really good state. It's a really, really good real estate for them, their position. Neighbor.
No.
Only the last 2 up. Vorpal Sword. That's lovely. The close angle in the toilet for Neighbor. The trade has come through very swiftly from T-Bone, but then again, Kren just continues to go 1 for 1 between these two teams. Where's 8C coming in as the last one? 4 Foot Esports, 2 frag grenades, 1 in hand. He's got it pinned. BBL wiped out by Twisted Minds. 9 HP for 8C. Nail Up and Vard get absolutely flushed. Vorpal Swords look like they might just come away with the win against Foot Esports. They spot each other. Kren pulls out the barrel. The nade from 8C still connects, but it doesn't matter because the numbers for Vorpal Swords mean they could get the revive.
Of all places to fight in the toilet as well. Come on, lads. You could use the ability. You're backed into a corner, laying down on the floor of Miramar. Not great, World Tour, but not great. Ascend and Twisted Minds now clash. They have been downed 1 from Na'Vi. Now Kilikain, it's Chris looking to try and take on the final players now for Twisted Minds. Looks like Primal Store involved. Primal Store getting third-party kills and steals. Nade will come through. Nade bounces back out, and it's Chris might have just slipped a little bit with Butterfingers. It's Kilikain, well, he was the main bearer of the damage from that nade.
Yeah, and this is what you get from Miramar. Slow start, hectic finish. Big circle for Gaming Gladiators, though. They're in a great position here in this tournament. Second place coming into this game, and every chance now that they can take top spot for themselves, because Gustav is only a solo for FaZe. Said it before, but they've tapered off a little bit when they had that win in the 8th round. Since then, 12th and 13th in the 2 games following. So 14 teams remaining, and you've got a solo in Gustav, who, speaking of, has just got a knock onto Afrite. And he'll get the kill too.
It's a point needed, especially from this game. Look at the Na'Vi. Na'Vi came pushing in for the third party. I think they then spotted Bumble Squad because they've gone sending back the other way, and the only other team in that neck of the woods is them. So sends get a little bit of a blessing. Nice to see the deployable shield up on the door so someone can't just run in clean. We've seen that a few times. Also bikes, man. You'd be surprised the amount of bikes you see also on doors to stop people running straight in. It's worth watching. A lot of these pros are starting to use a lot more of that. But there's a kill confirmed. Ascend, they do get number 2 on the board, but there are only 2 of them remaining. Primal R2, but 4 kills. This time with Sword, well, they're continuing the fight also. And Primal, yet again, long distance. They farm more damage, no knocks. There's Vorpal Sword, well, they get confirmed. That's another point on the board for them. And the zone shifts again, west. We continue to go as the road will divide. The Valley of Death and Gaming Gladiators have just called it to perfection.
Yeah, they have, but they've still got to deal with the fact, what if this goes north, phase 6, and then you've got to go uphill, and then you got to think about, do you then split, but you're splitting phase 5? You try and play both sides of the road. You have an avenue to get out as DefX just gets caught out in the open. Miramar, it's going to happen. You got to be very careful with your positioning. Na'Vi, just the 2 kills. It's not looking likely for them in terms of placement points either, so it's going to be another early finish for them. Not quite as early as the last 2 games, but still thereabouts, and still unable to really find any form here on day 2 of the qualifiers. Big name from Hackatory. He had some really good moments yesterday. Day 1. Throughout those games, he was one of the big factors for Na'Vi, but today, he, along with the rest of his team, unable to really get going. It's going to be an easy flush on to raise up. Okay, a couple of kills for Na'Vi. It's not going to be a great game, but it could still be an okay game. It's something compared to where they've been throughout today.
Take something. They need to. It's game number 5 or 6 for day 2. You've only got these 2 games and another 6 tomorrow to really close things out. They are a global partner. So it is the PTC points that they are fighting for at the moment. So all the boys on number 2 as well. They're looking to get themselves into the end spot. But we are still 12 teams. Don't forget, we're looking for a top 8 before we get the placement points. You do get a point every single kill you get. So Sauna Boys eager to try and work this one. But FaZe Clan, well, they're going to fall in 12. 10 teams now remain because straight after them, KZL will be eliminated by the Blue Zone in 11th place.
Yeah, and so that means for FaZe, 3 games in a row now that they've not been able to get placement points. In fact, 3 games in a row, they haven't even been able to get top 10. And not getting a whole lot of kills either. So they're actually going to lose top spot now. When they had that 20-point gap, it didn't last very long, did it? 3 games later, they've lost it. They're going to lose it out to Gaming Gladiators because you would imagine they're going to get pretty deep into this game. Win or lose, as Mad is going to get the final 2 kills on the Primal, sending them out into 10th, and we're on the bubble. On the precipice now, 19 remaining. Next one out will not get placement points. Crits losing out to Fairist. Kill your Kai. Does support him on the left side, but he can't win the battle. Nicely done. With the grows up from Fairist, and he gets the double kill onto Ascend, which will send them out in 9th. And again, another average game for Ascend Club. Unable to capitalize here on Miramar. Big kills, though, for Na'Vi, even though they do get wiped out. 6 kills, a placement point, certainly better from them.
It's unfortunate for VP. Do we know they're dangerous even as a solo? Because he's unable to get that med back off. You just got to look at the zone. Depending on this next shift, kind of looking at a game of Gladiators, you're right there. If it shifts north, it'd be difficult for them to try and get out. There's a lot of action on this north side, and arguably in the middle, maybe to the southeast, you've got Scav. There's no one else there. There's 2 solos maybe out holding out Gaming Gladiators. It might not be a high kill game. That zone shifts down to them. They don't even need to move again. They can just wait. 6 teams are winning the placement points now. There's only 18 players left alive. Scav will need to come off this high ground. I expect him to have a car, so maybe wrap around on that southwest corner back to his team, put the numbers back up for the Sauna Boys. Oh no, BBT, well, there's a Panzer in the back pocket looking to try and take ATC. We've got a P90 as well. We know that can cause some huge damage, but this compound is not in, and BB, maybe for the 2nd game running, they lose the compound. Now they've got to get moving on zone.
Yeah, they've just got to do a little better as they push out and fight. ATC, a team that's gotten better as the tournament has gone on. Certainly a really good opportunity for both of these two teams head-to-head. Panzerfaust in hand, still for Phil first. Doozy on top, trying to see if he can get any information from above. Playing the long building quite well right now for ATC. That nade is well off the mark. It's the top of the roof. No one on there, though. Phil first. I don't even know where he's trying to throw that smoke as Excrom goes down for Vorpal Swords, down to the final 5 teams. Sauna Boys, Hal, BB, and Gaming Gladiators down to the south, still in a really good spot. And of course, for ATC, trying to take this fight against BB. Sword off shotgun,
surprise!
but it's the Panzerfaust to the face onto Kenner.
It is. That's the first knock, as BB they were suffered leaving the compound last time. They don't want to try and make the mistake again. Actually, it was the ATC boys who were part and parcel. Spyro, well, he's got the sawn off. We saw how effective that was in day number 1. Doozy get Elska. Don't forget Scav, though, was down the bottom side, so they need to try and tighten up if they want to get involved a little bit further. Mastek, well, he's out on flames. He's going to go down as well. Looks like a full util wipe here at the moment, as BBT, well, they've only lost Spyro. That Fuzzface with that P90 packs a big punch. Phil first, he's going to keep the pressure. A bit of a spray, goes through the smoke. Surprise, surprise, that P90's on the other side. Phil first, wait for the push. In the P90, hits again. Fuzzface get 2, but no, he's unable to claim it. We go top 4, as we aren't going to go our Sauna Boys with 4, Gaming Gladiators with 4, BB, well, they should get back to a 4, but 2 are DBNO, and how well they work their way in. There's only a duo, but it is a great end zone here.
Now, while all of this has been happening, Levante's pushed out to the other side of the road. You can kind of see him there on the overview. He's being shot at, though, by Scav. Jempty pushing close to him as well. He is completely by himself. The other 3 members of Gaming Gladiator still on the very south side, still trying to hold that compound on the road itself. So Levante trying to be the linchpin to give them an avenue forward to the other side of the road if this continues to shift either central or to the north, which is very likely, but a good knock from Levante, holding such an aggressive position. He can now push up to the rock if he wants to, but I think better off staying on this side so that his team can cover him if anyone pushes over.
Yeah, and he's got the sound cues right as well. If the Sauna Boys come playing at the top, he's gone, right, there's 2 above me, maybe 1 above me. The rest of them can look in. Looks like they're going to get the car. They're going to move in. Now they might need Levante to sort of engage, activate, take the shots off. Unfortunately, they do lose 1. Him might be able to go back for the res. Vox is over, so he's going to provide the cover. But that ravine is going to be so powerful now for Gaming Gladiators. The Sauna Boys, well, Scav caused the issues, but he's down and out. DBNO will not be coming back. BB team, they do get the reses back on, but the Howl team push a little bit in. A couple of teams unable to stop the bleed, so to speak, and we might not get a clean 4-man at the end. But look at this, another P90 eager to try and stop the Sauna Boys any kind of opportunity getting into phase number 7.
Yeah, I love the fact that Rox has pushed up with Levante. GJ played this really well. They probably deserve to win this game. I know they've only got the 1 kill, but I think this is one of those kind of games, Mark, where you don't look at the kills and you don't look at it as, oh, they just copped the feed. They still had to make some really difficult decisions. Do you push the road? Do you stay your compound? What do you do? And they've kind of done a really good job. They've just split. It just so happens all the fighting has been north of them. No one has pushed into them. No one has crashed or sent it. As Missy with a good knock onto Levante. Rox is going to be careful. I think the call could be, crawl back.
Oh,
the cavalry is arriving. Here comes Pin and Dante. They're in the vehicle. They're pushing over. You don't have to peek and fight this. If you lose Levante, whatever. Don't lose Rox, though. And eventually, Rox finds an angle, gets the kill onto Missy. They can get the revive. There's your 3 kills. And now, they get themselves a 4 versus 4 against BetBoom.
BetBoom haven't got all the intel. You can see they're just looking. Where the hell? It's been a game of control, though, for Gaming Gladiators. Right, no one's really contended them. But you've got to remember, they were in the petrol garage by El Hazard. And as the zone shifted down, they kind of rolled the dice a little bit. But they went west and west, pre-zones. And as a result, they do get it. Yes, it might be a low-killing game. These are the opportunities now to put a couple more on the board. If they can claim the 4 versus 4... BetBoom, on the other hand, well, they're going to be looking to try and claim as much as they can because they'll be eager to try and use this game to elevate themselves up that leaderboard. I just got to go with Gaming Gladiators, though, for myself. I know it's an even match. I know now BetBoom have got the intel where the GG guys are. It just feels controlled, though. Gaming Gladiators playing it right, playing aggressive. They're willing to split when they can, but the more important, when the pressure comes on, they collapse nice and quickly, and it's very, very hard to take a fight on with a 4 strong like this.
Gaming Gladiators as well, the only team that has got 2 wins. The only team with multiple wins. BetBoom looking to achieve that status with a win here. But Game of Gladiators, if they get this win, they'll go to 3. Everyone else will be 1 or none. Really highlighting their ability to get to the late game and get these placement points. They've got the most amount of placement points out of this entire lobby. They're in first place. Regardless of what happens in this fight, Game of Gladiators will be in first place. And maybe it's looking likely to be first place by the end of the night, although BetBoom will be right behind them. And also with the performance of BetBoom, they'll leapfrog FaZe.
Yeah.
So FaZe will go from a nice cushy 20-point gap into maybe third. This one taking a while to kick off, though.
The zone as well. Come down to the dot. BB now maybe have the better percentage of an ending for them. The whole south side's unplayable, right? You're not really going to swing down. You might come down and try and get a few shots. As an argument, there's a little bit of train towards that north side, but realistically, it's going to be a little bit of a heavyweight fight here. We're going to see 4 versus 4. And it's pretty much going to happen in a straight line. So how much util have you got? We've already seen some of the BetBoom team. They haven't got too much. And then remind ourselves, Gaming Gladiators really haven't been crashed that much. So therefore, you'd expect them to have the heavy utils. Maybe they've got the nades. Look, Doozy's got nothing in his back pocket. He's got no nades, no mollies. They've been struggling because they've been in the fight for so long. They might even have to share anything they have if it comes down to smoke. The only thing they've got is potential zones. So maybe Gaming Gladiators will fall on them. They must have nades in their back pocket. If that's the case, Gaming Gladiators are going to launch a barrage of nades. That's going to unpin.
Smoke.
Yeah,
no frag grenades and 1 smoke. So the utility game is going to be with Gaming Gladiators outside of maybe potentially. I mean, the way you play off of said smokes, I think we touched on it before. It can go both ways, right? Depending on the way that they're thrown. And I think for GG here, it'll probably be a case of throw them towards the middle of this field, play off of that. So that will probably help for BetBoom. Not only that, but you can clearly see they're in a bit of a ball position, center point of the circle for phase 9. So while they don't have the utility, they got no frag grenades, they got no molotovs, they got 1 smoke here on full first. They do have position. So it really is still quite even, I think, between these two teams. No one wants to make the wrong move. And they also are set up, both teams, so that no one can wrap on the south side and then try and get in behind. So it is shaping up to just be front-on fight between these two teams to close this out. So I probably then give the edge to GG. If they've got a decent amount of frag grenades, that's going to be a big differentiating factor between the two teams.
It's going to be a dump of smoke into the middle of them two, then the molly and the nade that they've got in their back pocket that will finish up potentially, or at least put some huge damage. Now, Doozy's got that P90. That arguably is going to be a huge impact towards them. And we've already seen GG use smokes to their advantage, not as a defensive, but as an offensive tool. There comes a couple of smokes. They're going to edge to check off that rock on the top side here. As BB, well, they've got to use what they can, but look at the smoke. It has dumped right on top of him. That's now stopped the angles. Look how wide BetBoom have got to go. Levante goes round one side, and they are stacking up. But BB, well, they've gone for a 2-2 split. 2 different game. There's the first knot. P90 will come in. Phil first will go down. A Doozy's praying someone comes round his way. Not going to happen this time as they just pick off those anchor players. Now comes in potentially the mollies, potentially the nades as they will stack up into the middle. They've got a great understanding of where they are. There goes another one. Levante looking forward. They're able to hit one back from Spyro. It goes back to a 2 versus 1, but it's not going to be the case. It is a GG win. It comes down to the util. It feels like old school PUBG. Like, you know, at the end, where if they had the good amount of smokes, the good amount of nades, that was going to be a win. It felt like that there. Gaming Gladiators control. There's no surprise they're not going to be up here, though. Sword will claim the kills, and Primal, despite having that 2-2 split quite early in collapse, and they farm a huge amount of damage, but damage doesn't equal points.
No, it certainly doesn't, unless the damage gets you a whole bunch of kills, which, I mean, obviously I would imagine that was the case there for Primal. Yeah, look, interesting end to the game. We probably haven't had too many like that, where a lot of the times when you have a 4-on-4, 2 teams going at it, it's fun, it's exciting, it's full on, there's things happening. Yeah. Because of the lack of smokes, well, I mean, I guess GG had a couple, but the lack of frag grenades, the lack of molotovs, it wasn't a util heavy game. Like you said, it reminds you of almost like the very early days of PUBG when, and we're talking about the very, very early days, there was actually less emphasis and focus on things like frag grenades. But ultimately what in my mind, GG played that so much better. They were moving. They had their feet moving. Whereas for BetBoom, they looked a bit set. They looked like, we've got ball, we've got center position, we don't need to move. They tried to play a little 2-2 split action where they had the 2 at the back, kind of watching over. If GG had have got too aggressive, tried to almost push through the smokes, that would have maybe worked out for BetBoom, but GG just played the angles really well, didn't overstep the mark. I thought they played a really good game. Honestly, for a game of PUBG from Gaming Gladiators. Yes, you could say circle luck. You make your own luck. You get into that position early. You have to then play that position well. Not every team's going to play a position like that, Petty, really, really well when you've got to play the road split. It's out in the open. It's Miramar. You don't know what teams are holding up above and looking down in towards that location. All of those things. 17 points. Gaming Gladiators with a third win. They'll be in first place. Good signs for them. From here, with 7 games to go, it's not a massive gap, but they're in a good position.
Shy of triple digits, 97 points for them, but it's really good. But yeah, look, BB phase, they're on 85. Look, phase not getting the points the last game. They've fallen a bit early. It's still doable. Is there a split now happening on the other side? Argue maybe any trials in chat and Ascend. Ascend might be on the back end of it, so they've got to potentially have a great game number 6. But it's still quite tight. A good game, a good ending here from a team when they've got the opportunity might push them a little bit closer, but you cannot let Gaming Gladiators, you can't let BB or even a FaZe get another chicken dinner.
You certainly can't. One more game to go for today's action. 7 games overall. We're getting towards the end of this one. You don't want to go too far. Final game of today on the other side of the break. Second win in 3 games for Gaming Gladiators. Third win overall, and the only team still with multiple wins in general throughout these qualifiers. Yet, despite all of that, Mark, as we saw before the break, very quick break, mind you, only a 12-point gap between BetBoom, FaZe, and GG. So it's not like, despite the dominance that we've seen from them over the last couple of games, it's not like they're suddenly sitting on this ascended throne where they've got like a 50-point gap and no one's going to catch them. They've still got to keep their focus going into the last game today.
There's a difference in this region. If you look at some other regions, there are teams that are kind of elevating themselves ahead. But yet this region is tight. They refuse to let one or the other team get away. It's kind of like a point to prove that we are just as good as you. It is the final day, and it does feel like 2 halves, even day number 2, because FaZe kicked off really early, really well, and they're not really producing at the end here. Gaming Gladiators now on the other side of that. They didn't really kick off that well, but now getting a double chicken dinner, that's changing the shift or the lay of the land a little bit here. I wonder who's going to bag this final game.
Yeah, and what's interesting as well, Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, as I kind of look at them, they're the 3 land as it is, but they're in a position now where they're not looking close to top 3, which makes it very easy for us. For Gaming Gladiators, BetBoom, and FaZe, it's 1, 2, and 3 coming into this game, and likely going into tomorrow, and those 3 teams would go to EWC. It means, though, for the likes of Twisted Minds, VP, Na'Vi, they're not quite getting as many of those PGC points as they would necessarily like. Pretty decent playing path as we head into the final game of the day for day 2 of the EMEA qualifiers. Reminder, tomorrow's the last day. There's only 6 more games after this, running out of chances and opportunities if you don't find yourselves in that top echelon of the leaderboard by the end of today.
But you're right. And this is maybe it's a mindset with Na'Vi, because they know they're in, right? They know that they've got the ticket. So are they dropping the ball on that longer game, that longer 2024 season for PUBG, where they're trying to get as many points as possible? They're global champions, right? They want to be able to swing again and get a piece of the pie. But got a question. They need a big game. It looked like it was getting a bit activated on that last game. Maybe Miramar is their favourite. Maybe the train plays into that wider split, the ability to farm. Oh no! BBL and ATC going at it again. Dodge, duck, and dive here. There's a matter of time before they've got to go. This is a question because ATC always go for Baccardo. Both times, one of the players have gone a little bit further out, and both of the times, that individual player has been caught out.
Ooh, fun little circle. I don't think we're going to get to the Eastern Islands with this kind of circle, but it's still a bit of water involved. It means that it's less land mass available for P1. Always like this side of Miramar as well. I'm a big fan of it. I mean, Miramar in general is a map that has certainly grown on me throughout the years, but for ATC, able to avoid a bit of mishap there. If Fuzzface had it gone down earlier, it would have been very reminiscent as to the previous game. Off the back of that win, you go into game 5 and then, we lose one early and we have a bit of a nothing kind of game. In the end, they went out in 5th, no kills. I'm actually surprised they even got to 5th place, to be honest, but clearly never in a position where they were going to get, a pretty big game. To still get 5th, get a couple of pleasant points, not too shabby from their perspective. But for any trolls in chat, what are they, 55 points? You kind of slightly touched on them. I think you wanted to get the marker out, probably Mark. Well, is this maybe last kind of chance opportunity? Because I still look at their win that they had earlier today, and if they were to replicate that, it would actually put them top 5. So yes. I don't have a line through them yet.
No, I kind of think it might be below them just at the moment. But if another game slips by, it's potential there that they fall below that line. They're a team that I really want to see on land. I think that'd be amazing. I think they will bring a lot to an offline, but they need to produce another win. They can't be losing players early like we saw in game number 5, and Fuzzface nearly going down this time, but BBL had a little bit of time to think about it, but then giving up on that run over. It's got to be clinical, but they've got to play together as a team. The win was because of the teamwork, and they were staying tight. They all had a job to do, but they weren't playing that individual throwaway, that solo, that winning moment that we've seen from them, that the one player taking on the 4 or the one player going for the wrap and just getting caught out. That one game on Tago, it didn't feel like that for me. They were tight. They played well. Yes, they had the one player, but the job was there. They were able to hold an angle. They were able to be creative. About being creative, it's good to see the zip lines getting used. Perfect. It's going to whiz on by towards Graveyard. But I think ATC, they're going to look back at today and go, actually, what did we do really well and successful? But before that, they need to produce on game 6.
They certainly do. Not good news for Na'Vi. So sad losing to Crossberg. When you're a team that's had a bit of a slump today, you don't really want to be losing players to the team that's dead last in Bumble Squad. It's a disaster of a day for Na'Vi. They came into today first place, huge amount of PGC points that they had, tied to their position. Well, those points have now evaporated. The good news for Na'Vi is that they've already gotten a decent amount from PEC Spring. You would imagine then PEC Fall, they'll get more opportunities, but I think they've actually squandered a decent opportunity in this tournament. Mind you, tomorrow, different day, who knows? It could be their day. They could turn things around, but it hasn't been their day today whatsoever. It's been a disaster. 51 points coming into today. They've got 62 right now. They just lost a player. It's looking like almost like a barely double-digit day throughout 6 games.
They lost a player in their drop zone as well. Impala, this is where they go. This is their turf and their terrain with that zone pop. They will know teams will try and play pretty close to this. I suppose the temptation that it could be an island. The verticality in Impala will be trying to take in here. Looks like they are giving up, completely going, maybe collapsing as a 3. That's the right play. I will say, though, defend Na'Vi, that actually day number 1, as I said before, even as a 3, actually they had a better day. So see what they can do, to see what they can claw out. It's going to be about discipline and game plan now, as try not to allow any teams crashing on their location. They're in a sort of dip, so expect other areas to sort of fill first. They do whip a couple of shots up towards BB team, but it's all going to be down to placement and arguably where this zone shifts. I think we're going to see two major decisions from these teams, whether they play north or whether they play south. And then the curveball, if we see an island, if it plays out towards the southeast, if there's any temptation that it might go across, that then changes the lay of the land massively, because some teams will know they're not going to make it across, and it will be about how many kills can you get.
Good little entry into truck stop for Gaming Gladiators, and probably not the fight that Foot Esports want to take. Yeah, a little bit split up, and they got Nail Up away. T-Bone is now down in a bad spot. AT, I don't like the positioning whatsoever of Foot Esports around truck stop, and it's allowed Gaming Gladiators to essentially just waltz in the front door, not only take the area, but also get a free kill onto T-Bone, who has been left pretty much to bleed out. Unless AT's going to go for a hero play, I doubt it. It would be honestly a bit of a suicide mission if he was to go for it. Gaming Gladiators has certainly been, I feel like, almost the best today over the 6 games that we've had. If they can finish off in a really good game here, they could set themselves up perfectly for tomorrow. Any trolls in chat just over towards Kintara? Not a bad spot to be. I mean, I know Phase 2, Phase 3, the circle isn't going to be dictated by the water, for example, but this game typically does like to do the Phase 4 job a little bit earlier at times, and so you don't want to overplay in towards, say, positions like Impala or just directly north of Impala. It is very likely that it can pull back over towards the likes of Minas Generalis and Cantera. The issue with that, then, if it does that, is there's a lot of open field in that vicinity. So a northern side circle, I think, is probably best. Truck stops are good POI, Al Azhar, good mountain, good terrain, and less fields around the likes of Impala as Foot Esports do group up. Unable to, of course, get that revive. So they're a 3-man roster now for the remainder of this game.
Get away with it, though. BBL. It's hedging their bets as normal. Ascend, well, Val's their drop spot, so they've got a little bit of a long rotation round. Would there be any teams pitching up a roadblock? I very much doubt it. Especially on this last game, everyone might be looking for a little bit more at north, as you're talking about Xenox, maybe just away from Impala, in towards. We actually had one yesterday, a little bit higher, where ATC, they went head-to-head with Gaming Gladiators, but they got their first chicken dinner, remember, as guys were just outside. It didn't take Ascend long, did it, to get themselves in there. It seems to be a common theme between a couple of players, and Mexico is one of them. Maybe looking to get ahead of the team, and it was successful the other day. Remember, on Erangel, they were working their way down through military, and Mexico was ahead in the glider and just calling out that it was completely clear. So it does help, and it will give them intel a lot quicker than they might do, or the risk that they might do, especially with the cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's a two-throw thing, if you really think about it. Not only are you getting information, you're getting a lot, but others are getting information on you. You see a glider up and about, like you say, the UAV. It does mean that teams are aware of your positioning somewhat. It really depends on how you use it. We did see, if it was last game or the game before, the dive bomb of the glider was a very intriguing choice. That was a little bit fun. But, yeah, I mean, look, it is probably a team slash player option if, like, you feel comfortable flying it, using it, how to use it, the information that you got. Can you actually play off of said information, or is it just rather useless? There's a lot of different determining factors as to its potential, but I like it. It's not too bad. It reminds me a little bit of, like, if, with the E-pickup where one person goes up and then the other 3 rotate with vehicles. Somewhat similar to that. So that's the same vein I would put it in.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Maybe I'd say I don't think people have got down the tracking time for it as yet. It's a funny speed. I suppose a lot of people look at the E-pick when it first came out. No one was picking anyone out the air, but now you're kind of guaranteed. You see someone take that one E-pick up to gain the intel. What's it? 80% chance that they're not even going to get their boots back on the ground. Zone will shift. I can't see it going to the island really. Surely it's going to tighten itself back down towards the middle, but I think teams might have it in the back of their mind. A lot of teams in the north. Seeing if it might play that way. Doesn't. It has come back down. Impala being held in a little bit more water, but looking like we might get those fields just on the outside. So teams, they're going to scrabble back and try and get anything they can. Twisted Minds on a huge split at the moment, and they might need to try and look at this. Remember this the other day, though, where Bumble Squad were. That's where ATC were unable to claim the victory. So to wait and see what Bumble Squad do, but for now, they get a knock and they get a kill, so they are making this position work.
Yeah, I think Twisted Minds is set up pretty nicely with the split that they've got as well around the north side of these fields. It can be very tricky to play out because what ends up happening in the latter portions of this game, teams send it in towards the hay bales, and then, you know, that's a very easy target for nades, for Molotovs. You can get picked apart from many different angles. So if you go too early, you're very susceptible, but if you come in too late, then there's no real groundwork that's been made up, and you haven't quite got any really good spacing. Impala's not a bad option. I think some teams may end up actually using it here in a game like this where, you know, if you haven't got anything else to go to, I think it will have to be a phase 3, phase 4 circle shift even further south. But otherwise, yeah, this is just not one of my favorite spots though. Just far too open, awful to play out of. So open. If you can get compounds, you're absolutely loving it. And these kind of buildings, the long buildings, great to play out of. You can't really spread. You can't really try and take space around it because otherwise it's just so open. So many teams trying to play the hills and get good sight lines. But yeah, protect your vehicles, get in the compound. This is pretty good for the likes of Vorpal Swords. And yeah, these are the kind of games that you've really got to make the most of because you've got a good compound, good circle. And a lot of other teams would love to be in that position.
Talk about position. Lukarux, you saw him. He's just lurking out the outside. There you go. I read the script. There you go. Lukarux appears. And we saw how actually impactful he was. Obviously, the guys will be popping shots. Won't be too surprised. That might be Ibby on towards the east of our position. And maybe if he gets a hit or sees an opportunity, he might claim. I think Lukarux is looking at going, it's a bit of a bigger gap for me to take, mate. I'm just going to move on back. Maybe hold 2-2 split, or maybe just go back towards that road. It can be quite tough, though, holding that road. We've still got a lot of teams, remain 16 teams up, 60 players remain. So pretty much a full house. At the moment, a few teams have lost an individual. So on the boys, they're going to rotate into pretty much a 3-. No one really at the top here, as everyone else has moved on down.
Yeah, and if you've got center position, it's because you've got a compound. You've got actually hard cover. Twisted Minds, Bumble Squad, Virtus Pro, they're all in their positions, center of the zone, because of what they've actually got. You can clearly see no one around them, no one even remotely around them, because everything around them is just open field. Everyone else has to play edge. Everyone else, this will be an edge game. If you're Bet Boom, if you're Primal, if you're Foot, GG, yeah, maybe you could look to, if you don't want to play edge for whatever reason, you know, Bumble Squad still have got a pretty aggressive 2-2 split. There's certainly something you can backfill into, depends on what happens phase 3, but yeah, the real estate has already been taken. This is not good. If you're on edge, you're probably not going to be getting hard cover unless you take it.
Send using the E-pick up there on timing, so they're going to be waiting for that to arrive, give or take, as the zone hits. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they grab and go. Maybe even just leave it, depends on the zone. Primal came in from that northwest all the way down. Oh, double glider action. Let's go.
Glider.
This is like the RAF. It's Chris. He's going to be getting a wingman now. Maybe death from above from Team Ascend. This is a co strat and a half. As they are maybe going to line things up before they send it on out. Look, Ascend knee points. Maybe do something completely different. Maybe that is the game plan. Maybe it's more of a parachuting as the RAF Ascend might go over some cover. I wouldn't be surprised for them to go to that verticality, maybe just by Bumble Squad and try and land, or at least allow the boys to jump out and parachute down as the UAVs will be in full flight. No one will contend. That there is maybe for some more giggles. That's the land that I'm talking about. So it just came on screen. Wouldn't be too surprised for Ascend to try and take something like that.
Yeah, I tell you what though, if you're Twisted Minds, you're sitting there saying FFS, because like, are you kidding me? We've got pretty much God spot for a circle that's going into the fields, and then it shifts north of Impala. They do actually get a kill. Fuzzface goes down. Perfectix will claim that one, and Bumble Squad have got to regroup here, and Crossberg's a little bit too slow, so he's down, and Cross Cow now finds himself on a bit of an island. He's by himself completely. This is a mess. This circle's not one that I anticipated. I really thought we were going to be heading to the fields, and so did a couple of other teams. FaZe had a good 2-2 split. Fields with Kentera. You had BPL, Twisted Minds. Virtus Pro really just got on the move nice and early. I like for Ascend playing this kind of position. So essentially like an old unplayable, but because of the gliders you can get up there, Mika does get knocked down into the distance and stolen by Rustenmar. Not ideal, but for Ascend from that position, provided no one can actually shoot at them, it could be a bit of a late game ploy. You can get down from there. Of course, you can parachute down, so it's not really the end of the world, but if you can get a couple of kills as teams start to push around Impala, it could be a good game for Ascend.
I think it could be huge. Mika didn't quite make the landing. So he went down with the glider in the field, unfortunately. Big steal, actually, from Primal, picking up the point. I think this could be good. Depends for me, actually, how much ammo they've got in their back pocket. How much they got stored to survive, because you know they're going to get farmed when it comes down to damage if they remain in the next zone. It is a bit of a risk, but you know what? I like it. It kind of looked at the gliders. That was, give or take, the only place really for me, for them to go. They're not going to fly around, are they? They're going to take too much heat, so it's kind of objective. And it was achieved. Yes, they're missing one. Yes, there are 3. But if this zone gives up that north, if it plays back down to these fields, maybe a little bit more less field than we expected, I can see us and maybe being a top 8 spot, maybe even higher. But it's all going to be down to the shift. The rest of the teams, though, they are getting pretty close. We still haven't lost anyone. Actually, game number 6 is going a bit slower than normal game 6 antics. But for now, Primal, they're looking over VP, and they are on a 2-2 split.
Yeah, similar to game 5. Classic mirror map, slow to get going. Middle portion's going to really kick off because there's, again, just not really much space. There are still some fields in this circle, so there is still some space that you really don't want to acquire. I'm anticipating over towards Mini Impala now. We're going to see Primal and VP really kick it off. V looks like he is aware of the fact that there are some close companions, and he gets a nice knock onto Daz, and they all just push out. Primal just not ready for it though at that point. They were certainly aware of the fact that Virtus Pro had crept up, got into a good position close by, but I don't think he was ready for that swift push. VP's done a really good job this game though of getting on the front foot, get moving. They had a bad spot for the phase 3 shift. They moved immediately, and I imagine they'll have to do the same thing again here. They don't want this to be an extended fight with Primal. That is a hard northern shift. This circle just keeps moving around the map in some really chaotic ways. It's great, though, for Na'Vi. It's great also for Foot Esports south of Truck Stop. It's bad for all the Impala teams and all the field teams.
Yeah, it's Chris is in the kill feed now. He gets the knock, but Smash claims that one, so there's a time.
They send on in.
Yeah, as I say, there's a time for a send now to get off this high ground. See, Sauna Boys, compound's not in as well, but this is time bound. 15 seconds to go. VP have a little bit of a hold, so not as much of a rush from them. They could play back towards Ibby, but you don't really want to be doing that. You don't want to be taking too much damage, because you've got to argue what you're going to claim from it. But arguably as well, if VP turn their backs and run towards Ibby, they're all going to get caught. As Ristamar does spot him out, they know where the reinforcements are coming, but there's another kill confirmed. Nixie puts down Jogsy and confirms him out, so Primal looking for any way they can to get out of here, but it looks like deny. The Polar Bears, well, they're set up and they're waiting.
Yeah, Vorpal sort of actually just rotated into Howl, and the roadblock has been, well, unsuccessful. Purple Sword have actually done a decent job of getting 2 kills onto Ruin and also onto Quetpa. 3 up still, actually make it 4 up. You can see Razor off into the distance, so a bit of a disaster moment here for Howl against one of the lower teams that they had the roadblock set up just outside of the road of the Long Building, and they have been unable to be successful. This is no longer in the zone. Out of the vehicles momentarily, then back in for Vorpal Swords. Braceco's going to lose his life to Ibiza. I think Ascender going to find things to be quite tricky now. That circle shift was not beneficial for them at all. Here comes BBL through the fields as Misse is going to fire in a couple of shots from that shack. They keep driving on, but if you keep going up this hill, FaZe Clan will be waiting.
They are waiting. They are taking on the Bumble squad, though, who are there. They do get the first knock. James is down. DBN, no. FaZe got a collapse on that pretty quickly. BBL, maybe the distraction that is needed as they roll on by. So Crixie does get one back. Good actually ending for them. A quick kill confirmed. FaZe never mess around when it comes down to that. So Twisted Mind's going down to zone. James going to be going down to zone as well. We're going to start losing players. Still not lost the team just yet. There's a couple which are down some numbers. But don't forget, this compound is out. So again, phase 4, it does tickle a little bit more than the rest of the zones. But it's going to be damaging for the teams that remain here. And more importantly, BBL wrapping around the other side. Like we saw from day number 1, they could be in a position to claim whoever's the victor from this fight.
10 more seconds as well to phase 5. The circles have been quite crazy this game. I wonder if it just donuts up, gives us something a little bit stable. If it does that, it goes straight on to Na'Vi, and they'll cop themselves a bit of a circle feed at a pretty crucial point of the game. It does something similar to that. Little bit north, but mostly center. Big double kill there for FaZe, and eventually they deal with the Bumble squad. That's a huge moment. We're entering the 20-minute mark, and we've only just seen the first 2 teams get wiped out. Primal would follow very quickly after that. Some big kill points being gathered and acquired now for Vorpal Swords, a team on the bottom end of the standings. finally having a pretty decent game, finally getting some things to go their way. The push over of the hill now for FaZe. Schiller spotted immediately, correct? So you can see just off the left side of your screen in the blue, so still not the greatest position for FaZe, but they are finding kills and they're just finding a way to push forward. They lost James, Corexy still in the blue, but 6 kills and still alive and still pushing forward.
I feel for BBL. They wanted to take that fight. They wanted to stop anyone coming in. And will take 14th place. That's basically on zone. There's another opportunity for FaZe. Another team claims as Gaming Gladiators really stopped that push. So FaZe going to now try and take, I suppose, the final couple players for GG as the damage was done. And it's not going to be long. There's a couple more on the board. VP dealing with BB. Looks like down to Levante. Got to take some time to pick up that P90. They get in the car. They turn tail. It ducks just enough in time. But they're outside the zone. They've got to think about how they get in. On the other side, though, VP, obviously, they are trying to deal the damage. We've already seen the kills happen. Lucarux is down, but the rest should happen. VP will be going back. But this, again, is another outside edge. Compound, you're right. Na'Vi are in the middle. Na'Vi are in control. Can we see that game number 5, like GG win? Will Na'Vi claim victor from the real only heavy terrain that we've got remaining?
Yeah, GG was so lucky there temporarily because Corexy was spraying them down. The M416, though, runs out of ammo mid-spray as he's connecting, and then he had to switch guns, and that lost him some tempo. Had he had more ammunition in the chamber, I think he actually gets a knocker, or potentially two. He was doing a decent job there on that spray. Only the 1 kill for BetBoom. Now taking on Virtus Pro. Southside, outside of the zone. Na'Vi have not had to move. No one's pushed into them. There's a double knock. Courtesy of Medusi and Spyro. The hit fire spray, though, unsuccessful. Only 2 left standing for BetBoom. There's a bit of a fire back now from Virtus Pro. Spyro, the last one up, and he does get the kill onto Quizzy. So is it just Lucarux versus Spyro in a 1 versus 1? I think it is, just judging by the overview of this battlefield between these two teams. Best Lodge bleeding out. If Spyro wins this, you could get the revive, get him back up, but I doubt it. How? Lurking in the distance, the flash can go in. And now the follow-up, although a little bit of obscured vision, doesn't matter. Does get the kill, Lucarux to fall. And I would imagine they'll follow shortly afterwards, though.
Yeah, Hal doing the right time and good pushing from them. Reed for Hauser are always on point. FaZe 10 kills. They are farming here. Game number 6. They want to end things as it started. Now down to a 3. They got to deal with the final player. Levante is down. Looks like KZL, who are going to be making an appearance now. Not in the top. Oh my God, Na'Vi. You say it, you bless it. Give me the lottery numbers, and that's because you seem to be making the calls for the zones or the blessings for these teams. There's GG, there's down out. That's number 12 here from FaZe. They had an opportunity to make the extension earlier on. Maybe they're leaving it down to the last game to ensure Gaming Gladiators are not catching up and taking over from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point to make there. It's a big final game for FaZe. Thought that kind of tapered off a little bit. They don't get placement points.
No way.
Actually, they'll get 1. They will get 1. Pachulan stays alive. Jempty hasn't spotted him. That snake is very visible. Jempty's just walked straight past him. Pachulan's very low on health. 20 seconds until the blue moves. Why is that a reference point? Well, he's right on the edge of it. So he'll have to bandage and then move pretty quickly. But he has the element of surprise. Of course, the Sorta Boys have walked straight past him. He'll have to stand up and run because he hasn't really got a lot of meds. He cannot sink any more time in the blue. Otherwise, he will lose his life. But yeah, FaZe did go out in 8th. I think it was 12 kills in the end. Massive final game. Jempty should be dead to rights here.
Mate, Pachulan's got like Jedi mind tricks, mate. I'm not a player. You will not see me. Just roll on by. He's going to cause some huge issues. We know he put a 4 versus 1 on.
Oh,
now he gets spotted up. Oh, no. Goes down. Maybe there's a limitation of distance for those mind tricks. Pachulan's, though, whistles a player on by, but Hakatori whistles the final player there for Twisted Minds. It's going thick and fast. Phase number 6, 6 teams now remain. 16 players are up. Sauna Boys will be looking here. BB team do go down. Well, look. Whopple Sword, they might be claiming a victory. Looks like KZL will be looking to try and get their first chicken dinner on the board. But for Sauna Boys and for Na'Vi, they're also in the runnings for a second chicken dinner. But let's not forget about how they've been left alone a little bit on the south. They're going to have to figure out how they rotate in because it's very open terrain.
Off right with a bit of high ground advantage. Just peeking down this ridge. Missile has been knocked. That's a wild Molotov. Although... Yeah, no, they both missed. Oh, I like the second one. Has actually managed to let in the smoke. We saw it from his POV, and he really just kind of threw a Hail Mary. Jempty peeks up. With the ace, he's able to connect a little bit, but not enough. Can't find a knockdown. What can Alska do here with the AUG? lost Miss 8, 3 kills for Sauna Boys, and they're very lucky, courtesy of Na'Vi, don't have to deal with the fact that Petulans was sneaking behind them, because I really felt like he was going to do some harm to Sauna Boys. Nade falls short, well short. Got to be careful with the way that you expend your utility at this point of the game. These are long-range fights. Using your frag grenades here, probably not the best unless they're playing from a bolt. Good peek from Jempty, who plays the right side of the smoke. Finally get to knock. Finally something to happen in this fight. And Elsker as well, even dipping into the blue to get that angle. And Codwaysto goes down.
It's dangerous. Dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Scav, just having a look. Obviously, the sea of smoke in the valley won't be helping. How much more util? They have spent quite a bit. And he's got a molly. That's going to be very, very impactful. And the head will play peekaboo. Ship comes over the top. Does get his player using the opportunity. And looks like on Vorpal Sword, they were causing some issues, but they're back on towards How. Now, there's a limited amount of time to try and get these reses back on. Final player now for KZL. There's a quick kill confirmed. Elsker, no messing round. Now he plays over the top, but no, he goes down. Sauna Boys, deny. They're going to be able to get the res. We go for a top 4 now. Numbers are down, but the numbers maybe are favouring the compound. Like game number 5, we came from the win from the compound. Let's see what Na'Vi can do. And arguably, Na'Vi need a win today to salvage anything out of these 6 games.
Yeah, and Na'Vi's in a position as well. They've been a 3-man for the majority of this game. And they're probably not in the kind of position where if they had 4 up, maybe you could send a player or 2 out, sweep across, get involved, and spread out of the compound. But you're just a 3-man. If you send a couple of players out, you're leaving the compound vulnerable. And then the ones that do go out, if they get knocked, suddenly your team is just on the verge of being wiped out. So I think sticking together, keep your compound. It's dead center of the circle as of right now. If it remains that way going into phase 9, they'll be pretty much a shoo-in to win this game. So it's really just a matter of sit still. If you can find some long-range shots, such as that from Hakatori, who's been able to get a couple, then great. And eventually, Sauna Boys are out of this game. They had 3 up, but those 3 get taken out very quickly. And Vorpal Swords make top 3 along with How. Na'Vi should be winning from here. It's been a horror day, an absolute horrific day for Na'Vi. After leading this lobby yesterday, they can look to at least salvage on the final game today. Coming into this round, 10th place. Only the 3 kills. It's not a massive win, provided they do win, Mark, but I think it will renew the morales going into the final day.
They surely got to secure this, haven't they? Marco's down for a while. Final couple of shots. Doesn't quite get the read. Marco must go towards ground. For Hound, the spray will just continue to happen. You gotta bag Na'Vi a win here, and Hakatori really carrying the lads. 3 kills, yes, I know it's low, but we saw low numbers anyway for GG. That's what you get part and parcel. You get the zone. You might not get all the kills, especially this deep into the valley of Miramar, but it's been controlled. They haven't allowed anyone to crash, and like yesterday, Na'Vi... Oh, surprise, there's a shield there. Like yesterday, Na'Vi unable to keep 4 alive was their best games. And yet again, you got to question, maybe that they're better off with down a player playing as a free. It's a run, deny. No, Vorpal Sword gets the claim. Headshot coming, Codemarker goes down. I think he should have denied. And I also think Vorpal Sword might want to try and deny here, because Na'Vi with 5 points is not as good as Na'Vi with 3. So they are running for it. Vorpal Sword haven't made the decision just yet. Maybe they roll the dice. Maybe they look for a knock. Maybe that will be the decision if they maybe play in. Now they've got a little bit of time before having to make a call to die to blue.
Yeah, Hakatori pushes up, so he plays the close contact here. If anyone peeks over, he's in a good position, close angle. But if they then push into him as well, it's coupled with the fact that Diffx, Fairist are able to then have a really good angle. Really good shot there from Diffx, and yeah, from here, Hakatori has 2 frag grenades. He's got to be careful the way he throws this. He needs to kind of just aim it down a little bit, because, yeah, throwing over that hill, it could be thrown 100 meters away. But Nabat, there you go. Probably didn't even realize that Hakatori was that close. In the end, does get the final kill. 5 kills for Na'Vi. It's not the most explosive win, and a somewhat sour way to close the day out, because they had pretty much won it 5 circles ago after copying a bit of a feed. But you can see the damage. They actually had top damage in the lobby. Yeah. Just goes to show. I mean, that's Miramar. I think that's a really good way to kind of highlight what Miramar can be as a map. You also mentioned it, a bit of a low bowl, so they didn't have the high ground elevation to like look around, scout out, get some really good shots. They still got a lot of damage, but it's really hard to convert that damage into kills from a position such as that. They also played as a 3-man essentially from the start of the game, right? So they didn't even have the numbers to branch out, push out if they wanted to. I think that's a normal game. That's a fine game. That's a very calculated, disciplined game from Na'Vi. Again, nothing too explosive. You know, we kind of end the night a little bit anticlimactic, but it's still needed for Na'Vi. In terms of the whole storyline, Mark, they needed that. It was a horror day. They needed that win. Goes into tomorrow still with a good chance. They need the PGC points. They're going to the LAN, but they still need the PGC points.
Especially coming into today, and they were top point, right? And now they kind of fell down.
Yeah.
They needed that win, as you said, for morale. They lost a player really early. They consolidated. They found a compound. They hedged their bets that it was going to go that way. Yes, they didn't able to get the kills and steals. Yes, it wasn't an explosive ending. Hakatori, though, huge shout for him. Just putting numbers on. Yeah, I know, not huge. I think he ended up on the 4. I think the last one came from Diffix at the end. But generally speaking, still putting a bit of a shift in from a very difficult location. But talk about putting a shift in. Wow, FaZe. They started today outstanding. I know it's FaZe Sunday for you, but not quite for us just yet. But they started really well. And actually, game number 6, I think if we look at the points when we sum up after that match, they surely have got to be up there. And if not, they've got to be taking that leaderboard. That's close. That is close. I think the split obviously goes down towards the placement, but 14 kills and 1 placement point. Thank you very much, FaZe. Ending explosive.
Yeah, I mean, if maybe the Na'Vi win was a little bit anticlimactic, FaZe went out with a bang. They went out early, but they went out with a bang. 14 kills, 1 placement point, like you said, ended up actually being the same amount of points as Na'Vi. So it really goes to show. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about PUBG. There are multiple different ways that you can win or do well. And you can clearly see it in a game like this. For Na'Vi, center compound, bit of a circle feed, a small amount of kills, but high placement points. For FaZe, it's, you know, being aggressive, sweeping, playing edge, getting into fights, just pushing, and being able to get a large amount of kills. That playstyle is certainly a bit more risky, but really I think highlights how good FaZe have been in this competition when it comes to kill points. Placement points, a little bit concerning because they're not even in the top 6 or 7 in terms of placement points overall, but their kill points are number 1 by quite a hefty margin as we go to the overall leaderboard through now 12 games of action, 6 to remain. It's a 1-point lead over Gaming Gladiators. Now, in terms of what is the difference between, say, finishing first or second, PGC points is pretty much it. 50 or about 45 PGC points mark. So, you know, it's not like a huge amount of money because, well, there is no. The good thing is FaZe, GG, and BB right now occupy the EWC slot. So we don't see like a push down effect because Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and VP find themselves on the lower part of that left side of the leaderboard.
Still to play for them. They're in the 70s and a good start, like we saw from FaZe today, will elevate that. And FaZe obviously still trying to find that balance between placement points and kills. But God, they are farming kills. 77 on the board, leading the charge. And I think that last game was really key for them because if they didn't put that big shift on, it would have potentially been a Gaming Gladiators as they'll be ending up. But it's good to see after day number 2, we will be up on 100 points with FaZe.
Do you put a line through those teams on the right side of the leaderboard, Mark? Because I'm happy to. And the reason why I'm happy to put a line through those teams, and in terms of what I'm crossing out, is top 3. Because top 3 is the EWC LAN. I guess that's what these teams are fighting for. Not only that, but top 3 is also the vast majority of the PGC points. The reason why from Foot Esports down, I'm probably putting a line through them is because we've seen through 2 days of action, averaging out to be about 50 points for the top end of the leaderboard, if you will. So 50 day 1, 50 day 2. For those teams, if they were to get to 50 points, it's only, 115 points? That means your phases, your GGs, your BBs would only have to get like 15 points. Where I don't think that's going to happen. So for me, and I want your opinion as we close things, I think that right side of the leaderboard might be done.
It depends how they start. I agree with you. 99.99% of me. But if an ATC comes in, if a Primal Foot Esports maybe comes in and goes really aggressive, yeah, maybe they'll be clawing a couple of back of, I suppose, the PGC points. Will they get a top 3? Yeah, maybe that line is drawn. We have to wait and see because it's all dependent on the actual the Na'Vis, the VPs, the Twisted Minds. Because if they have a good day, they levitate up, and then we get that kind of drop down effect that will happen. I think it'd be an interesting last couple of 6 games, and maybe I draw the line maybe after game 1, game 2. But I think you're right. It is really leaning on that side that actually, if you really not perform today, because we've now started to see some teams elevating, teams starting to not run away with it, but we've seen a pack now already starting to elevate above the rest. Whereas the end of day number 1, it wasn't quite that. Maybe one game was drawing it, maybe a game and a half, maybe 2. You could get yourself back on that very heavy left side of that leaderboard. It's not really the same here for day number 2. Teams have started to move away with it. And because of that move away, that's where we can start drawing that line on the right-hand side.
I agree. We begged the question at the start of today, was it going to be separation? Were we going to see a lot more of that evenness? A bit of both. The separation that we've got isn't really that large. Like you said, Mark, I think for the teams that are still struggling, you got tomorrow, you got the first 2 games. Outside of that, then it might be time to hang up the mouse and keyboard. But for those top teams, still 6 games, still a lot of teams vying for these positions, vying for these PGC points, vying for EWC. Do not miss tomorrow. Of course, a reminder, we've got NA in a couple of hours if you want to stay and watch the inferior region. That's up to you. Personally, for me, I'm going to bed because it's 7 in the morning. But Mark, it's been a pleasure, as always, once again, here on day number 2 of the EMEA qualifiers. And we'll see everyone tomorrow for day 3.